Hi. Good morning. Can you guys hear me? How are you guys this morning? Hold on a minute. I'm getting a little bit of feedback on this iPad. It's not wanting to listen to me and do what it's supposed to do. Let's see who all do we have. Can you guys hear an echo? I'm getting an echo. Let me know if you guys are getting an echo. No echo? Okay. Okay, good deal. Good deal, good deal, good deal. Let me see who all do we have here. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Oh, let's see. Are we ready for another day of Daybell? We ready for another day of Daybell? We've got Lauren and Henny. Hi. Hey, Sherry. Good morning, Sherry. I know, isn't that sweet when Henny and Lauren pop in together? I love it. Good morning, Morgana. Good morning. Good morning. Margaret. She says it's so early. I know it is, right? Hey, QB. Oh my God. This echoing is killing me. I know you guys don't hear it, but I hear it. And it's very annoying. Hey, good morning, JB. Yeah, don't forget to put your DNA all over that like button. No collection or analysis will ever be done. Do all the other YouTubey things as well. Thanks, QB. I appreciate that. Let's see. Anybody else in here this morning? No echo, no echo, no echo. I don't know what color tie he's going to have on today. I wonder. I wonder. No worries, QB. Take your time, BB. Lauren says, I think yellow or blue. Oh, I haven't seen that, Henny. Good morning, Gail. Good morning. I love how Gail changes her picture all the time. Gail's profile picture is different all the time. It always keeps me on my toes, Gail. Always keeps me on my toes. Let's see. Let's put the feed up. Got it up and ready to go. All right. So I was working on some things this morning, and yeah, I got a monitor finally because I've been looking at my MacBook screen, and I finally broke down and got a actual it's like a 22-inch monitor. And I can actually see things now, which is crazy. And I learned how to do the move things from the MacBook to the monitor and actually have be able to look at two things at once. So I have the StreamYard up on my MacBook, and then the actual feed on the monitor. So it's like I'm watching it on TV, you know? And then I have the comments from you guys on my StreamYard on my MacBook or my iPad. And yeah, pretty sweet. MacBook still runs slower than molasses, but I did spend the weekend, QB, you would be happy to know, that I went and cleaned a bunch of stuff off of my MacBook. Like I went through and did everything to make it run faster, but it still runs slow. It still runs like a dinosaur, but hey. Oh, it is what it is, right? Um, Margaret says you got a whole daggone TV audio studio going on in there. Mhm. Kind of, yeah, but not really. Not so much. Uh, what does JB say here? I gotta get back into the swing of things, y'all, in chat. I've obtained Margaret saying, "Put one foot in front of the other. Soon you'll be walking out the door." Lauren says, "I don't make it too late today. My alarm is set on 7:30 in the morning because I have another doctor's appointment from work at 9. Aw. I'll be thinking about you. Hopefully you get results from your 10 tubes of blood drawn." QB says, "Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, QB." She mentions the Cash App, you guys. Yay, QB took a shower. She's given herself 3 gold star stickers. That's you know how like whenever we give the kids the chore charts and they get the gold stickers for when they do certain things? Yeah. We're giving QB's giving herself 3 gold stickers. Well, 6 gold stickers actually. Mm. You guys crack me up. You guys crack me up. Oh, you think you'll get your results this week, Lauren? I hope so. I certainly hope so. It is 10:38. They are 8 minutes past time to get started. I'm being impatient this morning. I wanted to look too on Twitter to see what was going on with Karen Reed. Uh, Says something about there was some impaneling issues with Karen Reed. I don't know what that was about. 7 minutes ago, it says Karen Reed has filed a last-minute motion over the jury's view of the witness box, claiming that some jurors cannot see the witness's face. Um, So they're still in the process. This morning, it looks like. Of getting this Karen Reed jury ready. Did any of you guys do any Karen Reed homework over the weekend? Did anybody do any Karen Reed homework over the weekend? Hey, Spins. Howdy, howdy. She says, I'm here but having a day, so I'm going to lurk. Ooh.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, sounds like we've got audio, you guys. And we got video. Let's do this. He's got on a blue shirt. Let's see, what color is your tie, Chad?
All right, good morning. We're back on the
lemon face
record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've got additional testimony from Officer Hart this morning on direct. Before we get started, just a few housekeeping issues. The court has received the juror affirmations. I wanted to confirm, have all 18 jurors returned today?
Yes, sir.
All right.
looks like his tie
So
is
we've got all
red.
18 jurors with all their juror affirmations signed since the weekend. Also had a brief sidebar with counsel as we started regarding defendant's Exhibit 6, which has been admitted. And upon further consideration, I think will require some the removal of some commentary in there. I think the parties have all agreed. So as we get to that exhibit, I think it'll need to be either amended or substituted, and we'll work on that issue. But we'll try to keep that as clear as we can in the record once that exhibit's being referenced, and make sure that the exhibit that is submitted to the jurors or published throughout trial to the jurors conforms with previous rulings on that information in the exhibit. So with those issues in mind, is the state going to be ready to proceed with additional direct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, will the defense be ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll note also the prosecutors are here as well as the defendant and the defense counsel. So let's go ahead and have our jurors brought in, please, Mr. Bailiff.
Yes, sir. All right, please.
All right. It looks like, yeah, they both got red ties on today.
Here's our president count for you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are on the record on case CR 22-21-1623. This is Monday morning after the weekend break. The court has confirmed that all jurors have returned and are properly seated and present. I'll also note the court received the juror affirmation from all 18 of the jurors. So thank you again for following the court's continuing admonishment and instruction during the breaks. We're ready to continue with direct examination this morning. I'll note the state is here present. Prosecutors Wood and Blake, Mr. Wixom and Miss Beatty, as well as Mr. Pryor here with the defendant, Mr. Daybell. Officer Hart was on direct examination as we broke for the weekend, and I believe the state has additional direct. Is that correct, Miss Blake?
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. If you'd go ahead and call your witness, then we'll have him return to the stand.
The state will call Agent Hart.
All right, thank you. Agent Hart, you are still under oath for purposes of your testimony. That oath was given last week. In addition, I'll just inquire over the weekend or since you were on the stand, have you reviewed any of this trial that's been is available online and has been live streamed? Have you reviewed any of the testimony of the trial?
No, Your Honor.
All right. With that then, Ms. Blake, you can continue on your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do have a modified slide, a courtesy copy for the court and one for Your Honor as well, or one for the court and one for Your Honor. Defense has already been provided one. And Your Honor, this is part of State's Exhibit 183. May I publish that exhibit?
Yes, and just to be clear, the identifier information's been redacted on what's going to be published.
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, you may publish.
Agent Hart, we were here last Friday and we had been talking about some texts exchanged regarding Charles' death. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall talking about the beneficiary in relation to Charles' death?
Oh my God, you guys. I forget. Is this going to be when we hear about the store? Is this going to be it? Because this could be it. This could be where we hear about the store. So we ended on Friday, and yeah, we're going to find out if we get to hear about the storm today. The storm.
Yes, there had been a series of text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that indicated Lori Vallow had found out that her husband, Charles Vallow, had changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy.
And the images on this slide, is that what we're seeing here?
Well, previously there were text messages, and then approximately 2 weeks, 10 days later, Lori Vallow sent 2 MMS messages to Chad Daybell on July 28th of 2019. The one on the left is the original life insurance policy that shows Lori Vallow, his spouse, as the beneficiary to receive 100% of the proceeds of that policy. And this one over here shows the change in beneficiary to Ella K. Woodcock and the date that that was done.
And do you know who Ella K. Woodcock is in relation to Charles Vallow?
It's his sister.
And do you know who she is in relation to JJ Vallow?
She would be JJ's grandmother.
And again, these messages were sent to Chad Daybell.
By Lori Vallow, correct.
And if we go to the next slide, I'm going to pause here and allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, when we look at these messages, we'd talked before, there were additional messages in the iCloud account. Is that correct?
There are thousands of text messages in the iClouds, yes.
And with these particular messages, were there some preceding messages in relation to these?
Chronologically, yes, there were.
And when we're looking at these messages, do you know who the Mel is that's being referred to?
Yes, that's Melanie Boudreau, Lori Vallow's niece.
And what was it about these particular messages that caught your attention?
What caught my attention was the conflict that existed between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell as it relates to their relationship. At this point, Charles Vallow has been dead for almost a month, and Lori Vallow wants her and Melanie Boudreau to travel to Rexburg, Idaho to spend time with Chad Daybell. Chad Daybell is, of course, still married to Tammy Daybell, and so that
It's sustained.
So you were indicating that Melanie Boudreau and Lori were wanting to go to Rexburg to visit Chad.
correct.
And can you read the date on these messages into the record?
The date of this text string is August 7th of 2019.
And then at the bottom, are there some that carry into the next day?
Correct, August 8th of 2019.
During this time, do you know if Tammy Daybell was still alive?
She was.
So in this context, it appears that Lori's telling Melanie, we just had a big fight. Do you know who that's in reference to?
That's in reference to Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
And at this time, Charles has been dead for not quite a month.
Correct.
What else about these stood out to you?
There's a conflict between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell regarding.
I think there's inadequate foundation at that point. Mr. Pryor, moving forward on your objections, please use the microphone. Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Agent Hart, again, you've talked about you went through thousands of messages in this iCloud account, or that there were thousands of messages, correct?
Yes.
Were there some messages preceding this indicating what Chad's plans were during this time?
Yes.
And what did those messages indicate?
Chad Daybell had a.
All right, again, into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor, or maybe your mic's not on today, but
It's not.
okay. Could we get that checked, please, to make sure the microphone is functioning at defense table?
So if I remember, this is 6. This is 30. You.
Okay, apologies. Ms. Blake, would you ask another question? I'll defer ruling on that objection. Go ahead.
Agent Hart, did you review messages that indicated what Chad's plans were during this time frame?
Yes, it's a scheduling conflict. Lori Vallow wanted to visit Chad Daybell.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's unresponsive.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Well, I'll sustain the objection because the answer was what Chad's plan. The question was what were Chad's plans, and the answer was what Lori Vallow wanted. I think that's outside the scope of the question and the foundation that's been laid. So it's non-responsive.
You determined that Chad Daybell had different plans during this time?
Judge, objection. That's leading.
Your Honor, he's already answered that.
Overruled.
Yes, he had a family vacation planned.
So in reference to the big fight, based on your investigation, were you able to determine what this text thread was about?
Yes.
And what did you determine the fight to be about?
Lori Vallow's trip, which conflicted with Chad Daybell's family vacation.
And when we look at those last 3 messages, did anything about those catch your attention?
From the content of the iCloud, this was the first big fight they had had. And it appeared that they were at odds with one another. And Chad Daybell's comments was that his heart was crushed and he would never stop loving her.
And if we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, can you indicate the date of these text messages?
Yes, it's towards the end of the day on August 8th of 2019.
Is this a continuation from the conversation we saw on the previous slide?
Correct.
In looking at this, was there something that stood out to you?
Yes.
And what was that?
If you look at the date and the time, you can see that Lori Vallow has ceased to communicate with Chad Daybell for approximately a day. And this lengthy text, line 1300, is a very clear example of how Chad Daybell used his supposed visionary powers to manipulate Lori Vallow.
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
And in this, sorry, let me back up. In that first message as well from Chad to Lori, can you read the second sentence of that?
Saddest day of my life.
And again, you indicated Lori had quit communicating with him after the previous message that we saw.
That's correct. So there had been no communication from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell on August 8th of 2019.
And after Chad sends that lengthy text, it appears Lori resumes communication. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you read into the record what she said?
I love you.
And then Chad responds just,
Thank you, my love. I will get things restored.
so in that lengthy one, he indicated that he may not be able to protect her anymore.
Correct. Grandpa Keith is Lori's deceased grandfather. So Chad Daybell is indicating to Lori Vallow that he is unable to protect her and that the angels are angry that she is ignoring him. And so he is trying to get her to respond due to those indication of what's happening spiritually.
And then once she does respond, Chad will get things restored.
That's what he indicates, yes.
Then if we move to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And will you indicate the date this message was sent?
This is August 10th of 2019.
And what about this particular message stood out to you?
Well, I think this is an example of how Lori Vallow manipulates Chad Daybell.
And this image was sent along with the surprises or waiting text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, on August 10th, is Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes.
Moving to the next slide, and again, I'll pause to allow the jurors to read.
Okay, so Margaret, did you notice she had on a lemon yellow bathing suit? Okay, just wanted to say that real quick.
And if you could read into the record the date these messages were sent.
These are August 10th of 2019.
So these would have been sent after that image that we saw in the previous slide.
Correct.
What, if anything, about these caught your attention?
There had been several messages preceding these two messages indicating their ability to connect spiritually, to enter into portals, to be together outside the physical realm. What stood out to me about these two messages is that both Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell understand that's not real and it's not true. Lori Vallow says, I wish you were really here to experience this with me. And again, saying, I wish I could wake up and kiss your sweet, tender lips for real. So to me, that indicated an understanding between being together truly in the physical realm in which we live versus this alleged ability to portal and be with one another spiritually.
And if we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. Can you indicate the date these messages were sent into the record?
Yes, this is August 11th of 2019.
And what about these particular messages caught your attention?
These four messages are the beginning of a text string that occupies this slide and the next 5 slides. And it's a lengthy back and forth between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow regarding a vacation that Chad Daybell is going on with his wife, Tammy Daybell, and other relatives.
And in relation to that trip, can you read the last sentence of that first text?
Partly why I am so sad is my Boise trip has turned into a trip with extended family. Not happy about it.
And then if we move down to that third message, was there something about that that caught your attention?
Well, these are Chad Daybell's own words. He says, I can't take much more, so trapped. So it's an indication of how he's feeling as it relates to his current situation as it existed on August 11th of 2019.
We move to the next slide, and I'll pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, you indicated this is a continuation from the previous slide. Is that correct?
Yes.
What about these messages caught your attention?
First of all, the date caught my attention. This is 1 month to the day after Charles Vallow had been killed, and approximately 10 months into the relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Subsequent to Charles Vallow's death, the pressure being put by Lori Vallow on Chad Daybell for them to be together increased significantly. And so you see in these messages that Lori Vallow is asking, is that what he wants, for me to sit around waiting for you endlessly and you miserably wasting time? It doesn't feel right. And so these messages are a good indication of their thoughts as it relates to their ability to be together in the current circumstances that they find on that date.
And in that first message, Chad refers to it as torture.
Referring to the 2 days he's going to spend with his family as torture, yes.
And you indicated Charles Vallow's been dead for about a month, correct?
Exactly 1 month.
But Tammy's still alive.
Yes, she is.
And moving to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, you indicated this is also a continuation from the previous two slides. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
When you look at these particular messages, what stood out to you?
Again, it's a clear communication between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell regarding the status of their relationship and Lori Vallow's desire to be together overtly with Chad Daybell.
And when we look at the last message, the response from Chad to Lori, can you read that into the record?
Yes. Oh, honey, that is so crushing. I feel so destroyed inside. You know my love for you is deep and real. I want change. I'm constantly begging for change. I want you. Nothing else matters. But I am hindering your life and you deserve better. I love you so intensely.
And at this point in time, again, Charles died 1 month ago, correct?
Yes,
But Tammy's still alive.
yes.
And moving to the next slide, again, I'll pause to allow the jurors to read. Agent Hart, on that previous slide, we'd seen that Chad was begging for change so he could be with Lori. Is that correct?
Yes.
What would need to change so he and Lori could be together?
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Agent Hart, when we look at this slide, is it a continuation from the last several slides?
Yes,
And it's still on August 11th of 2019.
that's correct.
What about these messages stood out to you?
This demonstrates Lori Vallow's impatience for this plan that I've testified to previously about the life they want to live, where they want to live it, and their plans to be together and conduct missions together. And so Lori wants that to happen. And that can't happen while Tammy Daybell is still married to Chad Daybell.
And again, to remind the jurors, in these messages, did you ever see any indication that Chad was intending to divorce Tammy?
Never.
Did you ever see any indication that Chad was intending to separate from Tammy?
No.
If we go to the next slide, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read it. And again, Agent Hart, this is a continuation from the previous slides. Is that correct?
It is.
What about these particular messages stood out to you?
Previously, on August 8th of 2019, when this conflict about Chad Daybell's family vacation came up, we saw the text message about Grandpa Keith and that the angels were angry that Lori Vallow was ignoring Chad Daybell. The middle line of this text is a reference to that exchange that occurred 3 days previously, where Lori Vallow is now asking Chad Daybell, "Are you going to threaten me that I'm unprotected for putting Chad Daybell aside?" And his response is, "Absolutely not. I'm so upset at the circumstances. I'm demanding they protect you more than ever." So this was a tie back to the August 8th conversation with Chad Daybell.
And again, an indication that Chad Daybell can provide some form of protection.
Correct.
And moving to the next slide, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Agent Hart, is this also a continuation from the previous slides?
Correct. This is the final slide for this text string.
And with this one, if we break it down a little bit, looking specifically at that second text from Chad to Lori, are there certain things in that text that stood out to you?
Absolutely.
What were those?
The first is, it's mainly the second sentence. We are surrounded by telestial relatives that are simply obstacles.
Do you know what the reference telestial relatives would be in relation to? Or actually, let me back up. Through your investigation, did you learn or determine what telestial relatives would be referencing?
Yes.
What did you learn that to be?
The word telestial derives from the LDS faith. It is the lowest level or degree of glory or heaven. And then there are levels above that. So it's a reference to the lowest level of heaven as it's perceived.
And the specific word next to that is relatives.
Yes.
And these telestial relatives are being described as simply obstacles.
Correct.
And then what did Chad say regarding that? What's that next sentence, if you could read it into the record?
I'm so sick of it! Exclamation point.
And there's a response from Lori, but then looking down to the last message from Chad back to Lori, anything about that one that stood out to you?
There's a couple of things that stood out in that last sentence. Yes.
And could we go through those one by one?
Yes.
What is the first one?
Chad Daybell states very clearly what his greatest desire is. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream.
And again, during this time, Tammy Daybell's still alive?
She is.
What else about this message stood out to you?
The last sentence is telling in my mind. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
Your Honor, I have no additional questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Counsel, in reference to cross-examination and potential exhibit, I wanted to update counsel on that outside the presence of the jurors. So let's take a brief sidebar at this moment.
Now, why do they have to take a break as soon as I go get coffee? Can anybody answer me that? How is that right? Spin says, why does he get his laptop? I've never seen a defendant with a laptop. So I've seen that more often than you would think. Hannah Payne, she was dilly-dallying on her laptop. I think it's just his way of helping with his own defense, which is allowed. They're back from their sidebar city.
All right, we're back on the record after a sidebar with counsel. It's a little earlier than we would normally do this, but what we're going to do is take our mid-morning break at this time in order to get some exhibits properly before the jury, before cross-examination, which will take a few moments. So we'll use that time to allow the jurors to take a break. I'll go on the record with counsel before we bring the jurors back in at the end of the break to make any other additional evidentiary rulings that would occur outside the presence of the jurors. And then once we've concluded that, we should have the morning set up for continued cross-examination and evidence until we get to lunch. So with that in mind, let's take our mid-morning break at this time.
All right, please.
All right, counsel, just let me know when you want to conclude the break when we have these exhibits ready.
All right, folks, go ahead and head out now. You grab all three now.
Witness the lies.
I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise.
The cover.
Oh my gosh, I got it. I caught it just in the nick of time, right before he got to the spot we hate. Ugh, thank you. Let me maybe queue up something else. Okay, got the live button on. They didn't say how long their break was going to be. Normally it's like I think 30 minutes. So I don't know if they'll take the full 30-minute break or not. But I know, right? QB's like, no, I caught it just in time. So we had tacos last night for dinner. And while I was in there getting my coffee, I grabbed a little one of part of the one Jolie didn't eat last night because I just kind of fixed her like a rice and cheese and sour cream burrito. And because she's not much on like hamburger meat. So anyway, that she didn't eat all of that, so whatever was left in there, I snatched cold out of the refrigerator. I didn't even bother heating it up. It was still yummy. It was very, very yummy. Oh, hot. Coffee's nice and hot. So, Karen Reed, let's go back and check that out. I'm going to go over to the Twitters. The Twitters. Let's see how they're doing on their jury selection. There's too much to swim through on here. Too much junk on Twitter to get through on Karen Reed just to get the information you want. Not cool. Not cool at all. QB, if you see anything, let me look at this one. This was posted about 3 hours ago. It says 4 more jurors needed. Ooh, got the jury questionnaire here. Oh, cool. I got the whole jury questionnaire. How cool is that? What, QB? Did you already send me the jury questionnaire the other day? QB's like, ma'am. Did you already send me the jury questionnaire? She's giving a face palm. I guess she did. I just saw it on here. I'm sorry. Oh, Lord, Lord, Lord. It's in the file. Of course it is. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? I'm telling you, I suck. I'm the worst, QB. Will it be 12 plus 6 jurors too at Karen Reed? I'm not sure. QB, do we know? QB says yes. QB says yes. All right. 12 plus 6. So they're looking for 18 altogether. Altogether. Spin says, trust your mods. They do their homework. They do. You're so right. They sure do. They certainly do. I know. I do got to go look. I got to go look. Let me run over here. I have to run to the Discord. The Discord. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Macho, macho man. Do, 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 do. All right. Copy. Come over here. I'll drop this here in case either of you guys or any of you guys want it. Now let me go back up here to Karen Reed. Read. QB's coming in hot. I hear. Hey, beautiful.
Hello, gorgeous. How are you?
The suckiest, the worst.
I didn't come in hot. Look, I didn't even say nothing. It was funny because I was going over there to message you to say, where the linky link, drop the linky link. Because then I don't have to yell at you through the chat. I can yell at you from here.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, look, the jury questionnaire. I'm like, ma'am.
Yeah, you posted that 1920 4 days ago.
I mean, I wasn't gonna tell nobody, but no, you. Hey, Lauren. Yes, Morgana, me too. I was excited when I saw that. Y'all gonna laugh at me. This is stupid, but I'm so proud of myself that I got up and took a shower. I don't have to be nowhere today. And I'm like, let me go ahead and get up and get a shower. And I was like, who this? Who this? So
feels good though when you have that days.
It does. And you know, the thing about it is I always love taking a shower, but for some reason, hey Sherry. Hey Spins. I don't know what it is. It's like, well, it's my hair. I'm gonna cut it all off.
Oh, don't cut it all off. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna donate it anyways, but it's past my butt. So taking a shower is a whole thing. Like it's a whole marathon. And then afterwards is a whole marathon because then you got to brush it all out, comb it all out really, really good, and get all the hair because I lose all my hair. Hey, Brenda. Ma'am, she said, I'm gonna donate it. That's why I grew it out there anyways. So then I do the whole, washing and all the things, and then I treat it, and then I have to comb it all out again and pull out all the because I lose I lose a lot of hair.
Hey, Brenda. Good to see you, ma'am. And I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm trying to think if I have a picture that I could. I don't think I do. Not as long as it is now. It's past my butt.
Okay, here's this. Let me share this. Here's this questionnaire. Are you laughing, QB?
Not at all. A little bit. A little bit. Hi, Mousers. Hi.
I was like, oh, look, they have a jury questionnaire. Wow.
I was laughing so hard. I was like, Lord. And then I went over just to make sure I had put it in there because I was like, maybe I thought I put it in there, but I didn't put it in there, but I had done put it in there. So just so y'all know, they have like a generic questionnaire that they use on Spins, you ain't right. They have a generic one that they use for everybody, and it's basically like demographics and blah blah blah. And so they usually just use that for cases, for normal cases, not high, profile cases. But this one's a lot. And they are fighting today. Your girl Jennifer. she, mm,
She's being the mostest. I know. That's what I said. I said she's like a unlikable version of because okay. So I say unlikable version of Nancy Grace. I know a lot of you guys out there are not Nancy Grace fans. I personally love her, and I'm not going to apologize for the fact that I love Nancy Grace. Second of all, Jennifer Coffindaffer is not. The only reason I follow her on Twitter is because she stays with relevant information. Like
most of the time, except for in Karen Reed.
Well, and I don't mean relevant as in true as much as just
updates that there's something going on.
Updated information.
Yes, so she does update that things are going on. I don't know what she's got going on with Karen Reed. I don't know what her malfunction is, but she has been, I mean, she doing the most.
Mm-hmm.
She
is.
Yeah, she doing
and
the
most.
She's
like being like high charge, like personal, taking things like
what she's attacking personally.
Yeah.
And it's not a good look. So, but I don't know. There's something, I mean, I haven't gotten too much into it because one, I'm not deep diving Karen Reed because I want to watch it from the beginning. I do know, I mean, I have a pretty good basis. I mean, I do know some things, but past that, I'm trying to, y'all, I just did a fix on something and it worked and I am like beside myself happy. Sorry. What was I gonna say? Oh, so I'm not really getting into it, trying not to get into it, but the thing that's irritating, and you mentioned it earlier, is that the Twitter feed is all eat up with hashtag Karen Reed, hashtag, hey Patricia.
I didn't watch it, Patricia. Hey, girly. I didn't watch that, but I did hear about the Sade Robinson.
Yeah, that's just
it's not good.
Mm-mm.
It's very
not my cat
troubling.
trying to time spins out.
Wait, what, Brenda? You ain't been to bed yet? Ma'am, it is
Ma'am.
11:42 a.m. Eastern time, ma'am. Go to bed.
Anyways, the news feed is all filled up with, or the feed is all filled up with people fighting and you can't find nothing. So I'm trying to pay attention when something pops up to see if it's relevant,
Yeah, your best bet in that situation when it's like that, because it's kind of the same way with Sebastian Rogers too.
Yeah.
The best bet is to try to go make sure that you've got notifications turned on for particular.
That's what I did.
Accounts, so that if they are given up-to-date relevant information like quickly, just follow those accounts and then be done with it.
Yeah, that's what I did because so I can't open my bottle. Rude. Okay. Not me having to use a pair of pliers to open my bottle.
That was me that told her to go to bed, Morgana.
Yeah. Yeah, Morgana. Ma'am. My cat totally tried to time you out. She jumped up and I had my phone on the armrest and her paw hit your name.
Oh.
And almost timed you out.
Wow.
I know.
How
Morgana yelling at me. It wasn't even me.
So this questionnaire has got 29 questions.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Question number 1. It is alleged that on January 29th, 2022, while intoxicated and operating her motor vehicle in Canton, Mass., the defendant, Karen Reed, killed her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, an off-duty Boston police officer. Is there anything about the description of the case, the charges, or that the victim was an off-duty police officer that causes you to believe that you cannot be fair and impartial in this case?
It just went from jump.
I mean, they're kind of already biased everything all to pieces with that first question.
Right.
Question number 2. Do you have opinions regarding previous experiences as a juror, the fairness of the jury system or criminal justice system in our country that would impair your ability to be fair and impartial to both the Commonwealth and to the defendant?
Spins
So
the nerve
my
of my
answer.
cat. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Your cat stole your whole heating pad and everything.
My answer would be number 2 for no. I mean, would be no for number 2. Number 1, how would I have to answer that? It's alleged that on January, blah, 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 da, 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 da. Is there anything about the description of the case, the charges, or that the victim was an off-duty officer that caused you to believe that you cannot be fair and impartial? I would probably have to say not sure on that one.
And why is that?
Only because I've heard too much about it. So I would not make a good juror.
Yeah. No, yeah.
They'd boot me out to begin with. They'd be like, nope, next. Do you have any religious or philosophical
Wow, ma'am.
philosophical?
Right,
Philosophical.
let me write that one down. Philosophical. Let me add that to the list. Where's my
Let
list?
me try that. Let me back up and try that again.
Philosophical. How do I even spell that?
Just
philosophical.
Philosophical. Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that would make it difficult for you to follow the law and come to a verdict in this case? No. Reports about this case have been publicized in the media. Do you think you have read, seen, heard, or discussed anything about this case from any source? Yes.
Yeah, look, Morgana, you can say what you want. I'm not going back to listen. Plus, if I did tell her to go to bed, it's a whole nother day. At least I went to bed last night. I mean, not for long, but at least I went to bed, is all I'm saying. Sorry.
Oh, she said, I'll have you know you did tell her to go to bed, QB. Go back and watch. Thank you very much. Patricia says, I wonder what motive they're going to go for. Was he trying to leave her? And she was like, nope, I know nothing about this case. So, Patricia, that's kind of me. I mean, I know the like, all right, the description on the back of the DVD box that tells you breaks it, puts it into like 3 sentences. I know that much. I can tell you what's on the back of the DVD box.
The prosecution is arguing that they were arguing and that they had been arguing and that a breakup was impending. Impending?
I don't
impending
know if that's
doom.
right
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because you would say impending doom, that means doom's coming. Right?
Doom's a coming for you. So my question is, who was who breaking up with who, and who was having an affair?
I didn't say nothing about no affair.
Oh, did I make that up?
You did. I don't know that there's talk of affair. If there is, I haven't heard of it. That don't mean it hasn't existed. Because I'm like, you know how you read the Dust Jacket and then you read like the first page of a book? That's where I am.
Mm-hmm.
So the prosecution is saying that they got in an argument and she mowed him down. Now the
We all want to bet she ain't on her laptop.
ma'am.
What?
Let me back in. Let me do my laptop. Y'all, I gotta make room over here. So anyways,
Morgana says there is some talk about messing around.
there may have been. I don't know. But the video that they have is it don't look like they were fighting at all. Why is this? StreamYard is doing the most. I'm trying to get on my laptop.
Whoosh, Margaret made it.
Whoosh.
Margaret. We're on a break.
So, excuse me. So, and of course, the defense is saying they weren't arguing. The video that I have seen is all lovey-dovey. But it could have been one of the things that they mentioned was it could have been when she first got there. Like they're not positive. Like, is that when she walked in and was like lovey-doveying on him? You know? So yeah. Oh, my camera trying.
We were on a break. We were on a break. We were on a break. We really were
on a break.
We were on a break. We were on a...
Oh Lord. Now StreamYard trying to take me into last week. Why does it do that? Okay, I understand the Karen Reed is scheduled. Oh, you got a ma'am.
I hate it here.
I hate it here because my thing wants to always. Why does it always want to? There. All right. I'm in like Flynn. Anyways, go with the questionnaire. Sorry, I'm being rude.
We're looking at it. We got it.
I'm being rude.
Why are you being rude?
Because I was talking over you. I didn't mean to.
Oh, you're okay. I didn't even notice.
My did I send y'all? Oh, I didn't send y'all that thing. I'll just send y'all that thing.
Okay, let me go. Let me. Patricia says, "Hey QB, Taylor Swift made a song called I Hate It Here, and I Can Only Think of You."
I saw that. I saw that.
Let's see. What was the next question? Number 5. This case is expected to garner a significant amount of media attention. Is there anything about the high-profile nature of this case that would prevent you from serving as a fair and impartial juror? Yes, I heard this information on the Crime Cafe on the YouTubes. Number 6, have you already started to make up your mind about this case? Yeah. Potentially, maybe.
I'm not gonna lie, I have.
Do you, any family members or close friends reside in or conduct regular business in Canton, Massachusetts?
Why that matter? Nosy?
Well, I mean, they do have the right to be nosy when they're...
I don't give two... Oh. See, this is why I've been in timeout.
What was you going to say?
Nothing. Nothing.
Oh, I need it. Spins the store.
Yeah, because I was going to clip it, but I can't because YouTube deleted it.
Yeah, I know. They did delete it. They hardcore deleted it. She was going to say the big one. Let's see. Is there any reason you would be unable to follow an instruction that during your jury service you may not read any news or media accounts about this case? Watch or listen to any media or news broadcasts or commentary about this case, discuss this case with anyone, research or look this case up on the internet, or perform independent research?
Nope.
No.
I'm
I just
out.
felt like a judge. I just felt like a judge just then reading that. Because they read it every other second when they're, you know. What are you laughing about, ma'am?
I don't know. Because you're funny.
Me?
Yes, and I
No.
love you.
Why you're laughing? Is somebody tickling you?
No, Lord, please, no. God, no. Look, y'all better be lucky that I ain't got to go nowhere today, because man-child got the keys with him in his bedroom and he's asleep.
Mm.
Okay.
Ooh, welcome back, JB. Number 9, is there any reason you would be... Oh, they're back.
Oh, wait a minute. Lucy posted something.
We are back.
All right. Says, ooh.
What's going on, QB?
Says, according to a prosecution filing, the defense wants to call DA Morrissey to testify about what the defense says is a conflict with the Canton Police Department and the assignment of state troopers attached to Morrissey's office. The prosecution is also trying to block a victim witness advocate the defense wants to call from taking the stand.
Mm.
Who's this Ted Daniel dude?
Okay, they're back. Are we ready?
Yeah. Jenny, unmute.
It's not muted, is it?
We can't hear it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why can't you hear it?
I don't know.
Oh crap.
Brenda, she paused it because we couldn't hear it, but do you still have it muted?
I mean, the stream is not muted. Why is it saying it's muted? I don't understand. I mean, I hear it on my end playing.
I don't know.
I mean, not
couldn't hear it.
Right now.
Not right
it's
now
not.
because it's paused. It's not playing right now, y'all, because it's paused. Try it again.
It's playing. You can't hear that?
Nothing. Can y'all hear anything? I see the words on the screen. Yeah, I can't hear it.
Okay, hold on. Can you hear it now?
Nope. Hey, Miss King of Anything. Thanks, Patricia. I appreciate it. I'm just trying not to get whatever he had. I think not the girlfriend has it.
Hold on, I can't hear it and you at the same time. Say what? Say that again.
Sorry. I was telling Patricia thank you. She was asking about man-child.
Oh, okay.
Well, no,
Lee, no, it's
because
not on
Lee,
their end because I can hear it.
yeah. Maybe I don't know why. Oh, okay. Why would we not be able to hear it, but you can hear it? And the stream's not muted because we can hear you. So maybe go out and get the feed and come back again.
No, Lee, it's not muted in StreamYard, or at least I didn't have it muted in StreamYard.
Yeah.
I'm looking and it doesn't say it's muted. Oh. Yeah, let me drop it out and then I'll bring it back in. Hold on. Weird. Okay. Now.
Yes, JB, you can have all my hair. I'm going to give it all to you. I'm going to end up needing to shave it. Margaret, unplug it and plug it back in.
Kick it.
Is it plugged in? Did you turn it on?
Okay, what about now? Can you hear it now?
32 is not
Yes.
yet.
Yes.
Then.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it was weird. I had to drop it and then bring it back in. I don't know why that was. I was sitting here playing it the whole time, hearing it. I was like, what are y'all talking about? You can't hear it. What, because I could hear it. I don't know what the deal was.
Okay. Can you back it up?
Yeah, we'll back it up. Okay. So sorry about that.
That's okay. I didn't mean to come in hot like that. Unmute.
No, it was funny because when you were talking about when you were reading what you were seeing on Twitter, you were talking while the stream was going, and I was like, I can't hear her. Can she hear the stream? It was weird. And then remember, because I came back and said, are we ready for this? And you said, yeah. and but it had already been playing,
Oh,
but you
sorry.
couldn't hear it.
I couldn't
Yeah,
hear
it
it.
was
I didn't think it was playing.
so weird. That is so weird, right?
Uh,
I'm glad that you told me though, because that was weird.
well, I thought it was just me, so I was messing with mine, and then I saw Morgana say, "Are we supposed to be hearing something?" And I was like, "Yay,
Yeah,
it's not
they said
me."
that's the longest break, and I was like, "What are you all talking about?" I'm sitting here listening to them talk and having this argument, you know?
Right? Are they arguing?
I mean, not like literal arguing, but the judge was talking about some things that they had discussed while they were on the break, you know?
Oh, yeah. We need to know. We need to know. We need to know. All right. I'm muting.
All right,
Bye.
sorry. Sorry, guys.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Well, you did shoot.
Let me just double check. You guys can hear this, right?
All right, we're back on the
Yes.
record.
Okay,
Without the
good.
jurors present at this time, take up the matter of some exhibits. The issue being that one of the exhibits needed a redaction and other exhibits had some editorial type commentary on them that the court ruled would not be permitted as part of the exhibits. So those were also altered. And so let's just start with the state's exhibit 183. That was on Friday, and it was noted when we stopped for the day that there was some personal identifier information that needed to be redacted. That was redacted, and the information was not published to the jury. But in terms of marking or tracking the redacted exhibit, what does the state suggest in terms of a new replacement exhibit, or just noting on the record a redaction on the admitted exhibit?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would request that we just note that the redaction was made. The state actually never ended up submitting the original 183 because that was caught prior to us finishing with that PowerPoint presentation. So I talked to Madam Clerk and let her know that we were going to go ahead and get it modified. So the exhibit that's actually been entered into the record is the 183 with the redaction. So I think if we could just make a clear record that it's been admitted with the redaction versus the 183 that was previously admitted that wouldn't have had the redaction, if that makes sense, that may be the easiest way to do it. And the jump drive submitted to the court does have that correction.
Okay. From the defense, any objection to handling the exhibit that way?
No, Judge, and the state provided me all of the redactions, so that's acceptable.
Okay, so I'll put that on the record then. Exhibit 183 now admitted, and what was published and what will be provided to the jurors has the redacted personal identifier information from those screenshots on insurance applications or forms. So that will resolve 183. On Exhibit 6, that was previously admitted, and the commentary, which was not part of the content of the exhibit other than labeling of certain parts of the exhibit, has been removed from those exhibits. I guess I'm looking for how the parties wish to handle that Exhibit 6, and it's also going to be Exhibit 7 also, defense Exhibit 6 and 7. Do we want to strike from the record those already admitted exhibits and admit substitute exhibits? Mr. Pryor, what's your suggestion on that?
Judge, I've prepared substitute exhibits, so I would move to strike those three and judge it 6, 7, and 32, which are all by stipulation. I've prepared substitute exhibits. I've had given the state the opportunity to review those in their entirety. So I have 6, 7, and 32. So I would move to strike 6 and 7. I'll substitute 6 and 7 in with the additional one, and then move for 32 as well.
I think 32, we're looking at our records. I don't know that that one was yet admitted.
I don't think so, Judge, but I may have referenced it, but I don't think I admitted it at this point.
Okay, well, if 32 is not yet admitted, then we don't have an issue there. What will be admitted will have the proper labeling. On 6 and 7, I guess my suggestion is going to be we would strike them and maybe relabel the new submitted ones since exhibits were already admitted and call them 6A and 6B. Is there any objection to us giving them a new designated name, or do you think it's more clear to just note the changes on the exhibits after admission?
Your Honor, from the state's perspective, I believe that both 6 and 7 have multiple subparts that are labeled within the discs as 6A, 6B, and subsequent, and I think 7's the same. So because of that, I'm not sure if labeling them 6A and 7A would, I think it may create some confusion for the record. So I don't know if we could simply strike the other ones and just resubmit them as 6 and 7, but
Okay.
we'll leave it to the court's discretion.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. So that makes more sense to me also then. So just to be clear on the record, 6 and 7 were previously admitted. They were not yet published to the jurors. They were altered in that the descriptive language within those exhibits has been removed. So the contents are the same. The descriptions are not there any longer. So 6 and 7, as originally submitted, are removed from the record, and these 6 and 7 exhibits will come in now with the proper identifiers and just simply replace what was admitted. So we'll watch for that as things move along, counsel. I think there's a few other exhibits that are going to require the same treatment that have maybe not yet been admitted, and my staff attorney will assist in identifying those along the way if counsel hasn't. So I think with that, then we're ready to proceed with those evidentiary issues resolved. Anything further before we move on to cross from the state?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Judge, just that if I could have the original 6 and 7 that were struck and have them returned to me, I would appreciate it, Judge.
Okay, if we do have those, we'll get those out of our court records back to defense counsel, and then we will make a diligent effort before deliberations that whatever of these digital files go in for deliberations are only the correct exhibits that were admitted during trial. So with that, we're ready to bring the jurors back in. Let's have them return, and we'll commence with the defense cross of the witness.
Yeah.
All right, ladies.
Strike out the things on. Stand up.
Who's up for the counter for you, Your Honor?
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we've returned from our mid-morning break. We've sorted out the evidentiary issues we had on the record outside the jury's presence. Jury's returned at this time. Agent Hart remains on the stand, still under oath for testimony. The state concluded direct. So at this time, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to conduct cross-examination, you can do so.
And permission to approach the podium, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know what is going on today. Like my internet is hitting some kind of a brick wall or something. Jeez Louise, I'm trying to get it to stop buffering, but it is not having it.
I thought it was me.
No, it's totally me.
Glad it's not me. Maybe you should have left all your things in your MacBook.
Maybe. I don't
I'm
know.
just messing with you.
I don't know what
Good
I
morning,
did.
Agent Hart.
Morning.
Oh,
Now, would you prefer I refer to you as agent? You're retired FBI agent.
Bear with me while
Is
I
that
get
right?
it.
I am retired.
I gotta go out there and get the oil can and grease everything up, I
That's
guess.
correct.
Is it your preference to be called chief deputy, or would you prefer agent?
Agent's a little less of a mouthful, so that's fine.
And then, then I'll take your suggestion and refer to you as agent, if that's okay.
Jeez Louise. Okay.
As part of your investigation, you went over thousands of messages. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Tens of thousands of messages?
Yes.
Okay. A significant amount.
Correct.
And you put together a summary of what you thought were relevant messages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about who some of these messages were sent to, who received some of these messages. Obviously, you spoke in great detail about messages from Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Correct.
And Lori Vallow.
Yes.
Melanie Gibb.
No, Melanie Boudreau.
Well, did you ever have any that you reviewed from Melanie Gibb?
There are messages between Lori Vallow and Melanie Gibb in the iCloud that I have reviewed. Yes.
Okay, so there were messages that were involved with Melanie Gibb as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of these folks use other names in speaking with themselves, referring to others?
Can you clarify? Do you mean that
So,
names other than
nicknames.
themselves?
Nicknames. Lori Vallow use any nicknames?
Yes.
What nicknames did Lori Vallow use?
For others or for herself?
For herself and when others responded to her?
She would be called Lolo. She would be called Lily. Chad Daybell referred to her as Elena. And then there were numerous nicknames for her contacts that she had within the iCloud.
Okay, and then as far as Melanie Gibb, do you recall the nickname that Melanie Gibb used?
For herself?
For herself, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Okay. If I mention the word Phoebe, does that ring a bell?
Phoebe rings a bell, but I couldn't say definitively that that's associated with Melanie Gibb.
Okay. And if I were to show you a text message that referenced Phoebe to Lori Vallow, would that refresh your recollection?
It may.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. Other nicknames, other people, Alex Cox, did he have any nicknames?
Al was the most common one.
Okay. Melanie Boudreau?
Mostly Mel.
Okay. Anybody else you can think of?
Lori Vallow referred to Chad Daybell frequently as Bubby, Bubby.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I would classify as nicknames. There were several occasions where others were assigned names by Chad Daybell, but I wouldn't call those nicknames.
Okay. Okay. Now, if I could have Elmo put up, Madam Clerk.
What are we going to put on the Elmo?
I'm going to ask the officer to go back to
Referencing 183.
183, Judge.
All right. 183 has been admitted. So, and Mr. Pryor's mentioned before, there's a light and zoom feature on that Elmo for clarity. And there's a light there as well somewhere. There's a light switch that gets rid of the shadow. There you go. Thank you.
Wouldn't make it without any help, Judge, I promise you. So I want to start towards the end of what we talked about. And you talked about your analysis of this particular discussion or chain of text messages. And this is from the Lolly time at iCloud, Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
And the last line, I want you to read 824 again for me.
Of course. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
And you interpreted this in what way?
I don't believe I interpreted it at all during my testimony. I read it into the record on direct.
Okay. Well, I'm a bit curious. I want to be with you. That's Chad responding that he wants to be with Lori Vallow, right?
Correct.
It's my greatest hope and dream. He wants to have a relationship with her, right?
Yes, I mean, they've been in a 10-month relationship at this point, but I think he wants that relationship to be overtly known to everyone.
Okay. And you said a 10-month relationship. So 8/11 of 2019. I go back 10 months and that puts me right to October 31st, give or take a few days. So is it your testimony? You said 10 months. Is it your testimony that that relationship started immediately on October 31st, the first time they met?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. So they were in a physical relationship from the first time they met?
No, I testified that their physical relationship began the second time they met in person, which would have been November 15th through the 17th of 2018.
And your interpretation of what that physical relationship in 2 weeks later was what? What type of physical relationship they have 2 weeks later?
Chad Daybell wrote about it in great detail. They were kissing, fondling each other, in bed with each other, taking each other's clothes off.
Okay. And that, are you referring to the Jack and the Elena story? Is that what you're referring to?
James and
Elena. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I said Jack. James and Elena, excuse me. You're talking about the James and Elena story, right?
Correct.
And you know what Chad Daybell does for a living, right?
I do.
He's an author.
Yes.
He writes books about experiences that people have, whether religious or otherwise, right?
Yes.
And with every author, there's a little bit of exaggeration or artistic creativity whenever you're writing books. Would you agree with me?
If it's nonfiction, I would agree with you.
Okay. And you also know that this James and Elena was really a book in the making by Chad Daybell about his relationship with Lori Vallow, right?
I wasn't aware that it's a book in the making. No.
Okay. So this was just him taking doing a literary exercise, just writing about his relationship with Lori Vallow, not for the purpose of doing anything with it, just writing about this and making notes using different names, right?
I believe it's a truthful and accurate story.
Okay. Okay. A truthful and accurate story that you're putting down in writing about a relationship you're having with a woman, right?
Yes.
With some artistic creativity applied to it, correct?
I'll agree.
Okay. Now, did you, as part of your investigation, go back and look at some of Chad Daybell's writings?
We had someone in the investigative group do that. I've had some limited exposure to Chad Daybell's other writings, but I was not the individual who did an extensive analysis of those.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell made a habit of at least vaguely touching on some of his personal experiences when he wrote books?
It's my understanding that a couple of his books were about his prior experiences in his life.
And one of his books was about his daughter Emma. In fact, the very book mentions the name Emma in the book, doesn't it not?
I couldn't tell you the title of the book, but I believe that's correct.
So it wouldn't have been particularly unusual for him, given his past about writing about his past experiences, to put together a book or a novel about a relationship he was having with Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct. I think the James and Elena story is about his relationship with Lori Vallow.
And it wouldn't be unusual, like in his other books, to maybe provide some artistic creativity as far as the facts are concerned, right?
It would depend on which facts you're talking about.
Okay. So what you're saying to me is that if the facts are helpful to the prosecuting attorney, he's not making it up.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. Move to strike.
Sustain.
You don't know which facts are creative in this story that he was writing Lori Vallow, do you?
I know that we were able to vet and verify an extensive number of facts from that story.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you whether the explicit sexual detail is accurate or not, but
Okay.
the other elements are accurate.
Okay. So when we go back to this lolly time that's up on the board here and showing us, the last line is, I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down. You see that line?
I do.
Okay. And you said you didn't offer any explanation as to what that meant.
On direct, I did not.
Okay. And that was on August 11th of 2019.
That's correct.
And it talks about heaven would strike us down
It
in
does.
regards to the relationship.
Say again.
Well, it's in regards to the relationship, because I will happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down. That's what that says, isn't it?
It does.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with murder, does it?
I don't know that I could say entirely that it doesn't.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with the fact that maybe Mr. Daybell felt he couldn't divorce his wife, Tammy?
I don't know whether that's what that's in reference to or not.
Could it have anything to do with the possibility that Chad Daybell, as this so-called visionary who gets these premonitions, wouldn't leave his wife, Tammy, until his premonition came true that she would pass away?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence or the prior testimony.
Overruled.
You can answer that, officer.
Again, I don't know what was in Chad Daybell's mind as it relates to why heaven would strike him down if he joined Lori Vallow at that point.
Okay. Tens of thousands of text messages, right?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't see in any of these, and if you have them in the other 10,000 that you went through, show me the one that says, hey, this is Chad. Let's kill the kids.
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, and tries to put evidence not in fact,
Overruled.
facts not in evidence.
Well, it's question on cross. It's overruled.
Show me the text. It says, let's kill the kids.
Well, that is argumentative, Mr. Pryor. If you want to ask if there's a text, that would be different.
Is there a text that says, let's kill the kids?
There are several texts that talk in detail about the deaths of those two children. Yes.
Oh, well, in detail about the deaths and what happened during their deaths, right? Not let's kill the kids, are there?
Wait a minute. What do you mean what happened during their...
What I'm saying is that there's references to Tylee and JJ throughout text messages, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But there is not a text message that says, let's kill the kids, is there?
There are text message in those specific words, no, but certainly alluding to and planning for the deaths of Tylee and JJ, yes.
Okay, and what in reference to how they're planning to kill the kids, why don't you talk to me a little bit about that? What exactly did you come across that says, let's plan on killing the kids?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony and it's argumentative.
That is sustained.
Okay. You just made reference to the fact that there are text messages that talk about the planning of killing these kids, right?
Correct.
What text messages are you referring to?
There are several text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that refer to a plan to take the children and Chad Daybell's ability as a supposed visionary to understand when that might happen.
Okay. Okay, so there's no specific text message that talks about we're going to kill the kids and live happily ever after, is there?
I would disagree. Contextually, I think that's the meaning of those texts.
Okay. So in other words, you're interpreting those texts how you think they should be understood, right?
Well, those texts talk about the deaths, using the word death of Tylee and JJ. It talks about their death percentage, and both Tylee and JJ ended up being murdered. So if that's context, then that's the conclusion I draw, yes.
Okay, so what you're referring to are the text message where a numeric number was assigned to particular children about death percentages, correct?
Assigned by Chad Daybell, yes.
Right. Now, we talked a little earlier, and that's why I'm leading into this with you. And you could probably help me a little bit. My recollection is you were talking something about Allie Bloomer, right?
Yes, that's the second slide.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's actually the third slide, isn't it?
Oh.
Can you go to the third one? You threw me off, right?
It starts on the second slide, and then it continues to the third slide.
So you talked about the fact that because Chad Daybell put a numeric number on the children. That was the reason they were killed, right?
No, I wouldn't state it that way, that was the reason they were killed.
Okay. That supported your theory that they were killed because they were put a dark number on them, right?
I believe the dark number provided the justification for
Okay.
them to carry out those acts.
Okay. Okay, so when we go down to line 3000, would you read that one for me, the first two sentences?
Yes. Allie Bloomer is 4.1 dark. Her cop husband is 3 dark.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, are Allie Bloomer and her husband dead?
To my knowledge, they are not.
Okay. So when you assign a number dark, explain this. I mean, you probably know better than I do. Is this something that's part of the LDS faith?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is there a reference in the LDS faith to light and dark?
Light and dark. Yes, there's reference throughout the Bible and the LDS faith to light and dark.
So if there was previous testimony by someone who suggested that light and dark is not part of the LDS faith, they're either mistaken or they're not being truthful. Would that be fair?
I don't think light and dark, as assigned by Chad Daybell, is part of the LDS faith.
That's not what I asked you, sir, and I appreciate you answering that way. What I asked you is that there is light and dark in the LDS faith, right?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Okay. It's overruled. There's a light and dark in the LDS faith, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're talking about is that there's a numeric system here. Is that what you're telling me? That Mr. Daybell's using?
There is a numeric system that Mr. Daybell is using.
Okay, and you've never seen this with anybody else ever putting a numeric system on light and dark, correct?
I have not.
Okay. Okay. And Allie Bloomer and her cop husband are not dead, right? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, they are not.
Okay. So do you know how this dark numbering system works? Is high good or is low good, or how does that work on the dark spectrum?
From what I've been able to decipher based on my participation in the investigation, the higher the number, the worse it is.
Okay. So if you're a 1 dark, that you're better off being a 1 dark than you are being a 4 dark, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. Judge, could I have exhibits 6 and 7?
Yes, I'll have the bailiff bring those over.
And if you could just bear with me. While I'm waiting this to warm up a little bit, we'll move on and talk about a couple of other topics while I'm. It talked about manipulation, right? From both Chad and Lori.
Yes.
Now,
Mr. Pryor, just on the exhibit you've got continually being published there, if you're done with that, would you remove it from being published?
Now, your testimony is that you felt that Chad was using his religious knowledge or beliefs to manipulate Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So he was suggesting that because he has so much insight that he's with these religious insights that he's able to convince Lori Vallow to stay with him because he has religious insight. Is that correct?
He was looked to as the visionary for this small group, and in that capacity, yes, used that to keep Lori Vallow in a relationship with him.
And the small group you're talking about, who did you discover was in this small group?
The inner circle is really a trio of Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and Alex Cox.
Anybody else?
That's what I would refer to as the inner circle. There were others that were more peripheral.
Okay. And when you say more peripheral, shared some of the same religious views that Chad Daybell has.
Yes, I would describe them as adherents to Chad Daybell's doctrines.
How many of those do you talk about that are peripheral people that were adhering to it?
Six to 10.
Okay. Would Melanie Gibb be included in that group?
Yes.
David Warwick?
Yes.
Zaluma Pastenes?
Yes.
Okay. Melanie Boudreau?
Yes.
So this wasn't a large group of people then?
No, Chad Daybell spoke at a lot of conferences, and those were larger, but I can't speak to how his message was received by those people.
And when you say Chad Daybell spoke at these conferences, you touched on it a little before that maybe Lori Vallow wasn't believing everything that Chad was saying about this religious stuff, right?
No, I don't believe I said that. I do believe she believed pretty much everything that Chad Daybell said.
Okay. And maybe what you testified to is that you questioned the accuracy of it in one of the text messages that you put up on the board. Do you recall saying something about that? No?
I don't, if you can direct me to this particular message.
So Chad Daybell started writing these books well before she ever met Lori Vallow. He met Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And he wrote these books about his experiences and about his theories and interpretation of what he felt was the teachings of the LDS faith, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Introduces facts, not an evidence. I believe counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Well, he wrote a lot of books about religious issues, correct?
Yes, I think most of his books had to do with kind of an end of times theme.
And he would go on these various, go to various places and speak about his books and try to sell books.
Correct.
This was sort of a way to market or to make a living by talking about various religious feelings about religion, and then he'd go on and speak to people, and then in the meantime try to make a living or try to make money selling these books to people, right?
Yes.
And the predominant audience that he would go to, these encampments, these gatherings, these various locales, for the most part, they were centered around Utah, correct?
No, I mostly, well, St. George, Mesa, there was one in Boise.
Right.
So
Well-
the Intermountain West.
And you beat me to the punch, because I was about to start with Utah, then say Arizona, then say Idaho, but the predominant audience that these books were marketing to were people in Utah, Arizona, Idaho, correct?
That's where he spoke, yes.
And they were predominantly marketed to people of the LDS faith, right?
I think so.
And they were marketed to the people who would want to go to these various seminars about preparing for the end of time, right?
Yes.
And these people weren't all members of a cult, were they?
Not to my knowledge.
And there were various audiences who would show up and listen to Chad Daybell talk and sell his books, right?
Yes.
So the fact that he has Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Melanie Gibb, and David Warwick, who were friends of his, right?
Well, I think the relationship with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow was closer than what it was, different than those other names that you mentioned, and closer than friendship.
Right. But let's take, and we'll talk a little bit about the Alex Cox-Lori Vallow relationship, but as far as the other were concerned, all of the emails and all of the text messages, that you talked about, they had a recurring theme. These people were friends, right?
Yes.
And these friends talked about religious beliefs, correct?
Yes.
And these religious beliefs may not be what everybody else believes in, but they seem to have a consistent theme, and they were all consistent in believing whatever Lori, Chad, David, and Melanie were talking about. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
Okay. So when you talk about a group, we're really talking about a group of friends who have some, maybe not traditional beliefs, but have religious beliefs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the text I put up there from Lori to Chad, and it's the one, line 836. Oh, wait. Let me know when you're ready.
Mhm.
You okay? You all set?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you take that as being would you take that as being in somewhat of a sarcastic tone?
No, I think Lori was pushing Chad and was serious.
Okay. So you should give all of your love and your attention to your wife and family. That's what she's saying, right?
Yes.
I'm just a distraction. Go have fun with your family. There's nothing sarcastic about that?
Well, if you look at Chad Daybell's reaction, which is that is so crushing and I feel so destroyed inside, I don't think he took it as being sarcastic.
Okay. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk, but we have nothing until things change. So she's basically drawing a line in the sand and saying, unless something changes, we have nothing to do with each other. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So what she's doing is she's saying that unless something happens, either you divorce your wife or you kill your wife or your wife dies, you don't have me.
I agree.
Okay. And then Chad responds, I'm constantly begging for change below. You see that?
I do.
But I'm hindering your life and you deserve better. I love you so intensely. Okay. You see that?
I do.
The text following that, did any of them say, all right, I agree with you, Lori. Let's kill Tammy. You find any of those?
I found a number of texts talking about Tammy's death percentage in subsequent conversations.
Yeah. You're also aware that Chad Daybell, maybe you're not, but are you aware that since 2016, Chad Daybell had been talking to these public audiences about the fact that Tammy was going to have a very short life?
I was aware that he made those statements to particular individuals. I'm not aware that he spoke of that publicly, but yes, I know that he communicated that Tammy was going to die to a number of people.
Right. And these other individuals are friends and family of Chad Daybell, who are also friends and family of Tammy Daybell, correct?
That I don't know. I can tell you the ones that I do know that he spoke with.
Okay.
And I'm not aware that they knew Tammy.
Okay. Okay. So it wasn't necessarily a secret that Chad was keeping with anybody since 2016, that he felt he had a premonition or a belief that his wife was going to have a short life, right?
There were certain people he communicated that to, correct.
Right. And when I'm reading through the text messages, and you went through your presentation, am I wrong when I'm reading these messages to read into this that Chad was waiting for Tammy to pass away, and that was what the delay was, correct?
It could be that, or it could be waiting to take action.
Okay. So we don't know what it was, right?
From the investigation, I believe I know what it was.
Okay. Well, people differ in their opinions, right?
They do.
Yeah. And Judge, could we approach for just a minute?
Yes.
Sidebar City. Margaret's comments about people falling asleep at Chad's conferences and stuff cracks me up. She says, I don't think his upper lip ever moves when he talks. Lemon's getting thirsty. He's drinking some water. Or maybe it's lemonade. Is it lemonade? Yeah, lemonade. Wow. Jolie fixed me some lemonade. You guys can hear me, right? I'm freaked out that nobody can hear things anymore. Where's QB?
Not me over here having a whole conversation and I fell out.
Oh, so you can hear me then?
Oh yeah. I was
Okay.
like, can you hear me? I was talking to Jolie.
Margaret, you're so mean.
Nobody's saying anything. Rude.
Let's let her think she's on mute. You're such a butt, Margaret.
Oh my goodness.
I think I'm on mute and you're literally on mute. You're on audio and visual mute.
Oh, for sure. I put
Mhm.
myself back in like twice.
Mm.
Spence fell asleep. Wakey, wakey.
Thanks for coming back.
Oh.
I can't hear anything.
Best laid plans.
There we go. Best laid plans.
Best laid plans. Yay, JB caught up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a thumb drive with a file in it. It may be a thumb drive that's having a few issues because it wanted to pull files and then it didn't. So we'll see if it will.
And it's here. Judge, I got it.
Okay. All right.
Surprise. Magical words. You did it.
Magical words. The store.
Ugh.
And Judge, I'm going to try to publish off of Exhibit 7 an email from, I believe it was from the Lolly Time, previously admitted exhibit number 7.
All right. Once you have that pulled up on your screen, let us know. And then
Judge, I'm ready.
Okay. I'll instruct the clerk this time to allow that to be published then.
Okay. Now, you previously mentioned about Phoebe, was your recollection was that it was Melanie Gibb. Is that correct?
I testified that I wasn't 100% certain of that, but I don't dispute that that's
okay. So at the top, this is a text message from Phoebe from the Lolly Time to Lori Vallow. Would you read the first line?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks. I love you so much. I'm going to teach right now, teaching about discerning and shutting off dark portals.
Okay, and then the one below that.
I could see the darkness so clearing last night when I was teaching last night. Their eyes were dark like marbles.
Okay, now the date of those messages was when?
July 25th of 2019.
Were you aware during your investigation where Melanie Gibb was teaching on that particular occasion?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You are aware that Melanie Gibb taught classes, variety of different things about vibrations and about light and dark, correct?
I wasn't aware that she taught classes. I know there was a podcast and group discussions and things like that.
Right. She would go to encampments or she would go to programs and be a speaker talking about a variety of religious topics, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when Melanie Gibb talks about dark portals, is that something she's talking about that's consistent with the LDS faith to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. When she's talking about eyes being like dark marbles, Is that also something that's consistent with being of the LDS faith?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay. And to avoid, and Judge, we can bring that down now. I'm done. But during your research, there were other individuals that talked about putting numeric numbers on people with dark and light, right?
There was one single instance in all of my review where Lori Vallow disputed a designation made by Chad Daybell. So that's the only other time I'm aware of anyone else putting those numbers on
Okay.
individuals.
Okay. And all I want to do is just have you confirm then for me. In the review of all of those 10,000 plus text messages, are you telling me that other than Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, they were the only ones who talked about dark and light and put a numeric number on someone?
I am testifying that the only times I saw those numbers being generated, with the exception of one occasion, were all by Chad Daybell.
Okay. Okay. And all of the people that were designated, well, so other than Chad Daybell, your testimony then is that nobody else put numeric numbers on people as it related to dark and light. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. You brought up a subject about the process of sealing. Remember that in the very beginning of your testimony?
It's part of the James and Elena story, correct?
Right. But you also explained that what sealing is in your definition, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I understood sealing to be part of a marriage process when two couples of the LDS faith go into a temple and they perform a private ceremony. Is that what you understand it to be as well?
Yes, when two people go to get married, correct.
Right. And that is a process in which, and I don't want to go into, we don't need to go into significant detail about this, but it's a religious symbolism to show that they have an intent of wanting to be together the rest of their life, right?
Correct.
And they're basically sealing themselves to each other in essence, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Has nothing to do with death or anything like that. It has everything to do with the celebration of the marriage ceremony, correct?
It's a marriage ordinance that's performed in LDS temples.
Okay. All right. Okay. And Judge, I'm going to stop there. That's all I have at this point, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude cross-examination of the witness. Redirect from the state.
Agent Hart, you were just asked about the sealing reference in one of those messages. Do you recall testifying about that before?
I do.
And you were asked specifically about it dealing with the marriage ceremony by Mr. Pryor, correct?
Yes.
And previously, did you testify that there are also sealings done for people that have passed away?
That's correct.
And when you referenced the James and Elena story, was that your understanding of what was being referenced at that time?
Judge, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Was that your understanding of what was being referenced in the James and Elena story?
Yes, the ceilings being referred to in the James and Elena story are what they call proxy, meaning that genealogical research is done and that a man and a woman go in and, based on historical records, if two people had been married, they then perform that marriage ceremony in their behalf. That the two people performing the ceremony aren't getting married. They're a stand-in for people based on genealogical research who are being sealed.
And at the time that was done, that was in the November of 2018.
November 16th of 2018.
And at that time, was Charles Vallow still alive?
No, he was not. Or excuse me, yes, he was. I'm sorry, I was thinking of 2019.
2019. So in November of 2018, Charles Vallow was still alive.
He was.
And in November of 2018, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
She was.
And is part of the idea behind the sealing that you would be married for eternity?
Judge, leading question.
Sustain.
When we looked at those messages, if you recall, was the indication that Chad believed or was indicating he and Lori would be married eternally?
That's precisely what was stated in Chad's writing.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine where the teachings of light and dark originated as far as this particular group of individuals you were asked about?
They originated from Chad Daybell.
And you indicated Melanie Gibb was one of the individuals that would have received those teachings?
I believe so, yes.
You were asked some questions about levels and light and dark, and specifically in reference to Allie Bloomer. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was Allie Bloomer a telestial relative of Chad or Lori?
Not to my knowledge.
And we talked a little bit about that telestial relative, the meaning of that, and Mr. Pryor put that slide back up. You'd referenced that it is the lowest kingdom. Would that also be, would telestial refer here on earth?
Yes.
So the reference was the telestial relatives were obstacles.
Correct.
Through your investigation, did you learn if Charles was ever deemed dark?
Charles Vallow?
Charles Vallow.
He was.
Did you ever learn whether Tylee Ryan was deemed dark?
She was.
Did you ever learn whether JJ Vallow was deemed dark?
He was deemed to have turned into a zombie, which
Judge, unresponsive.
Overruled.
is parallel to being dark, being inhibited by a dark entity.
And what about Tammy Daybell? Did you ever learn whether she was deemed dark?
Again, she was deemed to have been inhibited by a dark entity.
And based on your investigation and looking through these messages, who was the one that would determine if someone was light or dark?
Chad Daybell.
And of those 4 relatives that we talked about, are you aware of their current status?
All 4 are dead.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake. I don't think we got outside the scope of cross there or direct, so won't permit recross for this witness. That will conclude the testimony of Agent Hart. Is he going to be recalled potentially by either side?
He is going to be recalled by the state, Your Honor.
And he's going to be called by the defense as well, Judge.
All right. Agent Hart, going forward, then you're still under the court's exclusionary order, which disallows you from watching this trial or discussing your testimony or anybody else's testimony before you return to testify. I'll question you about that when you retake the stand in the future. So please abide by that exclusionary order. And with that, you may go ahead and step down, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Yes, I'll have the bailiff retrieve that exhibit, please. And where we took our break already this morning, we'll intend to go forward till lunch. Does the state have another witness to call at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Sydney Woodbury Shank.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, the court will note the witness has been placed under oath at this time, so I am going to inquire. This case has been live streamed and available for view by the public in general or anyone interested. So, Ms. Woodbury Shank, have you watched this trial or observed any of the trial testimony since the trial began?
No.
Okay. Have you discussed with anyone else your testimony, anyone that has testified in this case?
No.
All right. Thank you for your responses then, Mr. Wood. If you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, it's Sydney Shank, SCHENK.
Ms. Shank, what state do you currently reside in?
I currently reside in Arizona.
Did you, have you ever lived in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, in 2019, I lived in Rexburg, Idaho.
What were you doing there?
I was attending college at Brigham Young University, Idaho.
Were you working at the time?
I was not.
Okay. Were you looking for work?
Yes.
What kind of work were you looking for?
I, in the past, have nannied and babysat. I enjoy watching kids, so I went on a website called care.com. Looking for a job opportunity to be a nanny.
Through care.com, did you ever meet a Lori Vallow?
Yes. So I posted a job listing that I wanted to nanny, and she replied to my listing, and we got in contact on the website, and then later messaged through text and set up a time for me to come meet her and her son JJ.
Where did you meet her?
I met them at her townhome in Rexburg.
And do you remember approximately when you met her?
Yeah, it was September 18th.
And did you, through that conversation, did you learn if JJ had any special needs?
Yes. So she mentioned, yeah, he has autism and that he had difficulty focusing at times and had some behavioral difficulties at times. And yeah, that he needed extra help.
When you met with her, did she say anything about her husband?
She did. She mentioned, as we got to know each other, that they had just moved to Rexburg from Arizona and that her husband recently passed away from a heart attack and that JJ was kind of struggling to understand that.
Did she tell you anything else about JJ?
Not really that day, just, yeah, that he had autism and some difficulties.
Did she speak with you at all about a daughter named Tylee?
She didn't mention her name, but she did say she had a daughter that was living in town. attending college, and that sometimes she would come to visit and do laundry or come home for dinner, and sometimes would babysit, but that she didn't like babysitting without being paid. And so she wanted someone else to come in and help her.
And so, from your understanding, was this daughter living in a separate location than Lori Vallow?
From what I understood, yes.
And this was on September 18th of 2019.
Yes.
Did she hire you to watch JJ?
Yes. So we had discussed coming in the future and coming the next day. She needed to go to the airport to pick up a friend, and she needed some help watching him just for a few hours. So I came the next day on the 8th or the 19th to watch JJ.
Did she, and approximately how many hours did you watch him that day?
I want to say 3 to 4 hours.
Did Lori say anything to you about JJ's medications?
She did. She, when I arrived, explained like what to feed him and some activities to do. And then also that if she got home later, that I could give him some medication to help him sleep.
So tell us about watching JJ. What do you remember about that experience?
I remember him playing with the neighbor kids the majority of the time, and it was going fine. He was a fun kid, and he eventually went over to the next door neighbor's house to play, and I fed him some dinner before he left, and eventually his mom was going to come home soon, so I went back and picked him up from the friend's house. And he seemed really upset and just sad. They had a little tiff about sharing toys or something, and he was pretty upset. And I tried to calm him down best I could, but he had some behavioral difficulties calming down and was getting a bit aggressive and angry.
Did you have any other contact with Lori Vallow that night?
I did. So she came home from the airport with her friend, and her brother was there, and she tried to help me calm down JJ. And just in the midst of kind of him freaking out, I just left and she paid me. Yeah.
Did you have any further communications with Lori Vallow?
I did. So a couple days later, I messaged her again, hoping to work again. This, from my understanding, was going to be a longer term job that I could work for her few times a week as she needed it. And asked when I could come back. And she said that JJ went with his grandparents for a month and that she was in Hawaii for a month. And that after that month had passed, I could reach out to her again to reschedule another time to babysit.
And did you ever try to do that?
I did. Yeah, I called her and texted her and never got a response back. From that point on, I didn't speak with her at all.
So you never heard from her again?
No.
Did Lori Vallow ever mention the name Chad Daybell to you?
No.
So you, through your contact with her, you never heard of a Chad Daybell?
No, never.
Your Honor, that's all the questions the state has for now.
All right. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
It's still morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Do you have a recollection of about what time Lori Vallow returned home?
I don't know for sure, but it was around dinner times, probably around 5 or 6 at night.
Okay. You mentioned that it was about 3 or 4 hours that you watched JJ, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you, and this was Thursday, right?
Yes.
And then what time did you arrive to start the babysitting?
I don't know for sure, but must have been 4 hours before that. So around maybe 1 o'clock.
Okay.
I don't know for sure though.
And you mentioned that you fed JJ that day. You fed him dinner.
Yes, yeah.
Is it possible it was after dinner?
That what was after dinner?
When Lori Vallow returned?
Yes, yeah.
So you don't know about what time after dinner, though?
No, not for sure.
Okay. Okay. Now, before you started babysitting JJ that day, Lori warned you about some behavioral problems, right?
Yes, yeah.
Warned you how to distract him, do things to distract him, show him a show,
Yeah.
or keep him preoccupied because JJ suffered from a form of autism, from what I understand, correct? Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And when Lori left, did she leave with anybody?
Yes, she left with her brother.
Do you remember what his name was?
I believe it was Alex.
Okay. And do you know about what time they left?
I would guess around 1 o'clock. Shortly after I arrived, they left.
Okay. Okay. And they were going to pick up a friend on Thursday that day, correct?
Correct.
And do you know the name of that friend that they were going to pick up Thursday afternoon?
I did not.
Did you happen to see her when she arrived?
Yes.
Can you describe what color her hair was?
It was a long time ago.
Okay.
But from what I remember, I want to say blonde.
Okay.
But honestly, I don't remember for sure.
And a slender lady.
Yeah.
Did anybody mention the name Melanie by any chance?
I can't say for sure. I don't remember.
At some point later, did you find out who that other friend was?
No.
Okay. And you noted I read the officer's report about the interview with you. You noted that she came in and she didn't have any luggage with her.
Yeah, that's correct.
That struck you as kind of odd.
Yes. I didn't know how long she was staying, so or maybe she left it in the car. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
Yeah.
But she didn't come in with the luggage, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. And you noted that there were some behavioral problems with JJ right off the beginning, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Something about going upstairs and he knocked a mirror on the bed or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that.
He was just kind of freaking out. And when we came home from the friend's house, he kind of threw like the ottoman and a chair down. And then he ran upstairs and wanted space. And I heard something fall and it was the mirror. So I went up to check on him to make sure that he was okay. And I saw that, yeah, it was broken.
So from what I understand, you're telling me is that Lori Vallow warned you ahead of time that JJ had some behavioral problems.
Correct.
Maybe not to the extent you experienced, though, right?
Yeah.
And this was a handful of activity with JJ, right?
Correct.
Throwing a lot of things, correct?
Yes.
Misbehaving, tantrums,
Yes.
throwing things upstairs, throwing things downstairs,
Yes.
climbing up and down all over the furniture.
Yes.
And this was on the 18th, Thursday, the 18th of September, and you were alone with JJ when all of this was going on, right?
It was the 19th.
I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
19th, Thursday, the 19th.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then at that point, after you had sort of straightened things up in Lori's house, you went over to pick him up with the friend, right?
No, he was upset and throwing stuff after the friend's house.
Okay. But before he started throwing the stuff, he was over at a friend's.
Correct.
And was there a little bit of drama over there as well?
Correct.
Talk about that with me a little bit. What kind of drama did we have while he was over at the friend's house?
From what I remember, they were just upset about a toy or sharing a toy.
Okay.
And JJ had a hard time doing that.
Okay. So I'm bouncing around for a reason, so please bear with me. When the person who showed up from the airport on the 19th, the only people in the house at that point would have been the person they picked up at the airport, Alex Cox, Lori Vallow, and JJ, right?
Correct. Yes,
And at no point during that time did you ever see anybody else at the house. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. You never heard anybody mention the name Chad Daybell, did you?
No,
Okay. Now, were you aware that JJ and Tylee had a very close relationship?
no, I wasn't
Okay.
aware.
But interestingly, you noted to the officer that when when Lori and her friend and Alex got home, you told Lori about, JJ's behavior.
Correct.
And to some extent, it was still going on, correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, you made note of the fact that Lori seemed to be acting in a particular way towards JJ, right?
Correct.
And you said it appeared to be a little overwhelming. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, I felt, and maybe I was judging, but I felt as if she was too comforting to him and didn't try to correct that behavior. Because to me, throwing chairs and breaking stuff isn't an appropriate behavior. And instead of correcting that, she was more just emotionally there for him and like being very sweet and kind to him, which I guess is a loving mother. But to me, that was a little strange that she wouldn't correct that inappropriate behavior.
Right. And you viewed her behavior as over nurturing?
Yeah,
She went over the top.
correct.
She was cuddling him too much.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And all of this behavior that you saw, the active behavior by JJ at that time, did that continue on while you were there? Lori was there, Alex, and this other person?
He seemed to calm down a little more once she came,
Okay.
and it improved a little.
Okay. And lastly, while you were there, the person that they picked up at the airport, when all of this behavior was going on and you were trying to explain to Lori, did the person who they picked up at the airport, did she ever use the word zombie?
No,
Did Lori Vallow at that time ever use the word zombie to describe Alex's erratic behavior?
no,
Did Alex Cox ever use the word zombie to describe JJ's erratic behavior?
no,
Did anyone in that house at the time, when JJ was acting up, use the word zombie?
no,
Did you ever hear the words from JJ using the words zombie?
no.
I have nothing else.
All right.
Nothing on redirect.
All right. That concludes the testimony of this witness then. Thank you for appearing today. Will this witness be recalled by either side?
Not by the state.
Ms. Pryor?
No, Judge. Oh,
Okay.
it's on, Judge. No.
All right. That concludes your testimony then. You may be released. Thank you for appearing today.
Okay, so I've just got to stop this for a second. I got a few words. First of all, okay, coming in a little bit hot and heated right now. First of all, the little miss on the stand, and not just the little miss on the stand, but anyone, okay, that puts their ability or availability on care.com or wherever.com to be a child care provider. I don't know. There needs to be some sort of a like screening process for some people to work with kids with special needs because one, she was saying, oh, she was being too sweet to him and loving him and coddling him and not jumping on him for his behavior, blah, blah, blah. So, and then Pryor kept saying tantrum and this and that and the other. Okay, there's a difference between tantrums and meltdowns. Okay. And not playing devil's clavicle for Lori because the woman deserves to be where she's at. But even though it may have appeared to have looked like she was coddling him, she has been with him long enough to get to understand him and know what is going to calm him down because that may not have been a tantrum. It may have been a meltdown. So you can't come at a kid who's having a meltdown because he has autism prior. He keeps saying a form of autism. He has autism, okay? There's a spectrum there. It's not like you got this form, that form, the other form. I know that there's Asperger's and all of that, but I see QB's mic come unmuted. She knows she's wanting to pop in. I just am like, so many things went on there where I wanted to strangle about 5 different people in that courtroom. I'm so sorry. QB? If you're talking, I can't hear you, ma'am. Oh, wait. She's not up on the thing. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Hello?
Hi.
I didn't realize you weren't up on the panel. I saw you down in the bottom, but I didn't realize you weren't up there. Now I know better. Sorry, I was having me a little bit of a throw a fit myself here on.
No, I agree with you. You know, maybe she's got some childhood care or whatever. But she was with that kid one time, and you don't question when a mother has been with an autistic child and they know what to do. You don't question that because, like you said, there's a difference between a meltdown and a tantrum.
Right.
And the way she said that, she was very judgy. And for me, the only thing they did was prove that at one point Lori was a good mama.
Yeah, I know.
So
I mean, I just wanted to make the point that not everybody, especially if they're coming in with the thought process of, oh, she coddled him and this and that. Don't get me wrong. I know there's some kids who need a good whatever, but there's times and places for that discipline, right?
if you come at a child with an autistic child when they're having a meltdown with some discipline, you about to be in a whole world of.
Yeah, there's not a time. I mean,
You can't do it.
No.
So,
but anyway, yeah, I just, and she did just come off very judgy for me, and I don't remember any of that during Lori's trial. I could be wrong. Maybe I missed it, but it just like struck a nerve with me all of a sudden when I heard her say that. And I was like, wait a minute. And Pryor was like, oh, and there was drama at the friend's house and but like, if you have, oh, wait, what's Patricia? Patricia says, I appreciate that input, Jenny. She's young. I'm sure she thinks she could do better. The whole my kid won't have screen time kind of thing. It's different once they're yours 24/7. Yeah, I get that. I appreciate that. I just think that when you're going to be a caregiver for someone that, and maybe she didn't have all the information going in. I don't know. but I mean, that can be blamed on Lori just as much, because maybe Lori was just like, I don't care who's here watching my kid as long as it's just a set of eyeballs, so I can go do what I want to do. But yeah. Anyway, I just feel like there should be some sort of a screen process for people to, like, how are you with kids with have you ever worked with kids with autism? No? Okay, then you're probably not the one that I need to be coming in and taking care of, you know? Okay. Let me get back to the screen. This whole having 2 screens things is, like, freaking me out a little bit. I keep trying to push play and pause on the StreamYard video, and that's not the one I'm supposed to be hitting. It's over here, this one that I'm supposed to be hitting the play button on. Okay.
All right, state have another witness lined up to call before we start lunch.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Dr. Josh Wilson.
Okay.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn and taken the stand, I am going to inquire about the court's exclusionary order. This case is being live streamed on the court's channel, and I want to inquire, have you observed any of this trial testimony before you took the stand today?
No, Judge.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony that's been given in this trial?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wilson, can you please state your full name and spell your last name?
David Joshua Wilson, Wilson.
And you go by Josh?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
Madison School District in Rexburg, Idaho.
And what is your job title there?
I'm a building principal for Kennedy Elementary.
And Kennedy Elementary School is in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Were you employed as the principal of Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg in 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall a former student named Joshua Jackson or JJ Vallow?
Yes.
When, if you recall, did JJ enroll at Kennedy Elementary?
The beginning of September, I believe September 3rd was his first day of 2019.
Do you recall who, if anyone, accompanied JJ to enroll him in school?
Yes, his mother, Lori.
What, if anything, did his mother, Lori, tell you about JJ's enrollment?
That they were moving from Arizona. Her husband had just passed away from a heart attack, and that they were moving to Rexburg to be closer to family.
How long was JJ enrolled at Kennedy Elementary?
3 weeks. I believe his last day was September 21st.
And do you recall having any communication with Lori Vallow or anyone else about JJ's enrollment at Kennedy Elementary?
Yes. Mom had contacted the school. We were trying to get a hold of her to finish some assessments. JJ had special needs, and so we were in the process of finishing up assessments to see how we could help him be successful at school. We were trying to get a hold of Mom to finish that up, and Mom had informed us that they were moving, or that JJ would be moving to Louisiana.
And just really quickly, how did she communicate that to you?
Over the phone.
Okay, so, and what else did she tell you, if anything?
During that conversation, I had indicated that once they get over to Louisiana, just have that school that they enroll into request records, and we would be happy to pass those along. She then indicated that they weren't going to enroll in public school, that they were going to homeschool, that they had a cousin with similar needs, and that they would be homeschooling. And then I informed her that we would house JJ's records there at Kennedy, and whenever they chose to enroll in public school again, whether it be back in Rexburg or somewhere else, that's where the records would be.
And at any time after that conversation, did you receive any requests for JJ Vallow's records?
No.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Any cross-examination, Mr. Pryor?
Refer you as principal, or how can I refer to you?
Sure. Principal.
Principal?
Yep.
Okay. So principal, from what I understand, the discussion with Miss Vallow was by way of a phone conversation. Is that right?
Correct.
Did at any time was a child enrolled in the school at Kennedy Elementary?
Yes.
And did that child attend the school?
Yes.
And for how long a time did that child attend the school?
About 3 weeks.
Okay. And during that initial phone conversation with Miss Vallow, did the name Chad Daybell ever come up?
No.
Did you ever see Chad Daybell at the school picking JJ up?
No.
Did you ever have any mention of any kind whatsoever in the 3 weeks that JJ Vallow was at your school of the name Chad Daybell?
No.
I have nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. That will conclude the testimony of this witness. Is the state intending to recall the witness?
And no, Your Honor, he can be excused.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thanks for testifying. You're excused from any subpoena, and you can step down. Thank you. They have another witness lined up.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would call Wynn Hill.
Thank you.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. It's
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hill, now that you've been placed under oath, let me just ask you a few questions before you testify. Because this case is being broadcast and available for public view, I want to ask if you have viewed or listened in on any of the testimony in the trial up to this point.
I have not.
Okay. Have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they provided?
Nope.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Beatty, you can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
Yeah. My name is Wynn Hill, Hill.
And sir, where are you employed?
At Brigham Young University, Idaho.
And where is that located?
At Rexburg, Idaho.
How long have you been employed by Brigham Young University, Idaho?
Yeah, I've been there 18 years.
What is your current job title there?
I'm a therapist in the counseling center.
And prior to being a therapist in the counseling center, did you have a different job title?
I did. I was the dean of students there.
Were you the dean of students in 2019 and early 2020?
I was.
And in February, well, let me back up a little bit. As dean of students, did you have access to a student file management system?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have a student management system. Yes.
Does that system allow you to look at it to determine who is currently enrolled?
Yes.
Does that system allow you to look at who may have been enrolled in the past?
Yes.
Does it allow you to look at who may have applied to the school and not necessarily enrolled?
Yeah. Anyone who starts an application. Yes.
Were you contacted by law enforcement in February of 2020 to do a records check on an individual named Tylee Ryan?
I was. Yes.
Did you check that individual in the student file management system?
I did. Yeah. They asked me to check the name Tylee Ryan, Tylee Vallow, and Tylee Cox, date of birth 9/24/02, and I did check that. Yes.
Were you able to determine if this individual was a current student?
Yes, they weren't. In fact, we had no record of any of those names.
Did you have any record that this individual had ever even applied to
No.
BYU, Idaho?
Nothing.
Okay. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
No notebook, so it's going to be short. Did you ever have an occasion to talk to Lori Vallow on the phone?
No.
Did you ever discuss an application with anybody? Alex Cox, Lori Vallow?
Nope.
Did you ever discuss an application, or did anybody in your organization discuss an application with a Tylee Ryan?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And obviously you'd never heard the name Chad Daybell in relation to any application process for Tylee Ryan. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing else. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Either side intend to recall the witness?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll conclude your testimony then. Thank you for appearing. You're released from any subpoena, and you can go ahead and step down from the witness stand.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, they are flying through these witnesses. They must be getting ready to either they wanted to button up or whatever.
Sorry, I
Previous
disappeared
stuff, or they're
earlier.
just kind of sitting down some. Oh, you're okay. Or they're setting some foundation for some witnesses that are getting ready to pop in. Oh, I see Larry Woodcock back there. See him?
Larry. He must
Yeah,
not be
there's Larry
testifying
Woodcock.
unless they're letting him in as a victim.
They should be, because that's what they wound up doing with Lori.
Yeah. Yeah.
At
I
Lori's
know there was
trial.
a big fight.
Yeah.
I got a sandwich. I got a sandwich.
Yum. Oh, Larry's back's hurting him.
Oh, he's so cute.
He is cute. You know, he wants to walk right over there and just pop Chad
him
right
right
in the
in the head.
nose. Yeah.
Suck him right in the eye.
Wapow.
Wapow. Did I mention I got a sandwich?
You did. Sounds good. Patricia says, I'm sure the forensic stuff is going to take a long time.
Yeah.
All right, I discussed in a sidebar with council scheduling for the day. The morning's gone more quickly than the state anticipated in terms of lining up their witnesses. We're going to take the lunch recess at this time. We will take a longer break today in order to allow for appearance of afternoon witnesses. So the lunch recess will begin and we will come back on for additional testimony at 1 o'clock. Does that work with the state
Yes, Your Honor.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. We'll be in recess until then.
All right, please.
Wow. So that's 3 o'clock our time.
Yep.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
$3.99.
Witness the lies.
Oh,
I didn't lie to
no,
you on
get
that
it,
polygraph.
get it, get it. Ooh. Oh,
Ah,
thank you.
I know. I can't hear that one. I can't. I don't want it.
Terrible. I don't
Yeah, you're
want
breaking
it.
up.
Why did this child? It's because I'm in front of my house. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay, hi. It's because I'm gonna walk in my house. I got to shake too.
Ooh, Jamocha.
I did not. They have a vanilla shake.
Ugh.
No, I wanted to try it because I have some caramel sauce.
Oh, well, I mean, I could do that.
Yeah. So I may drop out. Ow, ow, ow. I went to Arby's in my PJs. I mean, they're pants and a t-shirt. Ain't as bad as last time. I didn't walk in either.
I'm in a sleep shirt and some leggings.
I need to get some leggings. But anyway.
Some of my favorite ones, and Grace was the one that put me onto these, was the brand I think is is it Terra and Sky from Walmart?
Oh yeah, they're real soft.
Oh my God, they're so soft. They literally feel like
they're so
they're
soft,
thin and stretchy, and they like feel like a second skin. They just feel so
nice.
good. They're gushy.
They're nice. They're very nice.
They are very nice. I like them a
room
lot.
in this freezer. All right. Whew. Okay. I made it back in. This child done changed my.
Patricia says she needs to get some of those.
Sir, put your nose down. This dog.
They've got a few different kinds, Patricia, but I don't know how to explain it. The ones that I'm talking about are like
they're so soft.
They're like thin and very soft and super stretchy. They're not like
are they in the PJ department?
No.
No. Okay.
No, I find them in they've got like some different like little cubicles set up with like all the different squares, and I usually find them in there. But they've got a few different kinds. And
sorry.
I was just gonna say that they've got a few different kinds, and the specific ones are really nice, and when you feel them, you know what I mean.
Yeah, they have some at the holidays too that are like stupid soft. I think is by them. I don't mean to keep talking over you. I think I have a delay. But they have some PJs that are super soft too, Terra and Sky.
I like their stuff.
I'm working and I ain't got no room on my desk to be trying to eat.
Mhm. Hey,
All right.
Steph.
Hey, Steph.
Driving back to ABA, so I might miss particular hellos, but y'all know I love each of you. So what? I forgot what the poll joke was. Oh, wait, let me not mess it up. Hold on, Steph. Hold on. I gotta remember it. Shoot, I'm gonna have to go back and look for it. Hold on. Hold on. Because I know I'll mess it up. Let me go back to find it. Let me go find it. I didn't put it in my pocket. Oh, good grief. Where is it? Oh, I think I found it. Oh. I'll have to play it, but I don't know if they'll be able to hear it. Hold on, let me mute myself so you don't hear it on the thing. Hold on a minute. Okay, so this is the joke from Steph. And the joke is, I'm going to put it in a couple different parts so I don't mess it up, okay? So the joke is, so I took a poll once. Okay. So
I was like, what happened?
the joke is, I took a poll once, and 100% of the people in the tent were peed off.
Ba-dum-bum.
Ba-dum-bum. I'm a horrible joke teller. Here, let me see if I can get it to play where Steph says it. Hold on. Listen, see if
Did
you
I
can
miss
hear.
Kel coming in?
Oh, did Kel come in?
Somebody said, hey, Kel, but I don't see her.
I don't see her either.
Maybe they're being joking because it's a joke. And she always tells the jokes.
I don't see her.
Yeah, I don't either. I think Sherry might be pulling our leg because Kel normally shows the jokes. Ma'am, get off my bag, please. Thank you.
Okay, here. Let's see if you can hear this.
Hey, you guys, I got a thing for you. Okay. So I took a poll once, and 100% of the people in the tent were pretty pissed about it.
Could you hear it?
Yes.
I thought it was cute, but it took me a minute to get it. It really took me a minute to get it. I was
All
like,
of y'all were like, what? I don't understand. And I was like, they're camping. They're mad.
Oh, Sherry said it was me. I thought Jenny said Kel, but she said Steph.
Mom.
Yeah, Steph said I heard it and thought of Margaret. Get it? Poll / I'm coming, child. BRB.
BRB. Yeah, no poll for you, Margaret. Come back 1 year. Like how I didn't ask y'all if I could take a poll. I just took a poll. I was gonna get the smokehouse, even though I wanted the gyro, but it's a free Sammy. And I was like, what's the most expensive Sammy that I like? And it was Smokehouse. And I was like, let me get that one. I said, but let me ask the chat what they think. Do they think I should get a Smokehouse? And y'all that answered said to get the Smokehouse. So that's like that. Why do I have 14 messages? Lord have mercy. I can't leave for a minute. Make sure I'm paying attention. So if I drop down, I can let myself back in. See, y'all understand. I got it up on the TV so I can see. And then my phone, I type my stuff into. And then my computer so that I can let myself back in. Yeah, she's a year from like Friday. So we can put it on the why this dog got his nose up in the air? Thinking he gonna get some. Yeah, sir, I can tell you right. Oh, you smell bacon. Look, this dog don't never ask for nothing. But you got bacon? This dog wants it. He wants
Nom,
it.
nom, 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 nom. It's bacon.
Bacon. Okay, I have to turn my. I'm probably gonna drop out for a minute, but I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay.
Didn't even notice, did you?
Nope.
Because I was going to look. Look, y'all, we got 17 people in chat, and 15. Somebody just did it. 15 people did the like. We need people to like. We need you to like and subscribe. If you ain't subscribed, subscribe. Tell your friends.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends. We need 112. I say we. You need. I say we because I'm on a mission.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends.
Tell your
friends.
Dang, they're gonna be gone a long time.
Steph said I was driving. My thumbs were busy. Margaret says I'm gonna. It's not fair.
She need to put it on her calendar. She got 1 year.
Elizabeth gave who a shout on side? Oh, me?
Yeah.
Nice. I didn't catch it.
Yep,
I need
she
to go
did.
back and watch it. Oh. Thank you, Elizabeth, if you're listening.
Yep.
Elizabeth. Y'all. So, we'll have to be doing some figuring out and some stuff because I will not be here May 2 through 5.
Ma'am, what?
Yeah, I won't be here.
Excuse me, where are you going?
I'm going to a retreat.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Going to a retreat. So I will not be here.
Margaret has
Steph
1
says-
year, Steph. We don't need to take a poll. Come back 1 year.
Margaret, a year? Yes, the Crimey channel. Spin says, ma'am, you also aren't caught up on the live poll. How long should Margaret wait until she's allowed to poll again? We've
1
already
year.
said a year. 1 year.
Night, Lauren. No, you.
Thanks, Patricia. Yeah, I'm excited about it. It's an annual event, and I'm excited to go and hang out with some crafty peeps and Lauren says, okay, fam, I'm going to get ready for bed. It was fun. I'll rewatch it tomorrow. Good night and see you all tomorrow. Love you. Love you. Good night. Sleep tight.
So we're all going to have to watch Karen read and take notes, and then look, it's not gatekeeping. It's she don't listen.
Right. She's kind of like Abigail that way. Abigail will say, what should I do?
Lord.
A or B? And you say A, and she's like, okay, I'm doing B. Thanks. Love you. Bye. That's literally Abigail.
That is so Abigail.
True story. True story.
That is so Abigail. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was trying to hitch with Zabi to the retreat. And she didn't have no room, and then she's not going now.
I know.
I'm not being rude to Margaret. I'm just being honest. We love Margaret, but she gets no pole. No pole for you.
Margaret says, I'll listen. You do listen, but you don't follow what the poll.
Yeah, you listen, you hear it, but you don't do it. You're like, what should I do? Okay, poll closed.
Oh, it's super cute and it's endearing. But I have learned that Margaret is like Abigail in the ways of not doing what the people in the poll say.
She's like, should I leave?
The thing is that the people are telling you the things that are good for you. Like, yes, take a day off. And she's like, no, I will work for the rest of my life because you all said to not do that.
Yeah. Or alternatively, she says, should I go home and diamond paint? And we're all like, yes, go home and diamond paint. She's like, okay, I'm going to work till 5. Morgana?
Oh, Morgana. Oh, wow. Margaret's got her head all bandaged up in chat today. She says.
We love you. You still can't have a poll, though. Oh,
3 head bandages now. Wow.
Y'all, I just dropped the crunchy onion straw with barbecue sauce on it. This dog is so good. I swear. He gonna get a piece of brisket. Here, buddy.
Margaret said I left. I can't with you guys.
I'm on Margaret's side. I told her to go home, and then she didn't. That was the second time. Oh, Lord. My child just texted me about to ruin my day. Like, we need to talk. Why would you send that?
I can't handle when they say we need to talk.
He just sent, I'm about to ruin your day. I'm like, you know what he sent me? The 80s were 42 years ago. I don't like him. I know you hear me. I see you cracking that door. You better shut that door back.
He wants smacked. I'll come all the way over and smack him.
Right? You're going to be 30 in a minute.
$33, actually. What?
It's 43, Jay. Yeah. Steph, it's not in the 30s. It's definitely 40s. It's 40, actually 44, depending on what part of the 80s you're talking about. Can we stop discussing this right now?
Well, I mean, I would assume you would go as far as January 1, 1980.
What do you mean you got my mathing skills? I can math.
No, Steph.
No.
We're talking
said-
about 1980.
80s.
80.
The 80s. She said the end. She doing girl math.
She's doing the I was born in the 80s and we're not saying I'm over this much years old. Oh God.
Yep. She's doing girl math. That's why she said she's doing QB math.
We're talking about the 80s.
The 80s.
Morgana. You know, when everybody had the big hair and the roll-up jeans. Well, that happened in the 90s too, though. And so did big hair.
And it's coming back.
So, do you remember when everybody used to wear the Eastlands?
Eastlands?
Yeah, do you remember the Eastland
Sounds
shoes?
familiar, but the shoe? Yeah.
They were the leather slip-on shoes. Do you remember those?
I do.
Okay, those were a massive big deal back in the day.
And you had like dock shoes or topsiders or
no. Hold on, I got to go look it up now.
We didn't
Y'all
say
got
the
me.
80s. We didn't say the decade, ma'am. We said the 80s. The 80s are the actual years. I know you don't want to be 40 yet. It's okay. But you about to be there. Mm-mm.
And the thing is, too, is that you would do the little pigtail curlicue thing with the laces. Yes.
This dog, let me tell y'all how bad it is. You know how I told y'all this dog is like the floor is lava?
Mm-hmm.
I tossed him a piece of brisket because he don't want to get too close because then he'd be near my desk and that would like scare him half to death. So I threw him a piece of brisket and it fell to the floor. And he laid there and looked at me and said, "You gonna get it?" A whole piece of brisket. Smoked brisket. He ain't getting on the floor, it's lava. You don't ask me if I got it. I did.
Oh, here we go. Let me share this tab. Hold on.
Hey, buddy.
See it? Remember those?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're topsiders. Boat shoes.
Yeah.
They're look up topsiders.
What's that mean?
Just type in topsiders.
Hold on.
Look at Pinterest reading your mind. Peg jeans, rolled jeans,
Mm-hmm.
leather loafers. Or maybe it's Sperry.
Oh, yeah. I see them. Sperry shoes.
topsiders.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were the originals when they came out the first time. The Eastlands were when they came out the second time. Man, spins. When I got that portable, that yellow Sony that had the skip protection on it, I thought I was all that in a can of beans, y'all. When you got that skip protection on, it was for joggers. Look, I wasn't jogging, but I had that skip protection. Flip that little switch, be like, oh yeah.
Lord have mercy. You guys
Look,
crack
I'm
me
so
up.
old. I was back with the 8-tracks. It was the end of the 8-tracks, but it was still the 8-tracks. Lord, I thought that video was about to play. I was about to lose my mind. I can't stand the way he says that.
Yeah, I know. I have a hard time with it too. I have a hard time with it too. Ooh, ooh. Oh wow, very first VCR. I remember the first time I ever bought not a DVD player, a CD player.
I remember when there weren't no VCRs. I remember when there weren't no other channels, and we got 35 with the rabbit ears and thought we were cool.
Steph says Jenny suddenly become an old lady. Look up blank, Jenny. Well, how do I do that?
So, clarifying question, Kayleen. Yes, she said she was moving to Idaho, for Tylee to go to college, but Tylee never. Just like they said, JJ was going to be homeschooled. That's why they didn't need no records. Yep, there was 4 channels, and then we got 35 and thought we were. I mean, like, man, we were all. Channel 35 was the bomb.
We only had however many channels, like the locals, like NBC, ABC, PBS.
And the TV used to turn off at midnight.
Oh God, yeah. And when it would do the static and then the
national anthem and then
national
the static.
anthem and then the static, yeah.
If you had fallen asleep, your butt would be awake real quick.
Scare me to death.
Yep. I remember my little TV when I finally got a TV in my room, and it had the little turn dial on it, and then it was a little tiny TV, but I thought I was the bomb. I had a TV in my room. Yo, Patricia, right? See how many AOL CDs you get? Get some free trials. Back.
Oh yeah, like Poltergeist, Morgana. Oh, I had the little record suitcases, like one of the, was it Play School? What brand was that toy one? Their toy record player.
We had a regular one, a suitcase record player. I think it was mustard yellow with my grandma's.
So cute.
So cute.
So cute.
Look, Emma's got like bookcases of records in her house. I gotta call her. She wouldn't let me come over yesterday.
Oh, Mickey comes in hot. It was Fisher Price. You're right.
Mickey Jor. I still don't have her phone number, ma'am.
It was Fisher Price.
Yeah, we had the adult one. It was like either mustard yellow or avocado green. I remember when we got my great grandma a CD player. We were like, it's like records, but smaller. She goes, don't sound the same. Like, it sounds better. She's like, I want my Lawrence Welk. Used to sit and watch Lawrence Welk with her.
Infomercial spins.
You
gotta get this mop, Mom. It's the coolest mop I've ever seen.
I remember when you had to get off the phone because you were waiting for a phone call. And then call waiting came out, and we were like, what? And then then the answer machines came out, and you could leave the house even if you were waiting for a phone call. But then if that boy didn't call you, then you knew he didn't call. You couldn't make up like, oh, I must have missed that. I must have missed that call when I was on the phone.
Right.
I must have missed that call when I was out. No, you didn't, because there ain't no message. Then you had the little remote that you could call your house. Oh yeah, the caller ID box. But you could call your house, and then you push that little remote, and it would make your answer machine play. Technology,
where
man.
you couldn't get on the computer because you were waiting on a phone call?
Yep. You'd hear the AOL dial sign. You'd be like, "Mom, I'm waiting on a call.
Mm-hmm.
Get off the internet." Yep. Oh yeah. Star 67. You don't know I'm calling you.
Mm-hmm. Star
You call
69.
Star 69 was to see what number they called from. Star 67 was to call anonymously.
Mm-hmm.
Can still do that, by the way, if y'all didn't know. Star 67 still works. Y'all know that?
No, I didn't.
If you want to call somebody and you don't want to have your digits, dial star 67 first. Still works. I'm so sorry that I'm eating in your all's ear, but I was hungry.
You're all right. Future me,
No.
remember back in the day when you were supposed to be working, but there was this chat group called the Crime Cafe?
Yes, Patricia. I had one of them too. Little tiny ones. They were like 6 inches. Yes, Steph, on cell phones.
I had a mini portable black and white TV when I was a kid. I thought I was really cool watching my Saturday morning cartoons in bed. Oh my God.
I
loved
never came
Saturday
out of my
morning
room
cartoons.
anyways, and then I got a TV in my room. I was like, I'll see y'all on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
You can call me anonymously. I won't answer. If I don't have your digits in my phone,
JB.
you're right.
Who in the world answers anonymous calls anymore unless you're trying to reduce your student debt or trying to extend your car warranty?
But I can call and leave a message. Or I can call. Googly came in hot. Aren't you at a doctor's appointment, ma'am? Or if I want to anonymously call a number that just anonymously called me. Be like, who this?
New number, who dis?
Yeah, y'all can call me anonymously. I won't answer. Just leave a message. I probably won't listen to it. No, I will. I won't listen to it, but I'll read it. Like my brother, he don't listen to messages.
Shoot, you call my cell phone and I think it says this caller's voicemail has not been set up yet.
Well, half the time, sometimes if you ain't on the Wi-Fi, it'll say this caller ain't accepting phone calls. I'm like, rude.
Mine says that?
Yeah, sometimes if you ain't on the Wi-Fi, that's why I had to call you through the I think it was when you all had the mess up with your account or whatever. I had to call you through the interwebs.
Okay.
She's like, call me. You want to call me on Discord or Instagram? I don't know. How about the daggone phone? Like, ain't that what it's
hardly
for?
ever use my phone.
I know.
Call.
Cracks me up. You're like, call me. Let's discuss it. You want to talk on Discord or Instagram? No, I want to talk on the phone, homie. Call me now. Y'all don't start that crap. Last time we did it, she showed up on my freaking phone. Scared the crap out of me. Showed up in my Facebook. What are the odds? You want to tell me the phone ain't listening to you? Nah, homie.
I remember when my office only had one personal computer, you had to check it out to use it.
Oh no. Oh
That's
yeah, well,
funny.
I've had that, Steph. Do you have a? Well, you have an Apple phone. Mine's always done that. The transcript. Yeah, I don't call people, but if you tell me, if you tell me to call, I feel like I should be able to call you on the phone. Yeah, no, if it can be a text message, it's kind of like having a meeting that can be an email. Just text me.
Right.
That's like, I know he's going to hear me and he's going to open that door again. That's like when I left here, I had just literally walked out of my house. This child gonna call me, tell me, oh, they gave me the schedule I want. That couldn't be an email. I mean, a text. I love him. I can't. I, I, I have learned that it's never going to happen. I'm like, can't you? And then he's like, well, I don't text when I'm driving. Okay, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
However, okay, look, listen, seriously, I will send him to the grocery store. Okay, it's 5 minutes from here. And say, get some milk. And he'll go to the grocery store and he'll get the milk and he'll come out of the grocery store and he'll call me to tell me that he got the milk that he's going to bring in the house in about 5 minutes. Well, I just wanted you to know I got it. Well, I'm pretty sure when I see you in 5 minutes, you'll have it.
Lord. I'm coming in hot with the milk, Ma.
Y'all think I'm kidding. Look, I mean, you hear me talking all low because I feel like he's listening to me. Door's not open. I need him to move his bed from in front of that door. I don't like it. I don't want it. Where'd you go, ma'am?
My
screen call.
And that the screen would fade before he made it up the stairs. I know what you're talking about, Patricia. Because you turn that on, and whenever you turn the knob off, it'd take it a while before the screen was all the way dark.
The thing is, Spins, is that I've talked this smack to him like 47 times. I just didn't want him. Plus, he's still not feeling good. So I'm trying to be nice. But he sure did. I didn't barely get out this house. I'm on the live with y'all. And then, okay. How many weeks have I been coming on the live with you?
I don't know. It's quite a
It's
few.
been a hot minute, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get an on-air light up button that goes on my head.
I've been saying that too. Well, not on my head though, but
I don't have nowhere but my head to hang it where I sit. I'm like, sir, why I mean, he'll come in hot. I'm like, Green
Giant.
I need a true crime name.
Crimey QB. QB Crimes.
QB don't believe you. QB thinks you a whole lot.
QB says you're sus.
You sussy. You're not just sus. You sussy. That's a whole nother level. Can I just tell you that I'm so excited that this thing worked?
Oh, are you?
You don't know what worked, but yes, this thing that worked that I can't tell you all about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that UV gel stuff you was talking about yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that was cool too, but it only works. It's intermittent. I got to figure out why. But no, I had to Dremel something that was gold. And so it made it silver. And I was like, I mean, I made it smooth and it looked pretty, but I wasn't happy. So I got a gold paint pen. Y'all. I painted over it. You can't even tell. I know. I'm fancy.
Fancy.
Fancy. Yes. I'm so excited.
I love when things like that work out.
I can't tell y'all what it worked on because then I will say things that I'm not supposed to say. I'm not allowed to say Spins. But it worked. Oh, so you remember how we were talking about the thing that we weren't supposed to talk about? And you almost said it, but then you didn't say it because I said, ma'am, don't say it because it's a mystery. So we were talking about April. No,
Oh,
not a
yeah, yeah,
butt
yeah, yeah,
plug.
yeah, yeah.
We were
Yeah,
talking about
yeah, yeah.
April. So I had bought the April box, right? And
Mhm.
so I was going to have lunch with Zabi. So I said, why don't you just bring me my April box and then I'll save you postage, right?
Mhm.
And so I have a butt plug pen though.
Oh my
Figure that
God.
out. So anyways, I said, why don't you just bring my April box? So she brought me my April box, and I said, well, I'm missing something. She goes, no, you're not. I said, yes, I am, because Jenny didn't give you her stuff. And she goes, she ain't in the April box. And that's when she had texted you and said, are you in the April box? And yeah, so she owes me. I didn't get my sweet pea.
Mm.
I'm mad too. I'm on it.
Well, tell her to ship it to you.
No, I'll see her. I'll see her in a couple weeks, week or so.
Mm.
I usually see her. So I'm hoping
I'm
she'll.
getting ready to sneeze.
God bless you.
I ain't
God
done it
bless
yet.
you. God
Ah.
bless you.
Mm.
Nah, I'm gonna make you say you did it to me. Yep. There you go. That's what you get, ma'am.
Oh, I had to take cold medicine yesterday because my allergies was so bad. I had skipped
It's
one
bad.
day
I don't.
allergy medicine, and then yesterday I had to take Dayquil because
I
my
don't.
whole face was dripping off my face.
That not your face dripping off your face.
It was that bad, yeah.
Jay went and got a whole uh NyQuil double pack. Day and NyQuil had a little handle on it.
Oh wow.
No, it didn't.
Mm.
But it could have.
We've gotten packs like that. The double pack
Yeah,
where it's you
he
get
got the
both the
double
day
pack.
and
I
nighttime.
can't take NyQuil. I won't see y'all for a week.
Yeah. I only take it if I don't have any other choice.
Lord, I was like, why do I have all these Facebook messages? Now I know why. I remember why now.
Oh my God. She said, ma'am, that sounded like you snorted a line. I'm so sorry. My nose is really stopped up. I'm so sorry. I snorted too hard. Hold on. Let me mute myself and I'll go blow my nose holes.
Okay, go blow your nose hole. I don't know why I got
Okay.
quiet. Sorry.
It got quiet because I was blowing my nose holes.
Oh, is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. She
Margaret,
started
yours
selling.
too?
My face has been terrible.
Ugh. All right. So we have Margaret. Karen Reed. Why was I saying Margaret? I was looking at the chat when I was supposed to have been speaking words out of my mouth, and I was too busy looking at the chat. So I was trying to say, Karen Reed, have you done any looky CC on the X?
I just started following a dude that seems to be more they're all talking about the text. What's that dude's name that I just followed? Yeah, let's see. Ma'am, you cannot bump my not you, ma'am, her, ma'am, Squeaker.
Oh,
where's that dude? What's that dude's name? I think. Let's see. I think Sleuthy had forwarded to him. You know, Nate's on vacation this week, right? Yeah, he's on vacation. Hi, ma'am. I see you. Ted Daniel. Let's see what he's got. Any updates from him? Nope. Last
Nothing.
one was 2 hours ago. Yep. This cat, she don't time spins out.
They really say that, Mark. I heard Morgana say something about they really don't have court on Friday. So
she did. And that may be the truth. That will never not be a thing. That will never not be a thing. Why y'all on? They don't have court on Friday, ma'am. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't miss none of that. Anyways, ma'am, why are you bleeding? What? They
Why
can't
she
hear
bleed?
you. You scratched her face.
Oh.
Why did you scratch your face, ma'am? Why are you itching?
We were outside yesterday just piddling around. Dale had mowed and there was a frog up on the patio.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't a little tree frog, right? It was a normal size, just plain Jane frog. It wasn't like a big, massive bullfrog either. It was just,
Right.
you know, a normal one. And I swear, did my iPad just die? My iPad just died, y'all. Lord have mercy.
Rude.
Barry. Hold on, I gotta plug it in. Plug it
Plug it
in.
in, plug it in. Ma'am, get out my brain. Them things are dangerous. Don't have them in your house.
So,
burn your house down.
Right.
Ma'am, why are you scratching? Where'd you go? She done left me. Y'all see that? iPad went out. She ain't talking to nobody. And I can't see chat. Stand by. This cat's laying on my there it is. Oh Lord, coastal flood advisory. We are done with the rain here. Jenny, where'd you go, ma'am? Time is it? Lord, we still got 23 minutes ish. He said 3 o'clock? He said 3 o'clock, right? Is she back? Oh no, I'm by myself. If I fall out, y'all. There she is. I was gonna say, if I fall out, we done. No, we're not, because I can put myself back in. Do the hokey pokey. Do the hokey pokey. So what are y'all having for lunch? I already had lunch. I got to get to work though, so I'm gonna have to mute in a little bit because y'all can't be hearing it. What you said you missed, Patricia? I don't remember what we were talking about now. Oh, I thought I heard you. If you're talking through your iPad, we can't hear you. Lord. Lord. Can anybody hear us? Can y'all hear me? Because nobody's talking in chat now. Oh, the
Hello?
North. Hi.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
God, I've been squalling my whole daggone head off trying to get somebody to...
Well, we couldn't hear you. Nah, Patricia, don't be sorry you missed all that. Don't be sorry you missed all that. Margaret said we left. But it was every week, y'all. Every week. Why y'all streaming? Why you streaming, Jenny? Ain't no court on Friday.
Jeez, it was awful.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, let's see.
I only see one of you.
There is only one of me. Why?
Normally there's two of you.
Well, it's because I normally have my this up. Hold on and I'll show you. See, now there's two of me.
Oh, yeah.
It's because the
stream. Oh.
me is the stream. Yeah.
I knew that. Sometimes there's a third you.
Yeah, that's whenever I
jump on your phone.
Well, and I was on a while ago on my iPad, but now I'm gone because my iPad died.
Gone.
Now I should be back. I plugged myself in. Let me go. Do.
Did you figure out how to talk through that thing yet?
Talk through? No, it says on there, and I never even paid it no attention.
Compatible.
It says, hold on, and I'll tell you what it says. Oh no, why did it do that? I didn't want you to connect to my iPad. Stop it, Bluetooth. No.
I heard something go click, 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 click. Look, Nightbot said trigger warning. I know you have it set to come in every like 15 minutes or whatever, but how Nightbot know?
See, now there's two of me.
Now there's three of you.
Yeah, but let me remove this one from the stage because that's me on my iPad. Me. And my shadow.
Yep. Did you hear what I said about Nightbot?
Yeah, about it coming in trigger warning.
Yeah, but I know it's set like for every 15 minutes or whatever, but it cracks me up because it always comes in at like the perfect time.
It knows.
Look, why were they talking about all them nasty texts and all of a sudden I could hear me going, I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. And I was like, I do really hate it here.
We still never got nothing, no talk of the storm. If we did, I missed it, but
I didn't see it. I was kind of doing two things at once because I was hoping if they mentioned it, I'd go right in one ear and out the other. I didn't want to hear it. Nasty.
I wonder where Kel's at. Did Kel pop in today at all?
She has not. She might be working. Like working, like from the office.
Yeah, she might be.
I saw her on Cena. If you had to finch, you'd know she was all right because she was on the finch this morning.
Me.
Let me see if she came back. I don't know. How am I feeling right now, Finchy? Nope, she ain't come back yet. So she's doing something. How do I have step? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me tell Lauren good night. She went to bed. See, y'all could tell Lauren to have sweet dreams.
I did tell Lauren to have sweet dreams.
I know, but you could tell her in the app.
Oh, well.
If Spin sent me something of the storm, I'm gonna. Oh, okay. Why are you hugging me? Why are you hugging me, Spin? What I did? What I did. This cat. Let me send Lauren some hugs. And I know Spence is back there going, I sent you stuff. I ain't there yet. Encouragement. See how that works? Oh, Margaret. See, Margaret heard me say something because Margaret went and gave me something. I got hugs from Margaret. See? Y'all are missing
think you're
out.
cute. Mm-hmm.
Y'all are missing out. It's okay. Steph's in
Spend for
here.
nothing, just feeling huggy.
Just feeling huggy. Thank you, ma'am. Here, I'll give you some huggies back. If y'all can see this outfit that Spence has on in this thing, I'm deceased with this outfit that she got this verb in. This verb is in a bikini, but has a dog. Has a dog head on and some dragon wings. She a whole hot mess. You got a cloud? Where'd you get a cloud from? I didn't get a cloud.
She's in her like inner 4-year-old.
She is like she's got a bikini, some rabbit slippers. All right, she got a dog hat on that makes her look like a puppy, and some dragonfly wings.
Cute.
And a cloud as a friend. I didn't get a friend as a cloud. Rude. I'm waiting for Monsieur Mouse. I want my mouse. I got a turtle.
Oh, I'm about to. I gotta go wee wee. So
all right, we'll go wee wee. We talking about burbs and bikinis.
Right.
I wish y'all could see this. It's funny. Ma'am,
while we have a few minutes left of break, I'm gonna go wee wee, and I'm also gonna fix the kids a quick little semi snack partial lunch. So
I got this. I even got my computer. I can put myself back in.
Oh, well, look at you.
I know. I'm trying to be professional.
You are profesh.
Am I though?
Profeshy QB.
Profeshy.
All right. Well, I got the stream on pause for now because they're not supposed to come back till 3:00 anyway, and I don't want to leave it playing in case they do the.
Girl, if they start that video and I can't stop it, I will turn the whole thing off. I'll shut it down. I'll shut the whole thing down.
I've got it on pause, so it ain't going nowhere. It ain't doing nothing
The whole
right now.
thing.
So
shut it down.
It's shut down.
No, I'm saying I will shut it down. I'll shut the whole stream down.
You can't do that, can you?
I don't know. Can I?
Do you see anything that says end stream?
I can knock you out. And then I can knock me out.
You can knock me out, really?
Let me see. Hang on. Well, I just added you in. I took you out.
Oh my God, you can. Look at that.
I got the power.
I got the power.
Jenny's like, all right, never mind. Let me get this back. I can't have you doing all that. I would never do that. You didn't see me panic the other time when you dipped out and I was here by myself?
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't get to the computer. I was like, nope. The whole stream's going to go out.
Oh, God.
Go
okay,
potty.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go potty and fix the kids a quick bite. I'll be right back.
All right. Bye. Y'all, what kind of trouble can we get into?
I'll have my phone with me in
Ma'am,
case.
you're not supposed to be listening.
Okay, bye.
I said the bunny slippers, Spins. They're so cute. The bikini, the butter slippers. Wait a minute. Bunny slippers, the doggy hat. Oh, you got a flag now too. She got a flag. She's representing. She representing. Y'all, I feel like I need a nap. Too early to go to bed, Spins. Y'all, I text Spins and be like, is it too early for bed? And it'd be like 6 o'clock. She's no fun. She always tells me no. Need to pay attention, make sure I don't drop out. That was funny, y'all. We could play a joke and just drop Jenny out. Are you listening, Jenny? No, you. Everybody's so quiet. Why are y'all talk to me? Talk to me. Let's see. What's going on? All right. So y'all know they're making the scumbag come to don't start, Margaret. I see you. Oh, that's cool, Spins. I didn't know that. That's cool. I like it. So they're making the scumbag come to court. So now they're like, the big question is, will he appear willingly or forcibly? And what would that look like? I hope they roll him in like Hannibal Lecter. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Just roll him in. I mean, if they can do that to Richard Allen, they can do it to him. Put up, but he needs a face mask and all. You can put that angel emoji away. I see you, Margaret, trying to start trouble. I would. I like that, Spins. That's cool. Look, trigger warning. Nightbot got us. We're talking about Adam Montgomery. I think they should. I think they should strap him onto a dolly. Roll him in right after they strip search him. I ain't mad at you, Margaret. I ain't mad at you. I can't remember what I don't think it was. Death penalty wasn't on in that case, right? If you strap him to a gurney, he might get a taste of what things to come. Spins, behave yourself, ma'am. Yeah, they put him on that gurney. He'll be, if he's got a death penalty. I don't think the death penalty's on the. I can't remember now. Hmm. I don't think. I don't. I don't. I do not think that it was death penalty case. Let's see what else is going on. Lord, people burning people. Arsonist son charged with helping dad cover up truth of mother's murder. Lord. Y'all see that lady in Brazil that tried to take her uncle into the bank to sign off stuff, and him was already dead. It was like Weekend at Bernie's, Brazil style. I mean, it was bad, y'all. It was real bad. How P. Diddy got a chief of staff? What? Okay. P. Diddy ain't no president. Why he got a chief of staff? That's crazy talk. Y'all, I'm just talking to myself. What else we got? What else we got? I wish I could have understood the dialogue on that video. It was a whole hot mess. Oh yeah, she was starting she was saying it's okay. You can sign. Do you need help? And she was holding his hand, his cold dead hand. That's right. Blue hand. Earth Day. Happy Earth Day. It's also my rebirth day. Yay. Yeah, she was like, bank teller was like, that's what right, Margaret? The bank teller was like, is he okay? And she's like, he's fine. He does this sometimes. He needs help signing stuff. She was holding his head up and stuff. It was a whole hot mess, y'all. It was a whole hot mess. It was not a QB case. No. What? Oh, death penalty case. Okay, thank you. I thought it said a QB case. I'm reading from across the street. Across the room. Yeah, rebirth day. You don't know what a rebirth day is? Actually, well, yeah. It's my rebirth day, and then my baptism day is a different day. I thought it said diamond painting case. Ma'am, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. It's when I got saved, Spin. That's my rebirth day. Not that we're talking religion. Not that we're not talking not talking about religion. Hi Henny. Why are you oh my god? Uh yeah, let's see. What else? Y'all, these people, there's some people out here talking about rebirth day. There's some people out here who need Jesus. They're talking about keeping emaciated bodies and burning people uh and and cutting people up. And why, y'all? Why, y'all? Just stop it. Everybody, just stop it. Stop it. Um, Thank you, Spin. Um, look, y'all. A man was arrested after he allegedly shot his wife and then chased the ambulance that was transporting her to the hospital. Seriously? Y'all, I can't with these people. I cannot with these people. We ain't reading that one. I'm sorry, I'm going through mm. Oh Lord, they're going over the text messages. No. 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 She did have that yellow bathing suit on though. That was way in advance for Margaret. Um, what else we got? Lord, I haven't gotten into the Young Thug case. Has anybody watched the Young Thug case? No. Limit everything. I mean, it's like been a theme and we didn't even know it. You called it out. Um, yeah, I haven't watched that. I don't even know what it's about, to be honest with you. Yay. When you're listening, JB, I just got your message. Yay. They had to, do y'all know that they had to reset the clock at the Karen Reed's trial because it's so old? Everything there is so, it's like the Commonwealth And it's so old school. Well, these clocks, this is a revival clock from like 1820. It has to be wound. So, yeah, I just said yay, but I didn't tell nobody what it was. Pawpaw's good. Gotta have a sleep study. I hope you don't mind me saying, but I figured you said update. So appreciate you. Love you. Um, so they had to take the clock down to redo the clock because it had to be wound and it was wrong. And then the guy reset it. But he said it wrong. It's 4 minutes behind. Just saying. Let me respond to. Oh, I can't until Jenny comes back. Let's see. Yep, winding the clock. Winding the clock. So no, yeah, I don't even know what that young suck trial is about. Look, Jenny take a whole lot of long time. I think they're back, Jenny. Jenny. Remember how big of a deal the doomsday clock? Yeah, I never hear. You don't hear about that anymore. Sorry, y'all, I got distracted. Stand by. I'll be right back. Dead air. No dead air. What else? Do you think? What do you think? Do you think it's the forensic stuff coming? I mean, I think they were laying groundwork for something about somebody trying to say she was trying to go to school and that I don't know what that nanny came up for. That I don't understand at all. Other than they said we don't need you to come back. That was I mean, maybe the timeline, I guess. She came once and then they didn't need her to come back. I don't know. Um, but I don't know. We'll see what comes up. Jenny left us. She left me on my own. I'm ready for the Karen Reed trial. Faux show. I'm ready. I figure probably Wednesday or Thursday. Because I have to hear those motions. And I'm ready for it, man. I am ready for it. Yeah, the nanny. The only thing I can think of, Spins, is that they were trying to set a timeline. Like, okay, they hired her to watch JJ, and then they unhired her. Now it could have been because she said something about you're coddling him or something, which I'd have socked her in her eye for. So maybe that's it. But that was. I mean, I think they might just have been laying foundation since Mr. Pryor likes to jump and say no foundation. Maybe they were laying the foundation. I don't know. But yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for Karen Reed trial. Big time. Big time. I ain't heard nothing more. They only need 4 more jurors. No. 6 more jurors? Are they doing 16 or 18? Oh crap. Now I can't remember. Now I feel like it's 16. Because I thought they said they had 12 and they only need 4 more. Morgana's been all up in it all weekend. Do you remember Morgana? Is it 12 or 6? I mean, is it 16 or 18? I feel like they said they had 12 and they needed 4 more. Yeah, and that they had 12, right? Yeah, I think it's 16. I don't know where I got 18. I think it's 16. So I don't know if they're hearing motions. You'd think if they were hearing motions, they'd be televised. I don't know if we want to watch any of them. They had a huge hearing last week. But so the one motion, yeah, I think it's 4 more. I think it's 16 because they had 12. So the one motion about not being able to see the witnesses' faces. So I can't name the law for you, but there's not a law. There's a constitutional right that the defendant has the right to face its prosecutors, basically, which would be anybody witnessing, or it could be somebody on the witness stand, and the jury has to be able to see them as well. And so they're saying that the jury is blocked, so that's against her constitutional rights, which everybody's like, oh, that's BS, that's BS. But they actually overturned a case for something like that. I can't remember the case, but they overturned it because the jury couldn't see the witnesses. So let me see what this is. Hold on. Okay, the attorneys are back. But my thing is, if y'all have seen any hearing that's going on in there, the prosecutor's table, I guess maybe it's a thing in Massachusetts, so it's not a big deal. But the prosecutor's table is like right up against the bench, and the defendant's table is like 6 feet back, maybe even 8 or 10 feet. And yeah, but it's something JB. That's it. But there's something about the constitutional right is the defendant's right to. Now I'm gonna have to look it up. It's the defendant's right to face its accusers, I think is what it is. Stand by. Look, she said stand by too. We both said stand. We both going to the same place. I moved it, ma'am. I didn't move it, but uh yeah, defendant Karen Reed's motion to enforce her constitutional right to face-to-face confrontation. And it's oh Lord, y'all. Yeah, face-to-face confrontation. It's to face your accusers. I know, but y'all, I don't want to tell y'all who's on the stand next. Jenny, hurry up, ma'am. Where you at? But yeah, that's basically the face-to-face confrontation. But yeah, so the prosecution table's like right up on the judge's bench, and then the defense table's way back, like they're lesser than. I don't know if all the courtrooms are set up like that or it's just that courtroom, but I don't know. To me, it's kind of seems like an unfair balance. Like it would be in your brain. No, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I do know what I'm trying to say. Like automatically when you see it like that in your mind, you're like, oh, the defense is better because I'm sorry, the prosecution is better because look how close they are to the judge. They friends, and the defense is way back there. I don't know, I don't know, it seems weird to me. That's just my personal opinion. Um Yeah, constitutional right to confront the witnesses. And it's also they're saying it's the jury's opportunity to observe the witness demeanor, which I see who that right. You see who up there? I'm gonna need Jenny. Where's she at, y'all?
Oh, Lord, I'm back. I'm here.
Girl, start it up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, Lord, I'm back. I'm here.
Uh-oh.
I guess you can hear me, huh, QB?
I got a double.
Why can't I hear QB?
I don't know.
Oh, hold on. Okay. Say something again.
Can you hear me now? How about
Yeah,
now?
I can hear you. Lord, I'm having all these issues. Bigger kid needed much more help than I was anticipating. And okay.
Okay, the echo's gone.
Yeah, sorry about that.
There's a really good witness on the stand, ma'am. I need you to play.
Okay.
You're gonna probably have to fast forward because they can't. Well, I mean, probably not.
Let me get over here and
Maybe.
see. I'm still.
Did you
trying to
see
get
who's
my
on the
way-
stand? Did you see
No,
who's on
not
the
yet.
stand?
No,
Oh,
not yet.
oh,
Is it Lori?
nope.
Oh, okay.
She ain't go.
I mean,
She
we
ain't
don't
gonna
know.
testify. They can't make her. They cannot make her.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Court TV behind. Breaking news from 10 minutes ago. I know, JB, right? We know something you don't know. I know you were busy. You were doing all the things. No, she don't need to keep it lively. Nuh-uh, because then some crap will start playing and I'll see brains and stuff. Nah, homie.
Yeah, I can't do that.
No, that's not a good. Nah. Yeah, I don't know. Is she appealing? I don't know. Probably. But they
Hold
can't make
on.
her testify.
It's being so slow right now. Don't let me fast forward anymore. Hold on. Oh my God. It's being the most, man.
Let me go. Hold on. Let me make sure. You gonna sock me right in my eye.
Why?
Nothing.
Who's gonna sock you?
You are.
Why?
Nothing.
What'd you do?
I didn't do nothing yet. Oh, I'm gonna I'll be right back. I'll be here, but I'm not gonna be here.
Okay. Why is my computer being stupid?
Right.
Why is it being so slow?
Oh, you got storms?
No.
It's all that work you did. What you deleted? Did you delete a driver?
No.
You sure?
I mean, no.
Would you know if you did?
Probably
No.
not.
No.
I don't think so.
Oh,
what? I know it showed it, but I'm trying to get to the spot where it starts where they come back from lunch. But look at that spinny wheel of death, man.
I do see, I do see the spinning wheel of death. You need to go out and come back in. Probably ain't gonna be able to hear it.
Wow.
JB said, too far. We are no help. Love you.
Okay, love you. I'm gonna mute myself.
Why? Because you gonna curse? You about to
I'm
curse?
fixing to get mad and throw things. Hold on a minute.
Okay. Yo, Jenny about to curse. Ain't she muted it, man? I wanted to hear that. We can give her a curse day. Can we give her a curse day? Y'all, I got a curse day the other day at 8 o'clock at night and then forgot about it until it was almost 8 o'clock the next night. Oh, she going out and coming back in.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'll just delete the whole daggone tab. Now,
I'll
let me go
tell
back
you,
in
I'm
and
just
open
going.
up another one. Mess with me. I'll show you what's good
Yeah,
in
Lee,
the
they come in
hood.
hot with some weird videos sometimes. That's not a good idea to keep it playing.
Yeah, they do. They have a video that they play like on loop every once in a while during their like breaks. And if I leave the live going, one, they could copyright strike me because I'm playing Law and Crime Network's content
Feed,
versus
yeah. Yep.
public access feed. Two, it's stuff that we don't want to hear.
Spence, look, listen, I did not, because it was like 8 o'clock at night that I decided I was going to have a curse day. And then I went to sleep, and then I woke up the next day, and at about 7:58, I was like, daggone it. I feel like I should get another one.
Okay. I think we're
Got
ready.
it.
Here we go.
Yay.
I'm
gonna mute myself.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna mute myself too.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, y'all can hear that now, right?
All right, we're at the conclusion of lunch. Here's the state ready to have the jurors brought back.
Yes, Your Honor.
And who will be the next witness being called?
Colby Ryan.
Okay, and is the defense ready as well?
Colby!
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's please have the jurors brought in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Told you.
Yay, it's Colby.
It's Colby.
Okay, good. I'm glad you can hear it. Now I'm all scared that y'all ain't gonna be able to hear it. So now the defense is gonna get bad butthole-ish on him, just saying. Because Colby's
Yeah.
had some things happen since the trial and everything that he's not been super proud of, but he's and they're going to play the phone call. I guarantee it. They're going to play the phone call between
Yeah.
him and his mom, and that
Spence,
is
you're not dumb. You're not familiar. Colby is
Lori's
Colby
oldest.
is Lori's oldest son from the first husband. Second husband?
First,
yeah.
maybe second. I don't know.
All right.
Yes.
Randy.
Oh. Say something nice about yourself, Spence.
Oof. And the phone call between him and Lori will tear your guts out. It's so sad.
Yeah.
Here's all President Count for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just completed the lunch recess and the state continues with its case in chief. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Kobe Ryan.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, I'll just inquire, Mr. Ryan, these trial proceedings have been streamed live on the court's YouTube channel and open for public access. Have you reviewed or watched any of this testimony that's taken place?
No.
Oh, and actually,
I was just going to note, Your Honor, Mr. Ryan is not subject to the exclusionary warrant.
I appreciate you pointing that out, Mr. Wood. That's correct. So as a statutorily definite, with the definition here, he would not be subject to that. So disregard my inquiry. Mr. Wood, you can go ahead and proceed.
And before I do, Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibits 6 and 4?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ryan.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Mr. Ryan, who is your mother?
Lori Vallow.
How many siblings do you have?
4.
Okay. Can you tell us their names?
Cole, Zach, Tylee, and JJ.
And Cole and Zach, what is your specific relationship or relation to them?
They're my stepbrothers.
Who was their father?
Charles Vallow.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, that's an admitted exhibit, correct?
Yes, this is States Exhibit 6.
Okay, yes, you may.
Mr. Ryan, do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's my sister, Tylee.
What is your specific relation to Tylee?
She's my half sister on my mom's side.
So you share a mother.
Mhm.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Mr. Ryan, do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
And if you need a drink of water, I don't know if there's tissues up there.
Yeah, I'm good.
Who is that?
That is my brother, JJ.
And what is your specific relation to JJ?
He is my adopted brother.
Do you recall when JJ was adopted?
Yes.
Do you know who Charles Charles Vallow was?
Yes,
Who was he?
he was my stepfather.
And when you say stepfather, how was he your stepfather?
He married my mom.
Okay, just a quick heads up. This right here, because it's hard to see him on the screen, is Colby Ryan, Lori's oldest son, the one that's testifying, obviously. But anyway, that's just a quick pic of him. Let me see if I can find another one. Here's another one of
Spins, you're good. You're not familiar with the case. And I heard the phone call, but I didn't see his testimony at Lori's trial, but I'm assuming that it's probably going to be very sad.
yeah, it is. It's very sad. So I mean, I guess I should probably put a trigger warning up. Hold on, I'm going to share another picture of him though, because he's one of those guys that sometimes when you look at him, he looks one way, and when you look at him, another, you know what I mean? Like, he don't
Yeah.
always look exactly the same. But here's another picture of him. This was when he did one of the, I think it was the Sins of Our Mother documentary. But that is him. Now let me go do the trigger warning. All right. Now we'll continue on. I just wanted you guys to kind of get I know it helps to put a face with a voice, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, I've got the trigger warning running across the bottom now.
Thank you.
How long was he married to your mom?
Over 10 years.
All right. And what was your relationship like with Mr. Vallow?
He was my dad. It was good.
So, is it fair to say you were close with him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you recall when Mr. Vallow passed away?
Yes.
Or Charles Vallow? If I say Charles, we understand who we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you recall when he passed away?
Yes.
When was that?
July 11th, 2019.
How did you hear about him passing away?
My mom called me and told me that he had a heart attack.
And do you remember about what time of day that was?
Between like 1 and 3 o'clock, something in the afternoon.
In the afternoon?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any reason to not believe her that that's how he passed away?
No.
Did you have any occasion to go over and to your mother's house that day?
Yes.
And where was that house located?
In Gilbert, Arizona.
Do you know approximately what time you went over?
And I got off at work at 7, so around 7:30, 7:45.
What happened? What was the first thing you saw when you got there?
Tylee opened the door and hugged me, and she was crying. And then I saw my Uncle Alex sitting on the couch with a bandage around his head. And then I saw my mom in the backyard, and that was it.
Did you go into the house?
Yes.
Did you see your brother JJ there?
No.
Did you speak with Alex Cox at all that night?
Yes.
How did that conversation go? What did he say to you?
Objection, hearsay.
Statement of a co-conspirator, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Tell us about the conversation with Alex Cox. Well, and before we do that, what was your relation to Alex Cox?
He was my uncle.
And you testified you saw him with something white wrapped around his head.
Yes.
Did you speak to him at all that night?
I asked him what was on his head, and he said that Charles had hit him in the head with a bat and that he had shot him in self-defense.
And is that how you learned how your stepdad died?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything else about that altercation?
No.
And did you ever have any other occasion to speak to him about that altercation?
No.
You said you saw your mother that night. And what was her demeanor?
Calm. Unrattled.
What did you think of that?
I thought it was crazy. So I was freaking out, and she seemed to not care.
And did you speak to your mother that night about how Charles had actually died?
Yes.
How did that conversation go?
She told me there was a fight and ran through it very quickly. And it was just in shock. I can't remember exactly what she said, but she just basically gave me a very quick version of the story.
Did she tell you why she had lied to you earlier?
No.
Do you remember if you asked her?
I don't remember.
Did you ever speak with Lori Vallow about Charles Vallow's life insurance policy?
Yes.
When was, do you know if that happened multiple times?
I know she'd mentioned it growing up. She talked to us about what would happen if either one of them, something happened to them, what would happen. I think it was a few weeks later that she brought up that she was not going to receive any of the money from Charles.
Now let's just take a quick step back. When you say a few weeks later, what do you mean a few weeks later?
After Charles was murdered.
Okay. And she told you then that she was not going to receive that money?
Yes.
From that conversation, was it your understanding that she had been expecting to receive that money?
Yes.
And okay. When Charles was alive, did you ever have occasion to speak with Lori Vallow about her and Charles's finances?
Yes.
Was that something that came up often?
Yes.
About how often, to the best of your recollection?
Hey,
I
Chalene,
would
good to see
say
you, babe.
maybe monthly.
Okay.
Or once a month.
And what was the general nature of those conversations?
From what I understood, Charles would work and then receive a bigger amount of money, and then it would kind of run out, and then they'd make another bigger amount, and then it would run out. So it's kind of the nature of the conversation would be that they were running low on money, something to that degree.
Okay. And was that a common theme then?
Mhm.
And just to be clear, the common theme that they were running out of money?
Yes.
Do you know who Tylee Ryan's father was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Joseph Ryan.
And I know that you and Joseph Ryan have the same last name.
Yes.
Was he your biological father?
No.
Okay. But did you take his last name?
Yes.
And do you know if Mr. Ryan is alive or deceased?
He's deceased.
And do you recall when that happened?
Summer of 2018, I think. Something around that time.
You don't remember the exact date?
No.
And were you aware if Tylee Ryan received Social Security benefits after Joe Ryan passed away?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
My mom told me that she would be receiving benefits.
And do you know if she received that monthly?
Yes.
Did you ever receive money from Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
How would that usually happen?
Venmo. She would Venmo me.
Would you ever ask her for some money?
I did, yes.
And about how often would that happen?
Maybe I can recall asking Tylee specifically a couple times. I would mostly ask my mom, and Tylee would be the middleman between those transactions. So I'd ask my mom, and she would tell Tylee to send the money.
Speaking of that, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever send you money by sending it to Tylee, who would then Venmo it to you?
Yes.
And how did you know that?
I would ask my mom, and then she said, okay, Tylee will send it over to you.
Do you recall the last time you saw Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
When was that?
It's August 30th.
And where was that?
It was outside of my work in the parking lot.
Is that in Arizona?
It was in Mesa, Arizona, outside of a gym.
And what was the nature of that visit?
My mom was very vague and said that they were leaving. She brought Tylee and JJ, and Tylee was crying and didn't say anything really. And I hugged JJ, and my mom said that they'd be back in a few weeks to visit.
Did she tell you where she was going?
No.
Do you recall if you asked?
I did ask initially.
But she wouldn't tell you?
No.
Did you receive or did you exchange text messages with Tylee Ryan on September 8th of 2019?
Yes.
What was the nature of that text exchange?
I think I had asked her to send money. And I think we had talked earlier that day a little bit. I didn't talk to her directly, but I had heard her voice, and they said that they were on a trip. And I think I'd asked her for money. I think that's what it was.
Okay. And did she respond? Do you recall?
Yes.
What did she respond?
I don't remember what she said exactly. I remember her last text that she said was just, I love you and I love the girls.
And you said you heard her voice earlier that day. And how did you hear her voice?
She was in the background of my conversation with my mom.
Right. And did your mom tell you where they were?
She said they're at Yellowstone Park.
Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with Lori Vallow after Charles's death about Tylee's Social Security money?
Yes.
What was the nature of that conversation?
So if I recall, she said that Tylee's money was not going to be everybody's money since she
Judge,
didn't
can
have
I have some foundation as to what time, date, place this discussion took place?
So a foundation objection, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, I'll ask a few more questions.
Thank you.
Do you recall approximately when that conversation took place?
I don't.
Okay. Was it in person?
I don't recall. I think it was on the phone, maybe.
Okay. But it was after Charles's death.
Yes.
And just to be clear, you don't recall the exact date?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. What was the nature of that conversation about Tylee's money?
Judge, again, foundation.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yeah. The initial question I had is, how are you going to take care of Tylee and JJ now? And I knew that she wasn't going to be receiving the money. So she said, we're going to supplement some of Tylee's money for now. And I'm going to go work. That was what she said. And that was basically the nature of it. She said, we're going to start using Tylee's money to make it through. And I think that they, I don't know if they were receiving anything for JJ, but that was the nature of the conversation.
Okay. So you don't recall if she mentioned JJ receiving Social Security?
I don't remember, but I know about it. I just don't remember if she said that.
Okay. And do you recall if she said anything about her receiving Social Security benefits after Charles died?
No.
The last time you saw Tylee, was that also the last time you saw JJ? And I think you said that was September or August 30th of 2019.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about November 27th, 2019. Were you contacted by the Gilbert police on November 27th of 2019?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that contact?
They came to our door looking for Tylee and I think JJ as well. I specifically remember them asking about Tylee first.
Yeah. And what did you tell them?
I said I didn't know where they were.
Do you recall if you told them about the last time you had seen them?
I think so. I think so.
At that time, had you been concerned about Tylee?
Yes.
Why is that?
Our conversations were not normal. The way her dialect in her text, the way she spoke wasn't matching up. And I had texted her for her birthday and just things of that nature. Just wasn't getting calls, wasn't getting any contact in a normal way, and was always avoided. So I thought maybe she was upset with me, but I just didn't want to pressure her because I know she'd been through a lot.
And so you mentioned text messages. Was there a change in those messages?
Yes.
How so?
Just little things like if you capitalize the letter I in periods and emojis, just things like that. Things just didn't sound right. And it just felt off when I was receiving those texts.
Do you recall the last time you spoke with her on the phone?
The last time I directly spoke with Tylee was on the 30th with JJ on FaceTime. So the same day that I saw them.
So you FaceTimed with them later that day?
Yes.
And then you never spoke with her again on the phone? But going back to those text messages, did you keep receiving text messages throughout September of 2019?
Yes.
And are those the messages that you felt were different?
Yes.
Okay. Did you respond to those messages?
Yes.
After the beginning of September, did you continue to receive money from Tylee's Venmo?
I think so.
Do you recall how often?
I think maybe a couple more times. So maybe 2 or 3.
And did you receive any more money from Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And how would she send that?
So she started sending money after I had not heard from her since that day. She started sending money on Cash App. I think she made a separate account and just tried to send money, and it kept denying it because it was a new account. I think it was all through Cash App at that point at just random times.
Okay. And was it in response to you asking for money, or was it just sent? Do you recall?
It was just sent.
Yeah. After Charles Vallow died, did you ever speak with your mom about her getting married again?
Yes.
And do you remember when that conversation was?
Maybe a few weeks after.
After he passed away?
After he was gone, yes.
What did she tell you about that?
It wasn't really a conversation. She just said a one-off thing like, I'll be married again soon. And I disregarded her and told her that I think that's crazy, or maybe she's talking about in the next life. It wasn't a real conversation. It was just a comment she made, and I completely dismissed what she said.
So she didn't give you any details about who she was marrying,
No,
when she was getting married,
no,
other than soon?
just soon. Yeah.
Okay. Did your mom ever mention the name Chad Daybell to you?
I don't think so. No, I know she was becoming spiritual, if you want to call it that, for a long time, but she doesn't. I only knew Melanie. I didn't know anybody else that she was spending a ton of time with in a
And when you say Melanie, which Melanie?
Melanie Gibb.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you contact your mother after November 27th when you were contacted by the Gilbert police?
I immediately contacted her after they left.
And what did you say to her?
I asked her what is going on. Why are the cops asking me where Tylee and JJ are? And she said, I think she asked me, like, what did they ask? And I said, they asked for Tylee and JJ. And I said, what's going on? And she just proceeded to say, I'll take care of it. You know, don't worry about anything. And then she's like, that's it. Like, I got it.
At that point, did you know where your mother was?
No.
So she had never told you where she was?
No. We speculated based off of the Yellowstone thing, but I didn't have an idea where she actually was.
And you didn't know she was in Rexburg, Idaho?
No.
And she never told you that?
No.
Did you try to contact your mother on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Did she respond to you?
No.
Did you ever have contact after that with your mother before she was arrested?
I think she sent an email not too long, maybe within a couple of weeks. And the nature of the email was, everything's fine. Everything's going to be okay. Don't worry about me. I've got Jesus on my side, blah, blah, blah. But basically just saying, it's okay. I've got things handled.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Good afternoon. Can you tell me how old you are?
28.
You mentioned a number of times that you were receiving money from Tylee and Lori. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And 2018, 2019.
Yes.
Sound about right?
Yeah.
4, 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Financially, is there a reason why they were sending you money?
We were just a young family and I just needed help and I was asking my mom for help.
You were a young family with children of your own?
Yes.
Okay, and just difficulty supporting yourself?
Yeah.
So your sister Tylee was helping out?
Sometimes, yeah.
And that was consistent with her character, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Very caring person.
Very.
Very kind person.
Yep.
She was, in many ways, more of a mother figure to JJ than Lori was. Would you agree with that?
I think she was his big sister.
Right. Very caring of JJ. Very, very protective of JJ. Would you agree with that?
She loved him. Yeah.
And she understood him better than almost anybody, correct?
Sure.
He had tremendous challenges as a young autistic, 7-year-old autistic child, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of all your siblings, you would probably say that Tylee was probably the kindest, the gentlest, and the most understanding of JJ. Would that be fair?
Sure.
Yeah. Good. Now, you mentioned that Lori called you to let you know that Charles had died.
Yes.
She didn't tell you that Alex gunned her down in the house, right?
No.
She lied to you.
Yes.
That it was a heart attack.
Yes.
So you're Lori's son, natural son, right?
Yes.
So Lori Vallow lied to her son the first time, saying that Charles died of a heart attack, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot of lying in a lot of places.
And Lori lied a lot to you, right?
Other people too. Yeah.
But Lori lied a lot to you.
Yeah. And then, yeah.
And then you mentioned the name Melanie Gibb.
Mm-hmm.
Was Melanie Gibb in on this lying to you as well about covering things up?
I didn't speak to Melanie Gibb.
Okay. But Lori and Melanie were the best of friends, right?
You could say that.
Yeah. And Lori met Melanie because Melanie was teaching classes about religion and about various religious topics, and Lori gained an interest in that, and that's how that friendship started, correct?
I'm not exactly sure. She was at our Christmas party one time, and then she was there as her friend, so I didn't know what their exact connection was.
When was that Christmas party?
2018.
Okay. And the two of them were together, and it was abundantly clear that the two of them were very, very close friends, right?
Sure.
Okay. At the time that your mother notified you, you were at work, is that right?
Yes.
So did you get that message while you were actually working, or was it over a break, or how did that transpire?
So I was in the middle of my workday, and she called me, and then I went over there after work.
And where were you working at that time?
At Anytime Fitness.
Okay. And so you took a break. Do you need to take a break?
No, you're good.
Okay. You took a break, and your mother called you or texted you and said there was a heart attack.
Yes.
No mention of self-defense.
No.
No mention that Alex shot Charles in self-defense, right?
No.
She was clearly lying to her son, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the fight that occurred between Charles and Alex, Tylee was there, and she was implicated in that, correct?
Yes.
And she was present for that fight and that entire altercation, from what you understand, correct?
Objection, states facts not in evidence.
Overruled. Correct?
From what I understand, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that your father isn't Joseph Ryan, correct?
No.
But are you aware that your mother in 2018 received a sizable life insurance policy from Joseph Ryan?
I am now, yes.
You are now, like right now?
I mean, I heard that later on, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're aware that financially, Lori Vallow had a significant amount of money as of middle or late of 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. During this time that there was discussion with Charles about financing, was it Charles Vallow who was the primary financer of the family's expenses?
Yes.
Your mother chose not to work.
She worked, I think, in the beginning, and then I think he just took over. I'm not sure. I was a child.
Okay, so when there was financial issues, it was your mother putting this all on Charles to provide for the family. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you already previously mentioned that you'd communicate with Tylee at least like once a month. Is that fair, or was it more frequently than that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
You communicated with Tylee at least once a month. Was that fair?
Growing up, or?
Well, in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Okay, and the manner that you would communicate was by text message?
Primarily.
Okay. And how often would you communicate with JJ?
I mean, it really depends. Tylee and I would see them more often, so I didn't have much time for them not being around.
Okay.
So before that, it wasn't once a month. It was a lot more frequent. They lived in the same place, and I would go see them.
Okay. And when you communicated with Tylee, or excuse me, when you communicated with JJ, it was always Tylee there, right? Usually?
Yeah.
Not Lori.
She would be there too.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you saw Tylee on August 30th in Mesa, Arizona. That was the last time you saw them. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that Tylee was obviously upset.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any prior information that Tylee just did not want to go to Idaho?
No, because I didn't know she was going to Idaho.
Okay. So she was obviously upset about something.
Yeah.
And it was the day that they were packing up to leave to go to Idaho. Is that right?
Yes.
And prior to that time, there was no indication that Tylee was upset about anything else. Is that right?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, that's fair. Do you remember that? And from August 30th, you then had a FaceTime call with both Tylee and JJ later that afternoon, later that evening.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about what time that was?
Probably when I got home, so anywhere between 7 to 8 p.m.
Okay, and you don't know where they were at that point, though, right?
They were back at the house.
In Gilbert?
Yes.
Okay. They hadn't left, but they were preparing to leave.
They were leaving in the morning, from what I understood.
Was Tylee still upset about the fact that she was leaving for Idaho?
Not on the phone call, no.
Okay. Now on the back in late November, you had then had an occasion to talk with your mother. Is that right? After the Gilbert police spoke with you?
Yes.
And again, your mother lied to you again.
Yes.
Was Melanie Gibb there?
Where?
On the phone? Any indication that Melanie Gibb was there listening in on the phone call?
No.
You don't know whether she was or not, or you just don't know?
I have no idea if she was there.
Okay. Now, your mother's a strong personality, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
She's not someone that people can tell her what to do. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily.
Okay. So you think she could be influenced very easily, right?
That's a big gap between not influential and influential.
Okay, but you would agree that your mother is one to speak her opinion when she has an opinion about a subject, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to ever interact or observe the way your mother talks to her friends, let's say Melanie Gibb, how she interacts with someone like Melanie Gibb?
Yes.
And that sort of interaction between them, your mother was a wallflower, or did she tend to speak her opinion when she spoke with her good friend Melanie Gibb?
Can you define wildflower?
Wallflower, someone very passive who wouldn't argue, someone who would just accept the way things are.
She did not like confrontation.
Okay.
She avoided it. So take that for what it is. I don't know.
Okay, so if getting in a discussion with Melanie Gibb, she would avoid confrontation. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you in late November, after the police called you, that JJ and Tylee were with Melanie Gibb?
No.
Okay. Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Can we redirect?
Just briefly.
Go ahead.
You were just asked about kind of your mother's personality,
Mm-hmm.
Whether she was a wallflower. And you said that you believed your mom had a strong personality.
But Judge, I'm going to object. I don't recall that testimony.
Overruled.
But you said you thought your mom could be influenced.
Yes.
Earlier, you testified that your mom had become more religious over the years. And you were asked if she could be influenced.
Yes.
Do you believe your mother was influenced by Chad Daybell?
Objection, Judge.
Grounds.
It's speculation. There's no foundation to base what he's basing this on.
It's a question of belief. It's overruled.
100%. I think she could be influenced. Yes.
Okay, and my question was, do you believe she was influenced by Chad Daybell?
Judge, again, I'm going to object. Foundation, speculation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. On that very last point, if you'd like, Mr. Pryor, recross. If not, we'll be concluded with the witness. And just limited to that last line of questioning you objected on, I'll allow recross.
Your Honor, I would just note, I think that question was directly in line with his cross.
Understood. I'll allow the recross.
Judge, am I permitted to go forward?
Yes, but only on that last question or two.
Now, in August of 2018, or August of 2000, excuse me, August of 2019, you had never heard of Chad Daybell, is that right?
Correct.
And you testified previously that your mother said, and please let me get to the quote. And it was a few weeks after Charles passed away, and Charles passed away in July of 2019, right? You said, I will be married again soon, but she didn't specify who she was talking about, right?
Correct.
And at that point in July of 2019, you didn't know very much about Chad Daybell either, did you?
No.
Had never even heard the name, right?
No.
And then in August, almost September of 2019, correct?
Yeah.
You had never heard of Chad Daybell. You didn't even know where or why they were going to Idaho, did you?
No.
And then we fast forward to November, 2 months later, within 60 days, you have a conversation with your mother about where's JJ, correct? And at that point, you'd never heard or mentioned the name Chad Daybell, is that right?
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, you mentioned the fact that your mother, there was a call and a communication where your mother had been locked up. And at that point, you had a confrontation call with her. And at that point, you never heard about Chad Daybell, correct?
No, in December of 2019, there was a release, and that's how we found out that she was married.
Okay.
And that the kids were missing, and that's how we found out.
Okay. So after December of 2019, after everything started processing, that's when you drew this conclusion that Chad Daybell must be influencing her. It wasn't anything up until December of 2019. Is that fair?
I mean, they ran away together. So
Well, I understand that, but
Yeah.
prior to December of 2019, to your knowledge, Chad Daybell wasn't even in the picture. Is that right?
correct.
Yeah, I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of this witness. Is the witness going to be recalled at any point, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
I'm honestly shocked that the prosecution didn't go further with questioning Colby. To be honest, I figured that they would get more in depth. Like after he finds out that the kids are killed and that kind of thing, they didn't. So
I'm surprised they didn't play the call,
yeah, I know. Me too.
but I know y'all gonna come for me. This QB, just the Devils clavicle, just the Disclaimer. I mean, John Pryor did exactly what he needed to do on that recross.
Mm-hmm. He always does. He does a good job. I ain't gonna lie.
But I mean, on this particular one, given how long he knew about Chad Daybell,
All right, that'll
I think
conclude the testimony of Mr. Ryan then. Mr. Ryan, you potentially may be recalled at some point in this case. If so, you'll be contacted either by the state or the defense. Otherwise, you are permitted to step down, and that concludes your testimony for today.
They were so rude. They cut you off, QB.
right?
Sorry about that.
Rude. So I think the prosecutor made an error in asking him that. I don't think he's a good judge to say whether or not. I mean, now if he said, you know, had your mom ever done anything like this before? Impetuous, you know, da, 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 and then said, you know, did her demeanor change after, you know, even though you didn't know she met him, after she met him, did her demeanor change? You know, that kind of stuff. But I don't think I don't know. That just personally. Just personally, I think they could have done a lot more with him.
Yeah, I do too. I feel like we could have.
But he didn't. I mean, he has been through enough, but John Pryor didn't go at him like I thought he might. He was actually pretty calm. Not like he did.
Yeah.
I feel like he's trying to say it was Lori and Melanie that did this.
Yeah.
Because he has got it bad for Melanie.
He does. And, you know, I mean, I've heard people say before that they feel like Melanie should have caught some charges. And I ain't going to lie. Maybe she
knows something.
On some things, you know. I don't know.
I mean, let's just say
do things. It's not that she knew things and didn't. I feel like she might have had an inkling that something wonky was going on and just didn't say anything until after it was too late. And, but I'm not sure. I don't really know all that mess, but
I feel like it's possible that, and I don't know because I didn't listen to the whole Lori Daybell trial, but that it's possible that she told the police that JJ was with her and then thought about it and thought about not so much that she wanted to do the right thing, but that it could implicate her. And so she wanted to make sure that she cleared herself right out of that.
Well, she said specifically in that phone call, how is that you caring for and loving me by letting the police think that I'm the one that's got JJ? How is that like?
She also agreed and said, yes, she got JJ.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but if you called me today and said, hey, do you have Jolie? I'll be like, no, ma'am, I do not.
Yeah.
And if someone had called me and said, hey, QB, if Jenny calls you, you know, tell her that you got Jolie, I'd be like, no, homie, no, I don't have Jolie. I ain't seen Jolie. I ain't been near Jolie. Not that I wouldn't love on her and scream her and squeeze her little face. But you know what I'm saying? Like I would never, I don't care. I wouldn't do that for my best friend. No, I ain't got now you talking husband? Maybe.
I don't know
but
that.
Kids, no.
Yeah, but I don't know that because see, there was I think that they had tried to say that Kay and Larry had tried to
was kidnapping or trying to kidnap JJ.
and,
Yeah.
you know, that kind of thing. And, you know, if some, so, I mean, I can't say that I wouldn't ever do that. I think it depends on the situation.
It would depend. I guess
Would
it
I
would depend
say
on the
it
situation.
if I think, would I do that if somebody were, you know, with Lori was to come to me and be like, yo, I thinking I'm gonna kill my kid or have my kid killed. Will you say he's with
No.
you?
She didn't
No,
say
ma'am.
that.
But
I will say this. There is something about that Melanie chick that don't sit right with me.
yeah. Yeah, I know.
There's something with that Melanie chick that don't sit right with me. And I was good with her. I was good with her until
She couldn't
Pryor got
remember
a hold of.
everything.
Yeah. She was good with the prosecution. She remembered all the things. She didn't have no memory issues, nothing. And then Pryor started talking to her. Oh, I got memory issues.
Mhm.
And then didn't even try to pretend when the prosecution came back up there that she still got memory issues. Not they gone again. Yeah, I don't know.
She's like, yeah, that was back in 1982
At 2:00 in
and
the
it was
afternoon,
yes,
and I was wearing
and
blue
honey,
shoes.
yeah, and I had a green Tupperware bowl.
Yep. And my hair was pulled back in a ponytail.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, at least okay, if you messed up and answered all the questions, and then you got to Pryor and you're like, no, I got memory issues. At least when you go back to the prosecution, be like, look, my memory is bad, yo. It's bad.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
don't remember. I mean, but she just flip flop right back. No, I'm good. I remember. Yeah, it was a Tuesday.
Mhm. I know.
So, anyways, I know we talking and they courting.
She kind of did the same rigmarole with Lori's trial too.
See how well that worked out.
So, I mean, I don't think
I just think there's a whole lot of reasonable doubt happening.
Well, don't
If
say
you take
that.
it non-emotionally as a juror, how you're supposed to, and just with the facts, he's creating reasonable doubt.
Mm. Oh. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a call.
Lord. Didn't she tell me to have that thing on Do Not Disturb? I didn't. But didn't she tell me to? The problem is if I put it on Do Not Disturb, the people that call me are all my favorites anyway, so they break right through. I don't like this child telling me the 80s were 40 years ago. That's rude. Yeah, I thought he was maybe he thought better of it. I mean, there was no reason to go at him hard because I mean, I know y'all probably over there hollering at me, but I mean, he knocked that right out. Anything that he got by saying I think she was persuaded by him, he knocked right out. I mean, he didn't even know he was there. I just think they could have laid a better foundation. Personally, disclaimer. Where y'all at? Why y'all so quiet? Why y'all get quiet when Jenny leaves me on my own? Where's Kel? We need a joke. Let's see if I can figure out a joke. Stand by. Stand by, yo. There's my Arby's. Yummy. Um, let's see if we have a joke. Do joke. All right. Let's see. Let me see. Nah. Sorry. All right. Lawyers really can take the fun out of everything. Even Santa comes with a clause. But bump. All right, that wasn't really that funny. It made me laugh, but it wasn't that funny. All right, 8 vowels, 11 consonants, and an exclamation mark and a comma appeared in court today. They're due to be sentenced next week. Look, y'all ain't even got any. Look, they ain't even got no responses to my jokes. I'm gonna sit down.
QB, I'm having two conversations, one on live stream and one with my husband on the phone. So, hold on. Let me start. Do you want me to start the stream back, QB?
Please do. Please.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay. I'm going to mute myself again.
Bye.
Any further witness to call this afternoon? Well, I should say we've still got time. So who will the state be calling next, assuming we've got one?
Your Honor, the state will be calling David Warwick.
Very well.
Promise swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, Mr. Warwick, have you viewed or listened in on any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial since it started?
No.
All right, have you discussed your testimony with anyone else?
No.
Very well. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warwick, will you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
David Dale Warwick.
Please spell it for the reporter, please.
Oh, spell it. Sorry. DAVIDDALEWARWICK.
Thank you. And Mr. Warwick, where do you live?
Pleasant Grove, Utah.
What do you do for a living?
A general contractor.
I'm going to ask you some questions, drawing your attention back to roughly 5 years ago. Are you familiar with the name Chad Daybell?
Yes.
How are you familiar with his name?
I think since 2012, if I recall.
When did you first become familiar, or how did you first become familiar with his name?
There was a book that he had done done a book with Julie Rowe. And I just knew that he was the author or publisher of that.
At any point in time, did you have any contact with Mr. Daybell?
At that time?
At any point in time?
Yes.
When did you first have contact with him?
He reached out to me to wanting to do a book with me.
Do you recall approximately when that occurred?
2015 is what I'm thinking that was.
How did he reach out to you?
He's communicated. He's called me, he's texted me, and emailed me, and I just can't remember which one was first.
Had you ever initiated any of that contact?
No.
What was your reaction to his request that you write a book?
I just said I needed to think about it, and because of the content, I needed approval from above.
Okay. So did you decide ultimately to write a book for him?
No.
After that initial contact, however it came, did he continue to reach out to you to request this?
Yes.
How often did he reach out to you?
Probably 3 or 4 times over a year.
How did he do that?
Text and email mainly. I think we only had 1 phone call.
What was your reaction to those continued requests?
I just said no.
At any point in time, did you ever have any personal contact with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
When do you recall that first happening?
The first time was at a meeting in Rigby, Idaho.
And tell the jury about this meeting. What was the meeting?
It's they were having a meeting about priesthood power and dealing with the darkness of this world and evil.
Who was having the meeting?
John Miller.
And approximately when did this meeting occur?
If I remember right, it was fall of 2015.
And why did you have occasion to attend that meeting?
Because John Miller reached out to me.
Did you
ask me to come?
Did you know Mr. Miller before this?
I did not.
Did you have any understanding why Mr. Miller had reached out to you?
Yes, I had done a few firesides, and anyway, so people got to know me through others that way, and so he reached out to me thinking that I would be interested in this.
I think you indicated that this meeting occurred in Rigby, Idaho.
Yes.
And where in Rigby was this meeting?
Where? It was at his home.
Do you recall who all was in attendance at the meeting?
Not everybody. Most of the people I didn't know.
Who do you recall and was at the meeting?
John Miller, Larry Hilton, Tom Harrison, Bob Walker, Hector Sosa. Now, some of these guys I met because we carpooled up, so that's why I remember their names. And the others that were there, that's where I met Chad.
When you were at this meeting, did you have any occasion to have a conversation with Chad?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what was the conversation about and how did that come to be?
He just came up and said that he was going to go to his house, and he wanted me to come over. He said Julie Rowe and a few of her associates were coming, and they actually showed up at this meeting too. And anyway, I said, no, I'm not here. I'm here for this meeting. And I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay because I was asked to be at this meeting by the host. So
what was Chad specifically asking of you?
He just asked me to come with him.
And did you eventually do that?
Yeah, he went and talked to John Miller, and they were having a lunch break. And John said, "Yeah, go ahead and go. It'll be okay. Just we can just resume when you get back."
At that point, did you want to go?
No, I didn't, but there was some curiosity to what's going on. So, but I just went out of respect.
And where did you go?
We went to Chad's home.
Where was his home located?
In Rexburg.
What did you do at his home?
We walked around his property, and this is the first time I had met Julie Rowe also. And basically she was helped telling him how the property was to be laid out and organized for tents to be set up and a building to be built for preparations.
Why did Julie Rowe explain this information? What was her basis of understanding?
My understanding is she had a vision, or she was having visions. I wasn't informed on the details of what was going on. It was more of a meet and get acquainted.
Who did you recall meeting anybody else at that meeting besides Ms. Rowe? Let me withdraw that and be clear. While at Chad's property, do you recall meeting anybody else besides being there with Chad and Ms. Rowe?
Yeah, there were several other men there, but I don't recall their names.
Did you ever have occasion to meet Chad's wife?
Yes.
And who was that you met?
Tammy.
When did you meet Tammy?
When we were in their living room, Chad had her come out and introduced us to his wife.
Was that at the same meeting that you were there with Julie Rowe that Chad had brought you to?
Yes.
Um, did Tammy participate in the conversation or walking around the property?
No, she didn't.
Any understanding why she did not do that?
I just didn't feel like she was interested. But, that was just my feelings.
How did that meeting eventually end?
When we got done walking around the property, we just left and went back to John Miller's.
Did you have any other interaction with Chad at that point, at that meeting?
No.
Do you recall any other occasions that you met Chad personally after that meeting?
Yes.
When's the next time that you recall having met with him personally?
There was a conference in Brigham City, Utah that I was asked to speak at, and Chad was there.
To the best you can recall, approximately when was that conference?
2017 is my guess. That's the best that would be my guess. I don't remember exactly.
But it was after your meeting at John Miller's house?
Yes.
What was your interaction with Chad at that conference?
We just talked. I saw him over there at his booth when we had a break, and I went and just talked with him for a few minutes.
Anything of note in the conversation?
No.
Did you have any impressions at that point of Chad's just general nature and his demeanor?
No, he's just, Chad's always been very, very kind, very meek.
Anything else about the way he conducted himself or interacted with people at that point in time?
No.
When's the next time that you recall seeing Chad in person?
At Lori Vallow's house in Chandler, Arizona.
And when did that happen?
August of 2019.
What was your occasion for being at that meeting?
Lori, I was with Melanie and we were doing a couple of firesides in Arizona. And Lori called when we were coming back down from the northern Arizona and said, "Hey, we got some friends here. We'd like you." They wanted her to bring me over to meet me. So they said they were just having like a luncheon. She had prepared food and just asked us to come and stop by.
When you say Melanie, are we speaking of your spouse?
Yes.
And who is your wife, just to clarify for the jury?
Who's what?
Who is your wife? What's Melanie?
Yeah.
What was Melanie's last name at the time?
Oh, sorry, Gibb. Sorry.
And you're still married?
Yes.
So who do you recall being at that luncheon or that meeting at Lori's house?
Chad, Lori, Melanie Boudreaux, I think was her name. Alex Cox, Zalima, and then there was a lady there named Julie.
Okay. Was it the same Julie Rowe?
No.
During that meeting, was there any conversation that occurred?
Yeah, it was sitting around a table and eating food, and conversation was happening while we were eating.
Anything else? What was the general subject of the conversation while you were at the meeting?
That they were talking about the 144,000 and about the gathering of the 144,000. And
I'm going to pause you there for the jury's sake. When you say they were talking about it, who was talking about the 144,000?
Chad and Lori. But they were all talking about it. It was not really a formal meeting. It was kind of a lot of conversation. And I was just picking up on what they were talking about.
To the best you can recall, what things do you remember Chad or Lori saying about the 144,000?
That they were responsible to gather them. It was their call.
Now, were these things that just one of them was saying? Let me withdraw that. Was Chad saying these things?
I don't remember which one was saying it.
But one of the two?
I would say it was one of the two because they were the host of this meeting.
Any reason to think that they both weren't embracing or believing whatever it is that they were talking about?
Yes, yes.
Anything else that came up in that conversation besides the 144,000?
They talked about they all have these special gifts they were given, and what they were gonna. They talked about they had multiple lives and done things in previous lives.
When you talk about these special gifts, did they elaborate at all on these special gifts?
It was yeah, there was. I just remember a couple. One was had power over the elements of the earth and had to be in certain places a certain time to facilitate whatever God was doing.
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but could I have some foundation as to exactly which one of these guests was that talking about that?
Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Awesome question, Judge. So you just mentioned this gift about power over the elements. Do you recall for the jury, who was it at this meeting that had those types of powers?
Zulema.
Were there any other special powers that were mentioned at the meeting?
And yeah, that I can recall, no. That I remember Alex was to either do or he was told that he was the angel that came to stop Laman and Lemuel when Nephi was being smitten.
Is that an LDS reference?
Yes.
What did Alex think about that or say about that particular belief?
He felt good because he was doing something good. He felt good that he was a good guy.
And during that meeting, did Chad ever discuss with you any role that he might want you to have in this gathering?
At that time, I don't think he did. I think it was for me just to get acquainted.
Did you have any discussions with him about your reaction to some of those things that were being taught?
Yes.
What discussion did you have with him about that?
But that if somebody's going to have the position to call the 144,000, that I felt like that would be a prophet of God that would have that responsibility.
Is it fair to say that you didn't believe that Chad was a prophet of God at that point?
No.
At any point?
No.
So did you tend to agree with some of those teachings that Chad was engaging in that day?
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization.
I can respond.
Oh, it's overruled. Go ahead.
Did you have any disagreement? I'm sorry, let me withdraw that. You can ask the question if you remember what it was.
I'm sorry.
I'll re-ask it. Did you agree or disagree generally with the things that Chad and others were teaching at that meeting?
I disagreed.
Do you remember specifically, besides the issue of a prophet, anything else that you disagreed with?
Yeah, they did. They talked about Satan having power to push people out of their bodies and taking possession of them, and then the person's spirit would be stuck in limbo. They couldn't go forward because the body was still alive.
Did you discuss that teaching with Chad at all?
Yeah, I just said Satan was never allowed that power because that's something he wanted to do from the beginning, and God put a boundary there so he could not do that.
So you didn't believe these things, is that fair? Okay. During that meeting, did you notice anything about the way Chad and Lori interacted with one another?
They seemed really close. I mean, they were, they were really friendly with one another.
When you said really close and friendly, could you describe that more for the jury?
Well, I just noticed when Lori brought the food to the table, she kind of leaned on him as she put his plate down.
What did that indicate to you?
Affection.
For speculation.
Judge,
Sustained.
did you notice anything else about their behavior that indicated to you anything about their relationship?
No.
Had you ever met Lori before that meeting?
No.
And was there another time that you interacted with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
When do you recall that occurring?
It was September of 2019.
And what was that occasion?
I was at Lori's house to do a podcast with Lori and Melanie. And so I was there for that weekend and Chad came over.
When you said you were at Lori's house, where was that at?
It was in Rexburg.
Did you get invited to come?
Yes.
And were you in Idaho for any other reason at that point?
We had just moved my son up to Pocatello, Idaho. So I was coming up to see them and I was coming up for the Book of Mormon Evidence Conference. And then and Melanie and Lori had been wanting to do a podcast. And so I just kind of made a weekend of it. And my plan was to stay in a hotel in Idaho Falls to be in between both places. But Melanie invited me and said, Lori said, stay here. Don't need to put money in a hotel. We got an extra room for you. So.
And that was in reference to Lori's place?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe Lori's place that you went and stayed at, so the jury has an understanding of the layout?
It was when you walked in, there was a living room and a kitchen, just one room, and then a stairs on the right that went up to the bedrooms and bathrooms.
And when you arrived, who do you recall being at her apartment?
Lori and Alex and Melanie.
Okay. What about children? Were there children there?
JJ.
Did you have any occasion to interact with JJ when you arrived there?
Yes, I tried a couple of times. He was sitting on the couch playing games, and so I tried to just get to know him a little bit, but he was pretty into his game.
Did he respond to you then, or
no?
And do you have any special needs children yourself?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I have a Down syndrome boy with autism.
Hold on. There's a pending objection. I haven't ruled. It's
relevance.
Judge, may I argue?
No, it's sustained, Mr. Wixom.
Okay. Did you have any further interaction with JJ at that point?
Just one more time. He had a box and he was cutting windows and doors in it, making a little toy house out of a cardboard box.
Did you try to talk to him on that occasion?
I did.
Any interaction with him then?
No.
Okay. I think you already mentioned Chad was at this meeting or gathering.
He showed up at least 2 or 3 times. He was kind of in and out.
Okay. Do you recall what span of time were you staying at Lori's apartment on this occasion?
Friday night through Monday morning.
So roughly 3 days?
Yes.
So when you said that Chad was in and out, approximately how many times was Chad coming over that you recall?
I can recall twice for sure. It may have been a third time, but it's.
When he came, how long would he stay?
Maybe a half hour to an hour. It was never long.
Did you have any conversations with Chad while he was there?
Yes, I did.
And Judge, could I have some foundation as to when these meetings supposedly took place?
Certainly. When do you recall, the best you can by month and year, that you were at Lori's house on this occasion?
Sorry, repeat the question.
best you can remember, can you let the jury know what month and year were you at Lori's house on this occasion?
So September 2019.
And so back to the question about Chad. What do you remember talking to Chad about when he first?
Judge, again, I'm going to renew my foundation. We don't know which day of the week we're talking about since this was a 4-day weekend.
Well, I think that's more appropriate for cross, so
Okay.
it is vague, but Mr. Wixom, you can continue.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you. When's the first time over the course of the weekend that you can remember that Chad came over? Do you remember what day of that weekend it was?
It was the weekend, September 20 to 23 or 19 to 23 or 19 to 22. I mean, whatever that weekend was, I just remember I remember the 23rd. So
this has been 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you remember, you said earlier that you were there from Friday to roughly Monday morning.
Yeah.
Do you remember which day of that weekend that you first recalled Chad coming over?
Saturday.
So when Chad came over, explain to the jury what, if any, conversation that you had with him at that time.
They talked about, anyway, that's when I'm trying to remember what the reason was coming over. I don't remember the intent for the reason, but we talked about that's when I learned about more of their relationship.
What did you learn?
That they were that they had been together in past lives and that they had a mission to do together.
Did they explain at that time what that mission was together?
Yes.
What was it?
To gather the 144,000.
Did they discuss any more about their personal religious beliefs along that vein?
They just talked about terrestrial buildings that are on this earth that they can see. And
what did you understand that to mean? Did you say terrestrial or terrestrial?
Yeah, terrestrial.
What did you understand that to mean?
Just what it says.
Did they explain what they thought that meant?
They just said we want you to come over and we'll show it to you. So I mean, anyway, it's
come over where?
It was at some park next to a church.
So did you leave the apartment and go with them?
Well, we didn't go. We just went over there and met with them there.
So you left the apartment and met them at the park?
Yes.
Who did you meet at the park?
Chad and Lori and Melanie.
And Judge, could I have some foundation as to the date or the day of the week at the time that this took place?
Mr. Wixom, it's vague. I'll overrule the objection, but it's up to you.
Do you remember which day of the weekend specifically that you would have gone to meet them at the park?
Sunday.
When you got to the park, what happened?
We just walked around the park and they described the building.
What did they describe?
About a 2-story building made of stone and arches, and that's about all I can recall.
You don't recall any specifics about the significance of the building or anything like that?
I don't.
Could you see a building the same place they were saying it was located?
No.
What did you see?
A beautiful park.
Did you perceive in any way, through your own observation, whether or not you thought Chad and Lori thought this building was there?
No.
No, you didn't perceive it?
No, I didn't perceive that. I didn't perceive that they were seeing the building. Is that what you mean?
That's my question, yes.
I'm sorry. Honestly,
Judge, non-responsive.
Sorry.
Sustained.
Sir, could you tell if Chad and Lori thought the building was there?
They talked like they did, but I didn't feel any truth in it.
Did they give you any reason why they were telling you about this or trying to show you this building?
And no, there was never really any reason explained. I think they were just trying to get my confidence.
What do you mean by that?
Get me familiar with what they were doing and
What was your perception about why they were trying to get you familiar with what they were doing?
my perception was at the time, I honestly didn't know what to expect. I was just kind of following along. But I felt like they were just trying for me to be familiar with them and what they have and their gifts, so that I can be confident or more. I'm not sure if I'm coming up with the right word. More of an assurance that what they are doing is true. Kind of like trying to witness what they have.
Prior to walking around this park at any time on Friday or Saturday, had you expressed anything back to Chad about any of these teachings or beliefs that were being discussed?
I just talked to him about Satan and the evil spirits. They don't have that power. It's not going to be given them, and that the gathering of 144,000, that would be done by the prophet or somebody called under his authority.
Would it be fair to say that you'd explain to them that you weren't really accepting these beliefs?
Yeah.
Now, during this weekend, at any time, did you observe anything about Chad and Lori's interaction with each other that gave you any clues about the relationship?
They were more affectionate.
In what regard?
He walked up behind her and put his arms around her.
Anything else?
I think there was a kiss on the cheek. There was some head rubbing.
Anything about that aspect of their relationship that bothered you that weekend?
Yes.
What was it that bothered you?
That he was still married to Tammy.
Did you ever confront him about that?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I just asked him about his marriage to Tammy. If she was, was she happy? Was he happy with her? Was she a good wife? Was she a good mother?
How'd he respond?
He said, yeah, she was very good. And he said that she was good.
Anything else in that conversation specifically?
Well, they said that Lori was going to be his next wife. They had been married before and they're going to fulfill this mission together, and that he had a dream that Tammy was going to be passing by the time he was 50 or 51.
Did you have anything further that you said to him about that?
Not that I can recall. I know we talked more, but I can't recall I just felt uncomfortable that you'd have a call like that and you're still married.
Now, when you say a call like that, can you explain to the jury what you mean by a call like that?
The call that he was called to gather the 144,000.
Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta stop for a second because this is another one of those, oh my God, I got words and I gotta say something. So QB, you said you were or no, wait, who was it? Somebody said a minute ago they were confused. I think it was spins, and then you said,
I
why
wanted to
didn't
know
they
how
introduce
old he
that?
is.
You said something about why didn't they try to introduce that with Melanie? Something's off with the whole thing. I don't know what you meant to introduce
When
what.
he was talking about, when they were talking about, do you have a special needs child? And he said Down syndrome with Asperger's and or with autism. And he got that in before the objection got stopped.
Mhm.
And my thing was, okay, is that his child? Was he married previously? Because why didn't they bring that up with Melanie? Hey, Mary Lou. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think those were her kids.
Okay. Well, but I mean, if they've been married a while, wouldn't she have cared for him? I mean, wouldn't that be some kind of, I don't know. This guy right here is I'm like, I think he's not. I ain't trying to be mean. I don't think he's all there.
The Warwick guy.
Yes. Because he's
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
so what did you think about that relationship? I didn't think nothing. I didn't agree with the call. What, sir? We weren't talking about a call. We were talking about a relationship. And so then he goes back to the calls for the 140,000, but that's not what they were 144,000. But that's not what they were talking about.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know. I know I will put $1 on the wall right now that when Pryor stands up, he gonna ask why he and Melanie ain't living together.
Mhm. And just going back to what you said, I feel like that he did ask him why that bothered him, and he said, because I don't feel like somebody that would have the call would do that.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
I mean, I'll rewind it and double check, but what I was
No, you
getting
ain't
at,
gotta
my
rewind
whole thing,
it don't
my whole
change
thing,
even. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say my whole thing with this dude is if he's because Melanie kept saying over and over, and she even told Chad and Lori this, that David is a very righteous man and man of God and all this, that, and the other. And that may very well be. I don't know. But I don't if I'm not even like I can't imagine feeling that way about your faith and then being able to spend the night in a house where this man and this woman who are married to two different people are completely rubbing up on each other and stuff in front of everybody and not even trying to hide it.
Yeah, it's
I mean, I'm not trying to act like that it's one thing if somebody's doing that and you're aware of someone who's fooling around on their spouse, right? You do whatever you want to do, right? I ain't up for it, but I'm just saying with this guy that's supposed to be,
super
thinking
religious.
about the fact that Chad is supposed to be this big, has the call or calling or whatever. No, if he does, he sure ain't going to be doing what he's doing.
Right. Well, I know, I mean, I kind of get what you're saying, but I don't know if he had the way to do that. Like, I know this is a while back because my daddy said something the other day, but of course it was about my brother and he can't do no wrong. So,
I know your
but
daddy's home, baby. She's tearing the house down because her daddy's home.
But my daddy's house, if you weren't married, y'all could come visit. Y'all be sleeping in separate bedrooms.
Yeah.
I don't care if y'all even if they lived together, if y'all came to my daddy's house, you'd be sleeping in separate bedrooms.
Right.
But I don't know that he had the capacity to do that because he was staying with them.
Yeah, I know, but what my point is, I'd have been sitting out there on the side of the road waiting for my Uber to come pick me up with my backpack, and I'd say, "No, I ain't staying in this house. If you saying you got the calling of God, yet you're laying over here with this woman that you're not married to, and you're saying that yeah, my wife is a great wife and a great mother, but she gonna die in the next
I think my
3.25
thing would be
weeks.
like, we're gonna be married in another, we were married in another life and we're gonna be married again, and my other wife gonna die. I'd be like, uh, excuse me?
Mhm.
What? Yeah, I don't, mm-mm.
No, I'd
Mm-mm.
have been sitting outside waiting on my ride. That's where I'd
But
have been.
I don't mean no harm, but John Pryor about to tear this man up.
Yeah.
He about to tear this man up. And he ain't again, I know y'all think I'm all team Pryor, and I'm not. I think he's a
Mm-mm.
POS, but I mean, his objections ain't been wrong. I mean, they're all over the place. They're all over, and this man is all over the place. I'm telling you, this man has got some mind issues, or he don't hear well, one or the other. Because
I
he's
do think you
answering.
don't hear well. I do
Because
think you don't hear well because I
it ain't.
remember.
Maybe
Sorry.
we don't hear well. Maybe it is us that don't hear well. And we thought he asked. I thought he asked another question that he didn't, but I was wrong because I couldn't hear him.
Okay, so in Lori's trial, whenever he was on the stand, he had to fly there and he got sick with the head cold while he was on the airplane. And it messed with his ears even more so. And he couldn't hear. And so he does have a hearing issue, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, all I know is that they should give him some headphones like Crumbly had, because he answering the wrong questions. And it wasn't just that one. It was not just that one. It happened like 4 different times. That's why I said if you change what he answered, you don't have to go back and replay it for me, because it don't change the way I feel, because he did it like 4 times. He's like, so was that on a Tuesday? No, we ate steak. What the what? Sir.
Well, maybe he only has tacos on Tuesday.
I don't know, but somebody told me tacos are for every day. That's why they got Taco Bell.
Mm.
I'm saying, but I don't know. Anyways, you can go back to playing it. You stopped it. I didn't do it this time. You stopped it. I don't
Yeah, I
have that
did stop
power.
it. Okay.
I don't have that power.
Let me read real quick some of the comments. And hey, Mary Lou, by the way, she was sitting in the break room a while ago. Spins is agreeing with you. Something's off. He started off answering the wrong question. He's missing some marbles in the bag of marbles, says JB. And then
I was
Patricia
trying to
says,
be
not to
nice,
mention,
JB. Why you had to go with the marbles?
not to mention them not being married and cheating, but just seeing them rubbing up all over each other would have me on the curb. Right? I know. I would have been like,
He said something about there was some head rubs. I was like, I'm sorry, what? What? No.
yeah, and he felt like, what he wanted to say when he said that she had rubbed up, she had like leaned up against him,
Yeah,
bringing his plate, and what he wanted to say was, she's all up on him, all up in his grill. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Melinda says, I wonder if he thinks his calling makes an exception for him to be a cheater since it's her calling as well. Well, I will say that both Chad, well, I don't know specifically, Chad has said that, but Lori, and I've said this a few times, Lori said multiple times that because of her level in her calling, that she doesn't necessarily have to play by the earthly rules.
Right.
So.
Right. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm just gonna say that in my gut, okay, something ain't right with this couple. I ain't talking about Lori and Chad. I'm talking about Melanie and David. Now, David might be a good man. David might be a good man. He might be a good godly man, but some it ain't sitting with me. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I think they're going to come to this, but I think what that prosecutor was getting at was that Chad and and Lori were trying to get him to see their vision because he wanted them to bankroll it.
That's
That's what I
exactly it.
think. Is it? Okay. Because
Yeah.
I think that's what he was trying to get him to say, and he keeps going round and round about the. Oh, what did Daddy bring? Did Daddy bring
Dad's
something?
home.
Daddy's home. She just squealed.
She knows when he comes through that door and he's got a Walmart bag, there's something in it good for her.
That's why I said, what did he bring her?
I don't know. Probably some cosmic brownies or some. She loves
Reese's
those Swiss
cup.
cake rolls, man.
Oh, that's my spirit child right there. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We're gonna be friends. We're gonna be friends. Yeah, some are missing more than others. I meant maybe it's just his hearing. Maybe that's all it is. It's just his hearing.
I don't know. All right, let's kick the play button in the butt. Let's do this.
So did you have any interactions with Chad that you can recall on Sunday of that weekend? I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. After you got back from the park, did you have any further interaction with Chad that weekend?
Yes.
What was that interaction?
He said that there was 80 acres for sale over there by his place. And I have an associate that once wanted to do a development in Rexburg. And so he told me about this 80 acres that would be a good place to do it. And I just told him, I said, well, I don't have time. It's Sunday. I don't do business on Sunday, but I said, I'll go ahead and drive by it and just see if I get any vibes. And then talk to this associate of mine down in Utah about it.
What did you mean by see if you get any vibes? What did that mean?
Just to see if it felt like a good place to do a development.
As a builder, does this happen with you sometimes? Do people come?
Yes.
And then how did that interaction end when you went over and looked at the property?
Yeah, we went over there to we followed Alex over. He took us to where it was, and we just got out and we were just looking at the property and getting ready to leave. And then Chad and a guy that he was serving with in church, a realtor named Ron, they showed up.
Any more conversation with Chad while you were there at the property?
Nah, he just wanted Ron to meet me, and then Ron wanted to go over the deal, and I just said, just send me emails on it. I don't want to talk about it today.
When you were done looking at his property, did you eventually go back to Lori's apartment?
Yes.
Did you have more conversation with Chad then at the apartment?
Not that I can recall.
At any point over this weekend, did Chad ever suggest that you would have any role in this 144,000 gathering?
Yes.
When did that occur? Remember what day?
Gracie Jor. Cody
I believe
Jor
that
is
was on
home.
Saturday.
And what was that conversation?
That I was to assist him in gathering the 144,000. And that's actually when I said, well, that would be a call that would come from a prophet. And two, I knew that my life, even if that call existed, my life is not in order to be able to do it, to be able to do something like that.
Mr. Wixom, I'm going to suggest we take our mid-afternoon break at this time, just give them time.
Certainly.
So we'll go ahead and try to come back on around 10 till if possible, to give the jurors enough time to take a break, and we'll come back on for remaining testimony.
Certainly, Your Honor. Thanks.
All right, please.
Witness.
Y'all, I'm getting good on this. Getting it
like, look
quick.
at you.
I was gonna get you. Oh, look who it is on the screen right now, though. Can you tell who that is? Sarah Boone.
Oh, Lord.
That's
Hey,
Sarah Boone.
Gracie. She's
Grace
driving.
calls Dale Cody Joe. Cody from Sister Wives is the husband on the TV show Sister Wives. So she calls Dale Cody. And then because while she was here, everybody turned into like Mickey's middle name is Joe. And so everybody's Mickey Joe, Dale Joe, Gracie Joe. But we would say Jor because
Right.
Mickey or Grace adds an R onto everything that ends with an O, like Nor, or Nor.
Y'all be nice. She's got a cute accent.
She does, but she still adds an or onto everything.
I mean, I call Mickey
Nor.
Mickey Jor.
But you only do that because we all call her that.
Exactly.
And that's where it came from, was Grace.
Exactly. Gracie. You can fast forward.
Oh, I can, can't I?
Mm-hmm.
I forgot.
We behind. We way behind.
Hold on a minute. We are like, what, 15 minutes behind or something?
Something like that. Something like that.
Right.
Ugh.
Something like that.
I'm telling you what, this sauna stuff's kicking my butt.
Is it kicking you booty?
Kicking my booty. I'm ready for bed. It's 5 o'clock. I'm ready for bed. I'm good.
All
right. We're back. That was a quick break, man. But we're back. Let's do this. Wee! I need to see Henny's wee or Henny's time warp. Henny, where's your time warp, ma'am? Hold on. Let me go do the thing. Real quick. Hold on. Where's it at? Okay, here it is. Here we go.
Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up a little.
All right. Speed it up a little. Here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I believe we can have the jurors brought back in, please.
He's operated account for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Parties are present as
Oh,
well as
God,
the
can you guys hear
defense.
them?
Mr. Warwick's on the stand. I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your
Can
testimony.
you guys hear the video?
Mr.
Nobody
Wixom,
freaking
continuing
me
on
out.
direct examination. You may proceed, Mr. Wixom.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Warwick, I want to draw your attention back to that Sunday afternoon and evening after you looked at the property. When you came back, did you have any other interaction at all with JJ?
No.
Did you see him in the apartment that day?
I believe he was there Sunday afternoon when we came back.
Thinking back to the last time that you saw JJ, when was it that day? What time of day was it?
It was probably about 10:30 at night.
And what do you recall seeing him doing when you last saw him?
Alex came in the front door and he had JJ in his arms and he carried him upstairs and put him to bed. And JJ, it was asleep. So
now, at some point in that evening, did you do a podcast?
Yeah, we did that Sunday night.
About what time of night, best you can recall?
And we started like 7:30, and we were just finishing it up when Alex brought JJ home.
Okay. And who all was at the podcast and participating?
Melanie and Lori and myself.
Was Chad there at that time?
No.
And where in the apartment did you do the podcast?
In Lori's kitchen.
So was the podcast happening before you saw Alex bring JJ in and take him upstairs?
Yes.
And then you slept in that apartment that night, correct?
Yes.
About what time did you go to bed?
Probably 11 o'clock. 11:30, right in there.
To the best that you understood, who else was at the apartment that night?
Lori and Melanie, JJ and myself.
I don't think I asked this before, but at any point during the weekend, did you ever see Tylee at the apartment?
No.
Ever see her around anywhere?
No.
When you got up the next morning, did you have any more interactions with Lori?
Yes.
And what were those interactions?
We came downstairs. I came downstairs getting ready to leave for Pocatello. So I just went to say goodbye to Lori and JJ. And Lori was in the kitchen and she was a little dramatic. And I just said, well, we're leaving. I'd like to say goodbye to JJ. And she said, oh, he was out of control. And I had to have Alex come and get him.
So, Mr. Warwick, other than what she said, you just used the word dramatic. What did you mean by that?
She just seemed really talking fast and nervous. Just kind of, when I meant dramatic, she explained that he climbed up on the cabinets in the fridge and got on top of the upper cabinets. And it just her explanation of how JJ was acting was what I would say was dramatic.
Was it different than your other interactions with Lori?
Yeah.
Did she say anything else about him climbing up on the cabinets, JJ?
No, she had a picture of Christ on the upper cabinet, and he said that he went up there and pushed that down.
Now, did that seem accurate to you, her account of what had happened with JJ climbing on the cabinets?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't see any broken parts on the cabinet. I didn't see any scuffs on the fridge. And the crown on the top, if he would have got up there, that crown would have just pulled off.
Is cabinet crowning something you're familiar with as a builder?
Yes.
Did you get a close observation of the crown on the cabinet then?
Yeah.
Did you say anything about this to Lori?
No, I just said, well, she said that he was having a possession attack. And so I said, well, I'd really like to see him. And she said, no, Alex has got him and he's taking care of him.
When she said he's having a possession attack, did she say anything else about that aspect of it?
No, just She just said she just couldn't handle it.
Your Honor, can I have just one moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't believe I have any more questions at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
So, okay, Jolie had a plastic lid. I don't know what the plastic lid came off of. It was like, it reminds me of like the plastic lid off a can of Pringles or something, but it was a little bit bigger than that. But she's had that thing for the last week, using it as a magnifying glass. And every time I see it laying in the floor, I'm like, I ought to throw that in the trash. It's trash. I mean, it is trash. It's a plastic lid off of something, right? It's got like dog chew marks on it and everything, right? Where Poppy's like chewed it up. And so I'm like, I need to just throw it. But every time I get ready to pick it up and throw it in the trash, I'm like, no, that's that baby's magnifying glass. And he went to Walmart and got that baby a magnifying glass, and she thinks she's something now. She's Nancy Drew.
Oh,
She's the cutest. So cute.
that's
You should
sweet.
see
I love
her
it
right
so much. Oh,
now. What is that? A magnifying glass? Oh, wow, that's so cool. I can see all the nose hairs up in your nose, child. All right. Okay. I'm ready to go back. I'm sorry. I just had to stop and say
that's so
that.
cute.
Pryor is, you think Pryor's
He's gonna
gonna
tear him up. He's gonna tear
tear
him
him
up.
up? Mm.
Yeah.
Let's see. He might just be like, okay, thank you. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon. Mr. Warwick, you previously mentioned that you were married to Melanie Gibb.
Yes,
Okay, what was the date of the marriage?
December 10th, 2020.
Close and around the time of all of these occurrences, would that be fair?
Yes. Well, a year later, I guess.
Okay. And when did you first meet Miss Gibb?
At a conference that at UVU.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to remember the date.
That's okay. Just take your time. We're not in a hurry.
Okay. Met her at a conference. I think it was I don't remember the year. It's probably 2012 or 2013 or 14, somewhere in there.
Okay. And then approximately when did the two of you start dating?
We started in August of 2019.
Now, at the time, you had mentioned that it sort of offended you that Mr. Daybell was married and was seeing someone even though he was still legally married, right?
Well, in relation to the things that they were, like the beliefs that they were, didn't match up.
The beliefs didn't match up.
Well, what they were saying they were doing about their calling and then seeing each other.
Okay.
Didn't match up. That's
Inconsistent.
yeah. It's you just.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Nope. I'm done. Sorry.
No, please go ahead.
I'm done.
Okay. So what he was preaching wasn't consistent with the way he was acting. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay, but at the time you started dating Miss Gibb, you were still married too, weren't you?
Yeah, my divorce was just getting finalized.
Okay. But you started dating her while you were still legally married, weren't you?
Well, I made the mistake. I thought I was doing the 30-day waiver.
Okay.
On, for the time.
Mm-hmm.
And, but I didn't understand that the judge needed another 60 days after the 30 days. And I'd already paid for two plane tickets to have some time with her in August with my son, Nicholas. And so we just went forward and went, and did those two things for August.
Right. So in other words, you traveled. So when you met her in August of 2019, you were already planning on going on a vacation with her. Is that right?
No, not a vacation.
What was it?
One was the Zion. It was called the Zion's Camp. It's just a kind of educational camp.
Okay.
And I wanted to see how she would do with my son Nicholas.
Okay. And
I was taking care of my son Nicholas. That was the whole reason for the divorce, because my wife at the time, it was too much. We had him with us for several weeks. And so I don't have time. I don't know how much time you want for the details, but that was the whole motivation was.
You divorced your wife because she wasn't taking proper care of your son Nicholas, and it's all about Nicholas, right?
No, we mutually agreed. Okay. We did not want a divorce, but we needed to get Nicholas out of the home that he was in because he was suffering some abuses there.
Okay.
If you'd like to go into more, I'd be happy to.
We don't have to.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't want to go into this
okay.
much, but I just wanted to clarify a few things that were of a concern. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about an organization called the Seven Gatherers. You're familiar with that, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And to your knowledge, your wife isn't a member of the Seven Gatherers, right?
I don't know anything about Seven Gatherers.
Okay. Thank you. Now, both of you go to various camps and conferences and meetings and speak about religious subjects. Is that fair?
Yes.
And both of you have I don't want to use the term expertise, a knowledge of certain areas of religious beliefs. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And your particular area of knowledge is in what?
It's about there was the conversion, my conversion to Christ and his church, and the gifts and dreams and visions that came afterwards.
Okay. So when we talk about that, let's cut this down a little bit to really so these folks understand. It's really about, you go to these camps in rural, these fireside chats is what they're talking about, or mentioned as, correct? Fireside chats?
Yes, I would be a speaker at the fireside, one of the firesides at the camp.
And the subject that you would discuss would be visions that you have that you would want to translate to them and talk to these people at these fireside chats about these various visions and experiences, premonitions that you have.
No, it was about my conversion and the faith, and then the fruits of that faith.
Oh, you've never.
It was to build faith. It was the dreams and visions were not necessarily discussed at the camps in much detail. There's many aspects to dreams and visions about many topics. So it was about, the whole purpose was to help inspire people to seek God, to seek his truth, in relationship with the Holy Ghost bearing witness of that truth.
Okay. So the fact that you experience these visions and you have these visions, that's not necessarily what you're talking to these people about, but you do in fact have made various representations about visions that you've had over the years. Is that right?
Yes.
And some of these visions have included being invaded by foreign powers, right?
Yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
That's a late objection. It's already been answered.
I'm sorry, Judge, I missed that.
I overrule the objection because it wasn't timely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge. And some of these visions deal with religious matters as well.
Yes.
And that's something that you've gone to conferences to speak about as well, right?
And aspects.
Right.
They're just
okay.
Depending on the topics and then whatever I felt right in my heart that was allowed to be.
And really, it's your experience in your LDS faith that you're trying to communicate with these people and talk about these conversions and things that you've experienced as part of your understanding of your LDS faith.
Objection, Your Honor. Rule 610.
Judge, could we approach and have a sidebar?
Yes.
What is the rule 610? Oh, wow. I don't know. Hold on, let me get back over on this screen so I can fast forward it.
I was gonna say you can timey warp it.
Tammy Warpy.
Y'all, I have dremeled my finger twice now.
Ouch. I've done that before.
Not once, twice. And I'm on high speed.
Mm.
I don't know why I'm trying with a coarse sanding bit.
Ever have a hold of a piece of metal and be using the drill
Yeah,
on
get
it
hot.
and it get hot? Oof.
Throw it quick before it
Yeah.
sticks to your finger.
Yeah.
I've gotten better about that, but I don't normally Dremel my fingers, but I have hit it twice today.
Mm. Oh, and also a piece of metal in the eye. That's fun too.
Oh yeah, well see, I got double glasses on, so I'm pretty covered.
Well, so did I. And I
Why you
still
had your head sideways? No, I got mine. So these are like safety goggles, man. I ain't getting it. If I get metal, man. Now you said it. Now I said it. If I get metal in my eye, I'm gonna be big mad, Jenny. I ain't
Well,
never got no
you just-
metal in my eye.
Hold on. Now my computer's getting all wonky slow again.
This dude just went on a whole narrative, and you know that prosecutor was like, shit, and Pryor's like,
You want
no,
me to
no,
keep
please.
talking?
Yeah, and Pryor's like, no, please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. Keep talking, sir. Please keep talking. These people are, something ain't right.
Hold on. I'm trying this to do what it's supposed to.
Timey-wimey.
I'm trying to timey-wimey it and it won't. See, look at it just sitting there spinning. Just keep spinning. Just keep spinning.
Y'all know Jenny's got a cash app.
No, hush it.
Whoo. Dang, I got it good the last time. Oof. Not this child being mad at me because I got on him when he come in the house all barreling in.
We're better off to just sit and let it go than for me to try to get to where I need to be, because then it keeps getting all like stove up.
Stove up. That cracks me up when you say, oh, dang it, I gotta call him. Did I tell you she wouldn't let me come over yesterday?
No, why?
Because Jay's been sick.
Well, I don't blame her. I wouldn't let you come over either.
She goes, I know you got the sinuses, but
Lord, QB. This thing is. Jeez, oh, Pete. Come on. I'm just going to hit the daggone live button because I don't know how far they are. Look at this. I mean, look at this.
I'm over here having a whole slap daggone conversation and fell down. Didn't neither one of us notice? Hey, Melinda.
Okay, see, now we're live. Well, almost. Hold on. And they're still not back.
They?
Oh, well, wait. Now they are. Hold on.
Light and dark.
Uh-oh. Hold on. I went too far.
Are you familiar with those terms?
Yes.
Shoot. Y'all gonna hear me cuss big here in a minute.
Not cussing
I'm about
big.
to let it rip.
So before you let it rip, so we had a whole conversation while you were gone earlier.
And she's
about how.
Sorry, I have no control over what happens here with the stream.
It's similar topics, but hers has a
I
little
really
bit of a
have
slant.
no control
What's her
at all whatsoever. It's like that there's aliens have taken
knowledge.
over. Oh, Lord. Chad Daybell's
This is
coming
more
out of his
about,
portal. He's coming to turn my computer off so I can't watch his big sour face.
I love that they haven't changed the angle of the computer and it still looks like he's got an eclipse.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, I can't with this. It's making me mad. It's
Go
making me
out and
so
come back
mad.
in, ma'am. I think you deleted a driver.
I don't think I did.
Okay. Did you empty your trash can?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well.
Should I not have?
Well,
really, QB? Really? Seriously. Where you at?
I'm right here. Hey. So I would when we get done here today, I would go on and I would say I would do a search for StreamYard drivers and then download like the newest driver for StreamYard.
I don't use StreamYard as an app. It's a browser-based product.
I know. That's why you need a driver. I didn't say an app. I said a driver. That's what makes the thing work.
Okay.
In easy terms.
Okay.
I feel like you have not had this much of an issue until now, after you spent the weekend cleaning stuff out. Did you restart the computer?
Yeah.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah. It is plugged in. I do kind of wonder if part of it is because I'm not using the monitor. Like, oh,
that shouldn't have anything to do with it, though.
Well, because it's using like extra.
Are you Bluetoothing it to the monitor?
No, it's
plugged
HDMI
directly.
cable.
Okay, so you really shouldn't be using that. I mean, if you're using that much, did I mention that Jenny's got a cash out? Oh my gosh.
So is I cannot stream a YouTube video like a court trial, and like if I try to pull up another YouTube, like my own personal YouTube video to go in and make a poll on the channel chat, forget it. That takes me 5 minutes because it takes forever for the chat to load on the second tab with the YouTube channel open. And then I can't do Twitter and Discord all at the same time neither. I got to use one on the phone, one on an iPad, one on. It's a train wreck, I know, but I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I love my MacBook.
You could love a new one too.
Just saying. All right, here we go. All right. Let me go back and reshare this. Share screen. There we go.
Either I need y'all to visit that Cash App or I need y'all to go find 122 friends.
I told you. Got rid of her.
That's so rude. How
I'm
rude.
sorry. I was being rude.
Did you hear what I said?
I did hear what you said. Or go
Either
get 200 some friends.
Go get 112 friends or tickle
Stop
that
it.
Cash App.
Stop it. Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry. Okay, bye.
On CR 22211623,
Where's
the
my
court had
mute
a side
button?
bar to make an evidentiary ruling outside presence of the jurors. I sustained an objection, and I'll ask the jurors to disregard the previous question. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with your cross, you may.
So, Mr. Warwick, we were on the subject of visions, and that you explained to me that these visions are only a small part of what you lecture at these fireside mountain retreats and at these conferences and at these meetings. Is that fair?
Yes.
And part of these visions is consistent with your faith, right?
Yes.
So if you were to have these various visions about certain events, that's not something that's particularly inconsistent with your faith, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if Chad Daybell were to have visions of certain events, that's not necessarily inconsistent with his faith either, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit because I'm a little unclear. There's been some testimony about what vibrations are. Do you understand the term vibrations?
I understand the term, but I don't understand the context.
Okay, the context is in a religious context, that you get some sort of feedback that has a religious perspective to it. So in that context, do you understand or have had familiarity with that process?
Yes.
Okay, what is that experience or knowledge that you have as it relates to vibrations?
Not understanding what you're after, Mr. Pryor.
Okay, well, in a religious context, you know, have you participated in meetings or gatherings that dealt with the subject of vibrations?
No.
You haven't?
No.
Has your wife gone on seminars and spoke about, while you were there, about this theory and idea of vibrations?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. Then what is your wife's been as well has been called to a number of places to speak as well as a guest at a number of places, correct?
Yes.
And it's similar topics, but hers has a little bit of a slant. What's her area of knowledge?
Hers is more about believing and overcoming unbelief.
Okay, and be more specific if you could.
Okay.
Like in what way? Overcoming non-belief? What do you mean?
Well, she did health Actually, hers was more on health, the ones that I've seen, because she does foot reflexology.
Okay.
And teaches about the body and works with the nerves through the feet.
Okay. All right.
Because a lot of the speaking things that she had done, I was not involved with. A lot of that had happened before we got together.
And the items that she would talk about.
I'd never witnessed what she spoke about.
By the way, Mr. Warwick, please don't just interject in your
Sorry.
response in the middle of anyone else talking. It's difficult for the court reporter.
And Mr. Warwick, I'm going to be guilty of that.
Okay, wait a minute. What does reflexology have to do with the what did he say to begin with? The
Health.
something about belief. No, he said at
Yeah,
first he said something about getting over
the beliefs, and then
the
he said,
something to believe.
well, actually, the ones I've seen were about health. She did like reflexology and stuff.
And then he says, actually, I ain't seen none of her stuff.
This man a whole lie. Either that or he is on something, or he needs a hearing aid, or he needs an ear candle, or
maybe he needs Melanie to do some reflexology on him, because there's one of those little pressure points that goes straight through your ear, nose, and throat.
Clear your ears right out.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't trying to be mean. He seems like a kind gentleman. He's probably a godly man. But right now, he appears to be a whole lie, is what he appears to be. Because he's like, no, she did on health. I mean, I never saw none of them, but they were on health, the ones I didn't see. Sir.
What's that got to do? Why would he say the getting over the hump of believing whatever?
Because he a whole lie. Because she was doing light and dark work, and they ain't trying to admit to that. The same thing when she was on the thing. And John Pryor came up and he was like, weren't you doing a thing on light and dark? And she was like, no. And he goes, well, what was this thing right here that you were doing teaching on light and dark? And she was like, oh, that? Yeah. That was on a light and dark thing, but I didn't teach that. And anyways, don't let it get too far. You ain't gonna be able to get it back.
What are you talking about?
If you let it pause for too long, you ain't gonna be able to get it back.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Of that too a couple of times. So we'll try to be patient with each other. Okay.
Okay.
So when you say before you met her, she's been speaking about religious topics before you folks even met, right?
Yes.
And you guys met again when?
Officially, we met the end of May 2019.
Okay. But unofficially, you met well before that in what, 2012?
Yeah, she was at the line of people, and they just came up to tell me that they appreciated the talk that I gave. That was it.
And prior to May of 2019, it was she engaged in the same sort of speaking circuit. She would go to these fireside retreats and she would do these conferences well before she ever met Chad Daybell, right?
Yeah, but she wasn't, from my understanding, she was not a speaker for years. She just they organized some podcast. I can't remember the name of it right now. Anyway, and that's what they were mainly doing, was podcast. I never recall I'd ever seen her speak at any of these events.
Okay. So she would organize these events and she would sort of gather these people and bring the groups together to talk about these various religious subjects, right?
Religious and health and child, raising children. There was multiple things that she's let me know that she's been doing.
Which one of you talked at these preparedness camps about and you know what I'm talking about, these preparedness camps that you would go up to, right? And what exactly were they preparing for?
Oh, they just basically teaching you how to different ways to be self-reliant through growing food, have energy, and There was any topic that to be prepared so that, you know, when tribulations or you're able to, you know, provide and be able to do better serve. There's all kinds of things about how to cook and how to set up camps, all kinds of.
You weren't teaching about cooking, right?
What's that?
You weren't teaching about cooking, right?
Nope.
You weren't teaching.
I didn't teach. I just gave a fireside. I just shared my story of my conversion
and your visions to some extent.
To some extent, there'll be some that would come up, but not much on a camp like that.
About some of the things that you predicted that would happen in the future, right?
Not that I'd predict. Not it was what I was shown.
Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
Yeah, it's not me.
Yeah, right. It's not you that are making these. They aren't predictions. They're, and please forgive me. You put the right word on it. They're premonitions about things that you saw that you believe you need to share with other people. Is that fair?
No.
They're visions of things that you see that are brought to you some way and that you believe are things that would occur in the future. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've heard the term light and dark. Are you familiar with those terms?
Yes.
Light and dark, would you agree with me that the term light and dark are synonymous with the words good and evil?
Yeah, yes.
They could be interchanged.
Yes.
And it just depends really on your how you're brought up, what terms your family's using. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Some families will say, this is good and this is evil. Other families would say, this is light and this is dark. Would you agree with that?
I've never heard the light and dark explained that way. I've always heard that they just say this is good and evil.
Okay.
I've never heard explained the way you just said it.
Okay, but you've heard the terms light and dark.
Mm-hmm.
And the light and dark term is in at least your faith is referenced a number of times in your faith.
Yes.
We can go back and show you you're aware of that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So that's not a foreign term to you, the term light and dark, right?
Right.
Okay, that's part of your faith. Right?
It's part of life.
Right. All right. Well,
I wasn't raised, I didn't have faith, and I knew about light and dark way before faith.
Okay. And Mr. Daybell and you share at least the same faith generally in the beginning, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Daybell would be familiar with the term light and dark. He's spoken to you about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. But the area that I'm confused is the area called portals. Have you heard that term?
Yes.
Okay. And was teaching about dark portals, was that something your wife would ever do?
I don't know. I never heard her teach.
Okay. So you don't know if she's teaching anybody about a dark portal or a light portal or any kind of portal, right?
Right.
Okay. Judge, this might be a place where we can gather up again. It's up to the court. I can either go on or whatever the court prefers.
All right. I know it feels like we've had breaks today, but I'm pretty committed to keeping our jurors on the schedule that we've determined. So we are going to take our break for the day. We'll conclude and continue on with further cross tomorrow. Before we conclude, just a few things. Mr. Warwick, I'll be asking you again in the morning if you've reviewed any of this trial testimony or anything. So you're still subject to that exclusionary order. For the jurors, again, the admonishment, please don't do anything to review or investigate the case in any way. If you see any news coverage, footage, etc., don't try to avert your attention from that, I should say. Don't discuss the case or the evidence amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can only do that once your deliberations have begun. And with that, I appreciate your attentiveness today. We're going to go ahead and recess for the evening, and we'll begin again tomorrow morning again at 8:30 as well. All right, we're in recess.
All right.
Lord have mercy. That was treacherous. That
Melanie
was
done
full
prepared that
blown
paperwork.
treacherous, man.
He's like, he's gonna walk out of that courtroom. She's gonna be like, "Excuse me, could you just sign right here, sir?"
Jeez.
He a whole lie.
I wonder if their like marriage was like business, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it was just a businessy.
I don't know,
Whatever.
because it sounded like they met and then they were going on vacation. Like, but it wasn't a vacation, it was a business thing. But then to see how he'd do with his son, and I'm like, wait a minute. But you bought airline tickets, but you weren't divorced, but you thought you were divorced.
Because you filled out the 30-day instead of the 60-day. I'm gonna go
Lemon.
full on my wife, fool around on my wife for a little bit. Let me try the 30 or 60 trial day period here.
Margaret, you a whole hot mess.
What'd she say?
The lemon
The
Ponzi
lemon
scheme.
Ponzi scheme. He does sound 200, Patricia. I have no
Y'all,
idea how old he is.
I cannot. That's the first thing I asked.
I have no idea how old he is.
Okay. I feel like he has a medical condition. And that he's a whole lot. Did he have money? Did Melanie marry him for his money?
Probably. I mean, apparently he was I can't remember what he does for a living, but that was
He's a
one reason
builder.
why Chad
He's
had
a
him
builder.
come out there, was because he had, some sort of like property knowledge,
Yeah, he's a builder.
Bob the Builder, can he fix it?
David the Builder.
No, he can't.
No, he cannot. He cannot fix anything. I never watched her, but I mean, I watched the ones on reflexology. Did you ever see her teach about light and dark? I never saw her teach anything. What? You a whole lie. I mean, you ain't even half of one. You a whole lie. And I liked him.
Nah, well.
Thought he was a good, godly man.
Well, and he might very well be. Heck if I know. And
Well, he
I
might
feel
very
bad
well
for
be, but
I
cheating
feel
on his
bad
wife
for
and
I feel bad for as soon as I typed it and put it out there in the universe, when I said preparing a paperwork, I felt bad because they do, not because of the whole divorce thing, but because I felt like I was making fun of their preparing a people, whatever. But they're preparing a people.
their preparing a people is different than our preparing a people.
Right. Well,
Their
I mean,
preparing a people is a doomsday. We gonna have to fight.
Right.
Which may be. We may have to.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
and maybe I need to go to Chad's house. I mean, I ain't worried about it because if
did you
anything
say
goes
you
down,
need to go to Chad's house?
well, he's doomsday. He's all prepped.
Get out of
But
here.
then John Pryor will be there, and yeah. So I ain't worried about it. If anything goes down, my daddy, he's got it settled. He's a whole mess.
What they do at those prepare people, they teach people. I remember hearing this in Lori's trial. They teach people how to prepare, like you said, the whole doomsday thing, like make sure
Live
you've
off the
got enough
grid.
food and what to
Yeah,
do
you
for
got
energy and
yeah.
what to do for water and all that kind of stuff. And don't get me wrong, it's probably cool. I mean, it'd probably be worth checking out, but don't sign me up for none of the heebie-jeebie, waddy-hootie
Not the
classes, because
heebie-jeebie.
I don't want none of that.
I don't want it.
I don't want it. Chad's house does belong to John. Yep.
That's why I said, never mind. Never mind.
You know what, Sherry? Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to delete my
Jenny.
I'm going to delete my preparing a paper. I feel bad for saying it.
Well, oh, that's understandable.
I deleted it because I do feel bad. I shouldn't have said that. And like I said, not because of the
No, he ain't living there, Patricia. He got the deed though.
Not because of the divorce thing, the preparing a divorce paperwork.
Right, the preparing the people.
On that. Yeah, that dude, no. He was already fooling around with that woman and he wasn't divorced yet. That's obvious. I mean, he all out said it, right?
Yeah, but it was a mistake, Jenny. He thought he had 60 days or 30 days and he had 60.
Well, he didn't.
He didn't know, you know, he didn't know that
But
he
my
had to have a decree signed by a judge to say you're divorced.
Well, my
And why you got somebody waiting in the wings? Why you waiting? We went ahead. I already bought airline ticket. Why you already bought airline tickets, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Divorce ain't even final yet. Why you bought? No, he's a whole lie.
But the whole preparing of people, the whole preparing of paperwork thing, that was just a
I know.
ha ha, funny, and then I felt bad after I wrote it. So
I feel that.
Hold on, let me go back into the chat.
No, none of Chad's kids live there either because they had to get out, didn't they?
I mean, I assume so. The only one that I think that was living there was Garth, but I don't know what John's doing with the house. I don't know if he's like renting it out to somebody.
I wouldn't still be living there. That's for daggone sure.
He might be renting it to one of her kids. I don't, heck if I know. I have no idea.
Are you outside, ma'am?
No, why?
Just swore I heard a wind chime.
No, that's my watch. Sleuthy tweeted something.
Oh. Ooh. Why didn't I get a notice? Why you got a notice and I didn't get a notice? Rude.
It says update. Judge in Idaho 4 case rules for Brian Koberger defense that they may continue survey to justify change of venue without modification. 2 questions at issue with false information now part of the court record after being read at prior PR or something.
Yep.
Blah, blah,
blah. Judge made a good call.
I don't think that Patricia, that he lives there. Did somebody already answer Patricia's question about John Pryor living in the house?
I just said, we were just joking about I was going to Chad's and then we said John would be there and I think Patricia thought he lived there and we just making up stuff up. We just don't listen. We're just making up stuff.
Yeah.
Judge.
Well, the only reason he has the deed is because it was the only thing Chad had left that he was worth any money that he could, you know, as
you'll get
payment.
good money for it from somebody who's like a doomsday prepper or a true crimer person that wants to not a real.
I didn't touch my computer, QB. That was all you, ma'am. That was all you. Pryor walked out because Lemon Lime couldn't pay him.
Y'all didn't hear none of that, did you?
No.
I said Pryor will get some money out of that, out of somebody, some crime fanatic who either is a Daybell fan or is a crime fanatic that would buy like Charlie Manson's property or something.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'm just saying. How come you getting all these tweets? I ain't getting no tweets.
I don't know, ma'am. That one was from Pretty Lies and Alibis. I don't know.
I'm gonna put this thing in copy. Did you see I rearranged stuff, man?
No, I can't be on Discord when I'm streaming because my computer won't allow it.
Oh my God. I
It
love you
won't
so
allow
much.
it.
I love you so much. You're a whole hot mess.
Well, I'm not. My computer is, though. That's my baby. It's been such a good little baby all these years.
Oh, dang it.
Does
Oh, damn,
anybody
what's
in the
that?
chat, though, let me ask this. Does anybody in the chat know of, because I've been looking online at like new laptops, and yeah, I've had a MacBook for so long now. But I don't know that I want to buy another one just specific for streaming only, because my MacBook is still a good computer. I mean, it's still like, it's fast on the computer. If I'm just like browsing and stuff, everything's fine. I can even watch YouTube videos on it 24/7 all day long. It's just the streaming is
Right.
what's pulling too much whatever that
Right.
is that it uses, right? Causes everything else to slow down. So I need to know of a good, inexpensive laptop that I can stream with.
That's an oxymoron. That don't exist. An expensive laptop that you can stream with is because you're going to end up having to put stuff on it. So you're going to have enough RAM to run stuff. And the more RAM you get, the more money you spend. That's not a thing. Not a thing, ma'am.
I
Sorry.
don't know about that.
Okay, but
I mean, I really don't know about. I'm saying I don't know
I'm
about any of that.
I'm telling you though. Laptop, okay, MacBooks are good even for streaming, okay? They're not usually good for gaming. They're definitely not good for gaming. But I mean,
Well, I don't want a game. I
well,
just
I know you don't.
want.
That's why I said, why are you trying to go? I mean, when you say a computer, are you talking about getting another MacBook? Or are you
I
talking about
mean,
trying to get an inexpensive PC, which ain't gonna work?
I don't want a
Inexpensive
piece.
and go ahead.
I want an actual laptop. It doesn't have to be a MacBook,
Okay.
because I already have a good MacBook that's just not good for streaming. Like, I could use my MacBook all day long for everything else other than streaming, but for streaming only, I need something that is strong enough to let me stream and open up Discord and Twitter and 52 other things all at once, you know?
Okay, so that is not going to be inexpensive. And when I say PC, I'm not talking about a desktop.
Oh.
PC can be a laptop.
Oh.
It's not a Mac.
Oh.
At
So
least
anything
in
other
my
than a
world.
Mac is a PC, I guess.
In my world. I could be wrong, but in my world, that's how I differentiate. I'd say a PC, if you're talking about a desktop, you're talking about a desktop, you're talking about a laptop, you're talking about a laptop, and then you got MacBook and PC. That's how and I could be totally wrong, but in my world, that's how I do it. So, but,
See, JB, I used to be an HP girl. I was HP all the way, all the time, until I splurged and got my MacBook. Now, like, I've had my MacBook. I mean, I would have to get a brand new HP every couple of years.
That's the thing. How old is your MacBook?
I got it in 2016.
Okay, so that MacBook is 8 years old.
17 or 8, in either 2018 or 17. I can't remember which.
Okay, so it's like 6 years old. Okay, you don't have to worry about any kind of viruses.
I ain't never had a virus on this computer.
I know. You ain't got to worry about any kind of viruses, and you ain't got to worry about any kind of virus protection because there's portals.
Oh
the
my
MacBook.
God. Did you really say portal?
I did. So you don't have to worry about any of that. Okay. It's kind of like me with my hookahs. You know what hookahs are?
Is that something you smoke?
No, that's a hookah, ma'am. A hookah. Hookahs are tennis shoes.
I have no idea. I've never heard of a hookah.
Okay, so a hookah is a pair of tennis shoes. All right. First pair of tennis shoes I ever found that my feet didn't hurt in. All right. They're $150. Hurt my little feelings. Until I wore them for 2 years every single day. My feet never hurt, and I didn't wear them out until it was 2 years. Now, you go buy a pair of $50 Nikes or Adidas or whatever's, you got to get them well, one, my feet always still hurt, and two, you got to buy a pair every 4 to 6 months.
Every year.
You know?
Honey, I buy a pair of tennis shoes. I wear them till the sole is literally coming off.
And so do I, but when you got feet problems, you can't do that. Because the innards get squishy. That's a medical term.
I got plantar fasciitis in my right foot.
So do I. And that's why I get my hookahs. My point is that you can go buy a PC and have all the virus protection and all the everything, okay? All right? Or and you'll have to replace it anyway because it'll be outdated. Or you can get a MacBook. You don't have to get any of the virus protection, and you got 6-8 years before you have to buy a new one. That's all I'm saying.
No, I know what you're saying. I know.
A hookah bar.
I saw
Y'all better
that.
stop.
Spence said a hookah too.
A hookah poker.
JB said she said something you smoke. I just see QB sitting all Indian style on the floor.
You don't know. Maybe I do.
With a big old blown glass vase with a big hookah thing looking like the Mad Hatter off of
I know Margaret
Alice
knows
in Wonderland.
what I'm talking about because she spelled hookah right.
Well, I mean, I would have only thought about one way to spell hookah. I would have spelled it the same way Margaret did.
Whatever.
But I've never heard of hookahs. Spence said, "Don't think she don't."
You don't know me.
Mr. Margaret has a pair of hookahs.
See, she does know. Hookahs are the bomb.
You know what?
What?
I'll tell you right now. I would put it $2 on the wall. That's a QB saying. That if my sister Mickey Jo is listening right now, she's already Googled hookahs. Guarantee it.
Oh, I'm sure she did.
One, because Mickey is a shoe weirdo. Two, Mickey is an expensive shoe weirdo.
Okay, I am not.
Three, she is an expensive shoe weirdo who wants shoes because she's got feet that hurt. Oh my Lord, she's done gone. She's like, "You're going to keep calling me a weirdo. I'm out."
Did you cut me off?
No, I did not. I thought you threw your own dang self off.
Okay, first of all, I am not a shoe anything. Okay. But my hookahs, when the doctor said, "Get you a pair of hookahs," and I said, you done lost your daggone mind, and he's like, "Try one pair and I'll pay for them if they don't work," and I went, "Okay," and so I did. And let me tell you what, I'm on my 4th pair. I love them so much. I ain't never had a pair of shoes that I can wear every single day. I don't have to switch off. I don't have to change out. I wear them every single day. I wear them on shift. I wear them. It don't matter. I will always, and I am not about spending no money on some shoes. But when you one, take the foot pain out of it, and two, you see how long you can wear them for. Them that Nikes ain't got nothing on them.
Yeah.
Adidas, Brooks, Clouds, none of them. Not a one of them. I'll be right back. Stand by.
I don't know. Them
Nikki
Skechers are
said she
pretty
already.
dang nice.
Now
I
like me some
knew it.
Skechers. I like me
I
some
knew she
Skechers
did.
now. Look, I love me some Skechers now, but them Hokas ain't no joke. They ain't no joke. I'll be right back.
Okay. What'd I tell y'all about Mickey? She hears the word shoe, expensive, good with foot pain. She'd sell her good kidney. She would. And she ain't hardly got a good kidney, do you, Mickey?
You said she ain't got no good kidney.
No.
What did you just say?
She ain't. I said she would sell her good kidney, and she ain't even hardly got a good kidney anymore.
That's what I thought she said. Look. I save up. I save up. I love my
No,
shoes.
Mickey's just got expensive taste.
Oh, I don't.
In different things, but
I'm all about the
more
deal.
importantly, shoes. She's
them Hokas,
shoes.
Mickey, ain't no joke. Now I got a place here. See, you want to talk about because I'm the queen of sales, right? So, what I do is we got a place here that gives points when you buy your Hokas, and for every point, for every dollar you spend, that's a lie. For every $10 you spend, you get a point. So cloud slides I ain't mad at them. I ain't mad at them, but I'll tell you what's even better is some OOFAs. Go get you some OOFAs and tell me about them clouds. You be like, cloud who? So
I never did get a pair of those clouds.
The
but
OOFAs,
I got like
oof.
Literally oof.
They are. They're OOFA. They're called UFOs. UFOs. UFOs? UFOs. UFOs. I don't know if it's an O or an A. UFOs. 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 I think they're UFOs. Anyways, so what I do is see because I'm from Florida. We wear flip flops in the wintertime. I always have flip flops on. Now I used to be barefoot, but I can't walk barefoot no more because of my feet. So I always have flip flops on, and the doctor's like, "You can't be wearing them flip flops." And I was like, "Well, we're not going to not wear flip flops." So anyways, when I went to get my Hokas, the place where I get my Hokas from, are like, "Have you tried the UFOs? They're UFOs." And I said, "No, I have not tried the UFOs." And they're like, "Try these." And I'm like, "Okay." So, yeah, the Ionics, no UFOs. Anyway, I mean, whatever works for you is great. Whatever works for you is great. For me, is my Hokas and my UFOs. So my Hokas, I go buy my Hokas and I get a $15 in credit. And then I take that $15 in credit and I put it towards my UFOs. Why are you laughing?
I got another Mickey story to tell you, but go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
She says I'll pay for good shoes and accessories. She's not lying. She'll pay a good dollar for shoes and accessories, you know. Even for weird things like scarves or
weird if that's what she likes.
Okay. But hey, Rose Wills, good to see you.
Hey, Rose. Hey, no, Mickey George, look at whatever is good for you, whatever works for you is what you should get. I'm just saying for QB, it's the Hokas and the UFOs. I don't know what kind of sausage that boy is. Is that what kind of sausage is that? Excuse me.
She's like, excuse me, she's muting. She's like, either that stinks, get it out of my house, or that smells good, give it to me. Love you. Because that's how she does. So Mickey will pay the good money for the shoes and accessories. However, she will not pay for random things like, I don't know, a phone charger. She'll literally have rubber bands or hair ties or whatever keeping it together. Something that costs $5 at the gas station, she will not buy.
Because she's saving her coins. She's saving her coins for the shoes.
Yeah.
I get them ones, Mickey George. Invest in some of the ones that's got the thing that covers the end for the cords, so the end don't fold. You can get them on Amazon. You get it like a 6-pack, and they got a special little thing to cover the end so they don't fold and break. This thing keeps telling me people are on stage, and they are not on stage.
Who? Where?
In the. Let me take a picture of it.
Yeah, send it to me because you said that earlier, and I'm like, oh my God, did Steph or Morgana or JB?
Nobody. This one says Morgana, but then it said Patricia was on stage earlier, and I'm like, Stream Element, you a whole lie.
On stage?
Yeah, look.
Is it from your phone or your laptop?
It's on my phone.
Telling you, your phone is ate up.
It is ate up. What happened to it? Where'd it go? Rude? There. Look. Now this one says Morgana. I just sent it text. There, I heard it go ding.
Oh, that's weird. I ain't never seen
Ain't
that
that
before.
weird? It just started today. It's your daggone computer. I don't know what you did to your computer.
That ain't my computer. That's your daggone.
It's weird, but see, like Morgana. So when I first saw it, it was Morgana, and I was like, "Oh, Morgana's trying to get in. Let her in, and I'll freak Jenny out." Right?
Is it because I've got her up on the thing where it says priorities at the top?
Oh, yeah, but it never did. There must have been an update. It never used to do that.
No, it didn't.
You so smart. I'd have never put that together. But I saw it earlier, and I was like, "Let me let Morgana up, and then we'll freak Jenny out." But then I looked, and she wasn't in the background, so I was like, "Where is she?" But then it came up and said Patricia was on stage.
So it must have been because I had their.
Must have been because you had put somebody else's comment up there. Telling you what to do. I'm sorry. That was rude.
No, go see if that worked. If it does it there.
Where is that? Yep, that's it.
Okay, and then here we got Rose Wheels.
Yep, that's it.
Patricia said, I didn't do nothing.
I didn't do nothing. Well, I know, because then I was like, well, how's Patricia on stage? So, okay, I'm glad you figured it out. See? You technical and logical.
Technical and logical?
I said technological.
Kind of like philosoph. How did I say that? Philosophical.
E. Wait a minute. I wrote it down. Hold on.
Philosophical phalanges.
Philosophically is what you said.
Philosophically
is what you said. And I said, let me write that down. With Allegheny and Devicle's clavicle. I'm telling you, I can't hear nobody say devil's advocate no more.
Me
they
neither.
say devils and I go clavicle. And why all of a sudden is everybody saying taint?
I don't know, but that is the grossest word I ever heard.
Like all the people.
It never was gross to me. I never knew anything about it until I learned what it actually was. Yeah.
Yeah. So all these people now, all of a sudden, I guess it's like if you buy a Toyota and then all of a sudden you see a bunch of Toyotas. But I don't know. All of a sudden I'm hearing all these people go, well, it's tainted. And that one woman was like, well, you can't taint the taint that's already tainted. And I was like, ma'am. I need you to take
We
about
need
6
to have a
taints.
tainted meeting.
I need y'all to taint. Stop
We need a
saying it.
meeting of the taints.
Ew. Oh. Don't ever say that again. Don't ever say that again, ma'am. Please.
I didn't even think about it until after I
Until
said
it
it,
was
and then I
already out,
grossed
and you
my
were
own dang self out.
You were trying to grab it, weren't you? Were you trying to grab at it and get it back? That's gross. You nasty. You gross.
That was pretty gross.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Behave yourself.
Yeah. Morgana threw up.
Ay, ay, ay. That word is no longer allowed in the English language.
So 19. See, okay, that's what I started to say earlier. We were talking about how many jurors, and I said, well, they have 12 and they need 4. I was like, well, crap, then they only need 16. But somewhere I had 18 in my head, right? But now they got 19, and the defense is saying they want to have 20. So
they just keep up in their number.
I know. So did you see the picture that I texted you about the view?
I don't think so.
Oh, here the baby.
Yeah.
From the view from juror box 9.
Yeah.
She ain't wrong. They looking at the back of their head.
So what does I did see you sent that. It said, and then it said something about face to face. What's that mean?
So they
literally going to have the witnesses sitting in front of the box, like right in front of the jury box, like we're sitting here at the desk with each other.
But most jury boxes are in front of the are either across the room for them or in front of the witness stand.
Mm-hmm.
This jury box goes down. That whole courtroom is messed up. So she has a right to face her accusers face to face, witnesses face to face, all the things. It's a constitutional right. And so, and she has a right they also want the jury to be able to see their demeanor, because that can lead to whether they believe them or not. Well, if you're looking at the back of somebody's head, how are you going to see their demeanor?
Right.
So that's what the whole thing is about. That's what the whole thing. But that picture, when you look at it, I mean, they ain't wrong. But I mean, what I was saying was, and they ain't wrong, okay? And there was actually a case, and I'll have to go find it, or Googly Moogly might look it up. But there was a case that was overturned because they were looking at the back of the witness's head. And they brought it on appeal, and they used that right, their constitutional right to face confrontation, and they overturned it. So it's a thing. But my bigger thing is that the way, I don't know if all the courtrooms in that jurisdiction or all the courtrooms in Massachusetts are set up like that. But to me, it seems like it's an unfair playing field when you have the prosecution table right up in front of the judge.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
And you've got the defense table 8 to 10
back
feet
behind
back.
it.
Right. That to me just like what's the word
like the teacher's pet.
It's not psychosomatic, but it's a psychological thing where you look at that and you go, oh, well, the prosecution must be in good graces because they get to sit up front.
Mm-hmm.
And the defense they're the bad children because they're sitting in the back.
Right.
That's how I look at it. But I don't know if they're all set up like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never personally, as many trials as I've watched, I've never seen one set up
I ain't
like
never
that.
seen it like that. I ain't
It's
never
always,
seen it like that. Yeah, it's always.
It's always.
Yep.
I have seen the one that murder delivery pizza
Yeah.
murder trial. When I watched part of that, they were all sitting around like a conference table. That was weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the prosecution and the defense were all
Yeah.
sitting around at the same, like at
At
a
the same
square table.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really weird.
So I don't know because Massachusetts does everything old school.
Yeah.
Like they do the Commonwealth and it's the this and the that, and so I don't know, but that whole thing for me, I mean, I get the looking in the back of the juror's head, and I mean, in my mind, I could see it, but when I saw that picture, I was like, they ain't wrong. That's bad because
Yeah.
the jury can't see their faces. They can't see the faces they're making. So even like, I always say, if my mouth don't say it, my face will.
Right. I
So
know
they
what you
can't
mean.
see that, and so when I saw that, I was like, yeah.
What in the world is Steph talking about? Audio back on now because I was trying to watch an hour and 40 minutes ago. They were ready to play Uno after adjourning for the day.
I have no idea.
What?
I think
Steph,
she's
what in the
behind.
world are you talking about?
I don't know, but now that sausage smells good.
I don't know what we're having for dinner tonight.
I know that ain't part of my dinner, but it smells good.
Mm.
I have to figure out what I'm eating.
Well, why ain't that part of your dinner?
Because I'm assuming he's cooking for him and not the girlfriend.
Hmm.
That's how I feel about it. All right. Well,
oh, the conference table, the square conference table.
Oh, yeah.
They were ready to
Okay.
play
That
Uno.
makes sense.
I gotcha.
Right.
Yeah, I was confused.
I was but I got it now. All right, ma'am. Well, I am going to jump off here so you can say your Southern goodbye. I figured you're probably done. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. We're 7 hours and 59 minutes. I got
Well,
45
you better wait
seconds
one more
to be
minute.
a whole 8 hours.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's wait.
Wait
50
a
more
minute,
seconds.
Mr. Postman.
But I'm going to call Miss Emily.
Is her real name Emily? I was going to ask you that.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, tell little Miss M that we said hi.
I will. And she'll go say, I don't know what that means, but tell them hi.
Oh.
That's what she always tells. I said to my Crime Cafe people, she goes, I don't know what that means, but
God
tell them I
love her.
said, hey, I know. But I talked to her yesterday and she's like, you don't have to come tonight. And I was like, you trying to get rid of me? She's like, well, no. I said, do you not want me to come? She was like, well, I want you to come. I just don't want you to bring anything with you. I said, you are not lying. You are correct. I got to figure out why maybe I got water in there. I hear dripping in my air conditioner.
Oh, I hate that.
And then it froze up last night.
I
need to clean it.
I hate that even more.
I probably need a filter
what?
too.
You need a portal?
Yeah, I need a portal. I need a filter. Oh, see, it says Steph's on stage. I don't like that. Not that Steph's on stage. I don't like that thing says that. It's weird. It highlights it in blue and it makes me think I did something wrong.
That is weird.
Bye, Henny. Good night.
Yeah,
so
bye, Henny. I'm getting ready to go.
Henny, what time is it? Let me see. 12.
I think it's like 2 in the morning for them.
That's what I was thinking.
Or no, wait. No.
It's 12
I'm wrong.
plus 6 is 18. So that's...
I think it's like 12:30 p.m. for her.
She stayed up all night into the day? That ain't right.
I mean AM. Midnight.
Standby.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, she said it's 12:25 AM. So it's just after midnight for her.
Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say.
By PM, I meant nighttime. So I got goofed up with my AMs, PMs there for a minute.
Look,
Sorry.
she did the military time, which is not military time for her. It's just normal time. But that's what I use. 0:25. Anyways, love y'all. Mean it. Have a good night. I'll see y'all in the morning. And
Okay.
like you mean it.
She said 12 plus 18.
No, well, 8 because I was doing 1,800 hours, which is what it is right now, and then I was like 12, so that would be just don't worry about how my brain works, okay?
She's doing girl math.
I was
QB
doing
math.
girl math. I was doing military time math, but it wasn't mathing because it was wrong. So, because she said 12, meaning 12 in the afternoon, so I took the 12, but then I took the 1,600. I know I did, JB. And took the 1,800 because it's 1829 right now. So I was trying to add those two, but it wasn't right. It was 0.25. Anyways, y'all don't worry about how my brain works. I love y'all. I'll see you in the morning. Bye.
All right. Love you. Bye. All right. I'm going to get out of here as well. I would love for you guys to join us back in the morning. We'll be back same time. And I guess we'll still be waiting on, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea if Karen Reed is going to start tomorrow or the next day. I have no idea. But either way, we'll be ready for it. All right. I will see you guys back in the morning. Please hit the thumbs up before you leave. I would love it if you would subscribe. If you're new here, click the all notification bell. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Hashtag replay if you're watching on the replay. All right. Bye. Bye. Where's my mouse? It's not working. There it is. Okay. Bye.